The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Introduction. The colored race have been generally considered by their enemies, and sometimes even by their friends, as deficient in energy and courage. Their virtues have been supposed to be principally negative ones. This little collection of interesting incidents, made by a colored man, will redeem the character of the race from this misconception, and show how much injustice there may often be in a generally admitted idea. In considering the services of the colored patriots of the Revolution, we are to reflect upon them as far more magnanimous, because rendered to a nation which did not acknowledge them as citizens and equals, and in whose interests and prosperity they had less at stake. It was not for their own land that they fought, not even for a land which had adopted them, but for a land which had enslaved them, and whose laws, even in freedom, oftener oppressed than protected. Bravery, under such circumstances, has a peculiar beauty and merit. It is to be hoped that the reading of these sketches will give new self-respect and confidence to the race here represented. Let them emulate the noble deeds and sentiments of their ancestors, and feel that the dark skin can never be a badge of disgrace, while it has been ennobled by such examples. And their white brothers in reading may remember that generosity, disinterested courage and bravery are of no particular race and complexion, and that the image of the Heavenly Father may be reflected alike by all. Each record of worth in this oppressed and despised people should be pondered, for it is by many such that the cruel and unjust public sentiment, which has so long prescribed them, may be reversed, and full opportunities given them to take rank among the nations of the earth. Harriet Beecher Stowe, Andover, October, 1855. End of introduction. Introduction to The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Introduction. The following pages are an effort to stem the tide of prejudice against the colored race. The white man despises the colored man, and has come to think him fit only for the menial drudgery to which the majority of the race has been so long doomed. Quote, "This prejudice was never reasoned up, and will never be reasoned down." End quote. It must be lived down. In a land where wealth is the basis of reputation, the colored man must prove his sagacity and enterprise by successful trade or speculation. To show his capacity for mental culture, he must be, not merely claim the right to be, a scholar. Professional eminence is peculiarly the result of practice and long experience. The colored people, therefore, owe it to each other and to their race to extend liberal encouragement to colored lawyers, physicians, and teachers, as well as to mechanics and artisans of all kinds. Let no individual despair. Not to name the living, let me hold up the example of one whose career deserves to be often spoken of, as complete proof that a colored man can rise to social respect, and the highest employment and usefulness, in spite not only of the prejudice that crushes his race, but of the heaviest personal burdens. Dr. David Ruggles, poor, blind, and an invalid, founded a well-known water cure establishment in the town where I write, erected expensive buildings, won honorable distinctions as a most successful and skillful practitioner, secured the warm regard and esteem of this community, and left a name embalmed in the hearts of many who feel that they owe life to his eminent skill and careful practice. Black though he was, his aid was sought sometimes by those numbered among the pro-slavery class. To be sure, his is but a single instance, but I know it required preeminent ability to make a way up, to light through the overwhelming mass of prejudice and contempt. But it is these rare cases of strong will and eminent endowment, always sure to make the world feel them whether it will or no, that will finally wring from the contemptuous community the reluctant confession of the colored man's equality. I ask, therefore, the reader's patronage of the following sheets on several grounds, First, as an encouragement to the author, Mr. Nell, to pursue a subject which well deserves illustration on other points, besides those on which he has labored. Secondly, to scatter broadly as possible the facts here collected, as instances of the colored man's success, a record of the genius he has shown, and the services he has rendered society in the higher departments of exertion. Thirdly, to encourage such men as Ruggles to perseverance, by showing a generous appreciation of their labors, and a cordial sympathy in their trials. Some things set down here go to prove colored men patriotic, though denied a country, and all show a wish, on their part, to prove themselves men, in a land where laws refuse to recognize their manhood. If the reader shall sometimes blush to find that in the days of our country's weakness, we remembered their power to help or harm us, and availed ourselves gladly of their generous services, while we have since used our strength only to crush them the more completely, let him resolve henceforth to do them justice, himself, and claim it for them, of others. If any shall be convinced by these facts, that they need only a free path, to show the same capacity and reap the same rewards as other races, let such labor to open every door to their efforts, and hasten the day when to be black shall not, almost necessarily, doom a man to poverty and the most menial drudgery. There is touching eloquence, as well as something of Spartan brevity, in the appeal of a well-known colored man, Rev. Peter Williams, of New York. Quote, "We are natives of this country, we ask only to be treated as well as foreigners. Not a few of our fathers suffered and bled to purchase its independence, we ask only to be treated as well as those who fought against it. We have toiled to cultivate it, and to raise it to its present prosperous condition, we ask only to share equal privileges with those who come from distant lands to enjoy the fruits of our labor." End quote. Wendell Phillips, Northampton, October 25, 1852. End of introduction. Author's Preface and Omission to the Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Author's Preface. In the month of July, 1847, the eloquent bard of freedom, John G. Whittier, contributed to the National Era a statement of facts relative to the military services of colored Americans in the Revolution of 1776 and the War of 1812. Being a member of the Society of Friends, he disclaimed any eulogy upon the shedding of blood, even in the cause of acknowledged justice, but, says he, quote, "When we see a whole nation doing honor to the memories of one class of its defenders, to the total neglect of another class, who had the misfortune to be of darker complexion, we cannot forego the satisfaction of inviting notice to certain historical facts, which, for the last half-century, have been quietly elbowed aside, as no more deserving of a place in patriotic recollection, than the descendants of the men, to whom the facts in question relate, have to a place in a 4th of July procession, in the nation's estimation. Of the services and sufferings of the colored soldiers of the Revolution, no attempt has, to our knowledge, been made to preserve a record. They have had no historian. With here and there an exception, they have all passed away, and only some faint traditions linger among their descendants. Yet enough is known to show that the free colored men of the United States bore their full proportion of the sacrifices and trials of the Revolutionary War." End quote. In my attempt, then, to rescue from oblivion the name and fame of those who, though quote, "tinged with the hated stain," end quote, yet had warm hearts and active hands in the quote, "times that tried men's souls," end quote, I will first gratefully tender him my thanks for the service his compilation has afforded me, and my acknowledgments also to other individuals who have kindly contributed facts for this work. Imperfect as these pages may prove, to prepare even these, journeys have been made to confer with the living, and even pilgrimages to graveyards, to save all that may still be gleaned from their fast disappearing records. There is now an institution of learning in the state of New York, Central College, where the chair of professorship in belles lettres has been filled by 3 colored young men, Charles L. Reason, William G. Allen, and George B. Vachon, each of whom has worn the professor's mantle gracefully, giving proof of good scholarship and manly character. These men, as teachers, especially in colleges open to all, irrespective of accidental differences, are doing a mighty work in uprooting prejudice. The influences thus generated are already felt. Many a young white man or woman who, in early life, has imbibed wrong notions of the colored man's inferiority, is taught a new lesson by the colored professors at McGrawville, and they leave its honored walls with thanksgiving in their hearts for their conversion from pro-slavery heathenism to the gospel of Christian freedom, and are thus prepared to go forth as pioneers in the cause of human brotherhood. But the orator's voice and author's pen have both been eloquent in detailing the merits of colored Americans in these various ramifications of society, while a combination of circumstances has veiled from the public eye a narration of those military services which are generally conceded as passports to the honorable and lasting notice of Americans. See footnote. Begin footnote. In 1852, Mr. M.R. Delaney published a work with special reference to the condition of the colored people in the United States. End footnote. I was born on Beacon Hill, and from early childhood have loved to visit the eastern wing of the State House and read the 4 stones taken from the monument that once towered from its summit. One contains the following inscription: quote, "Americans, while from this eminent scenes of luxuriant fertility, of flourishing commerce, and the abodes of social happiness, meet your view, forget not those who by their exertions have secured to you these blessings." End quote. These words became indelibly impressed upon my mind, and have contributed their share in the production of this book, which, like the labors of Old Mortality, rendered immortal by the genius of Scott, I humbly trust will deepen in the heart and conscience of this nation the sense of justice that will ere long manifest itself in deeds worthy a people who, free themselves, should be foremost to make free. William Cooper Nell, Boston, October 1855. Omission. The following brief account of the organization of the Colored Military Company in Boston, accidentally omitted from the body of this work, is inserted here, though somewhat out of place, as a matter too important to be overlooked in a book of this character. The Massasoit Guards, a military company originating among some of the colored citizens of Boston, having been refused a loan of state arms, have equipped themselves in preparation for volunteer service. They do not wish to be considered a caste company, and hence invite to their ranks any citizens of good moral character who may wish to enroll their names. Many query, why call themselves Massasoit Guards? Why not Attucks Guards, after one of their own race, and the first martyr of American independence, on the 5th of March, 1770? Perhaps, as the name of Attucks has already been appropriated by colored military companies in New York and Cincinnati, they accepted Massasoit as their patron saint. He was one of those Indian chiefs who in early colonial times proved himself signally friendly to the interests of the old Bay State. Their pride of loyalty may have prompted the choice, though we believe a better selection could have been made. Still, if they are satisfied, the preferences of others are superfluous. We earnestly hope they will revive the efforts for erasing the word white from the military clauses in the statute book, for until that is accomplished, their manhood and citizenship are under prescription. End of omission. End of author's preface. Chapter 1, Part 1, of the Colored Patriots of the American Revolution, by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 1. Massachusetts. Crispus Attucks, Colored Americans on Bunker Hill. Seymour Burr, Jeremy Jonah, a brave colored artillerist. Governor Hancock's flag. Big Dick. Primus Hall. James and Hosea Easton. Job Lewis. Quack Matrick. Jack Grove. Bosun Wright. Petitions of colored men in old colony times. Legislative action on slavery. Mum Bett. Governor Hancock against kidnapping. Paul Cuffe, etc., etc. On the 5th of March, 1851, the following petition was presented to the Massachusetts legislature, asking for an appropriation of $1,500 for the erection of a monument to the memory of Crispus Attucks, the first martyr in the Boston Massacre of March 5, 1770. To the Honorable, the Senate and House of Representatives of the State of Massachusetts, in General Court assembled. The undersigned, citizens of Boston, respectfully ask that an appropriation of $1,500 may be made by your honorable body for a monument to be erected to the memory of Crispus Attucks, the first martyr of the American Revolution. William Cooper Nell, Charles Lennox Raymond, Henry Whedon, Lewis Hayden, Frederick G. Barbados, Joshua B. Smith, Lemuel Burr. Boston, February 22, 1851. This petition was referred to the Committee on Military Affairs, who granted a hearing to the petitioners, in whose behalf appeared Wendell Phillips, Esquire, and William Cooper Nell, but finally submitted an adverse report on the ground that a boy, Christopher Snyder, was previously killed. Admitting this fact, which was the result of a very different scene from that in which Attucks fell, it does not offset the claims of Attucks and those who made the 5th of March famous in our annals as the day which history selects as the dawn of the American Revolution. Boda's History and Hugh's Reminiscences, the Tea Party survivor, established the fact that the colored man, Attucks, was of and with the people, and was never regarded otherwise. Boda, in speaking of the scenes of the 5th of March, says, quote, "The people were greatly exasperated. The multitude ran towards King Street crying, 'Let us drive out these ribolds, they have no business here.' The rioters rushed furiously towards the custom house. They approached the sentinel crying, 'Kill him, kill him.' They assaulted him with snowballs, pieces of ice, and whatever they could lay their hands upon. The guard were then called and, in marching to the custom house, they encountered," continues Boda, "a band of the populace, led by a mulatto named Attucks, who brandished their clubs and pelted them with snowballs. The maledictions, the imprecations, the execrations of the multitude were horrible. In the midst of a torrent of invective from every quarter, the military were challenged to fire. The populace advanced to the points of their bayonets. The soldiers appeared like statues, the cries, the howlings, the menaces, the violent din of bells still sounding the alarm, increased the confusion and the horrors of these moments. At length, the mulatto and 12 of his companions, pressing forward, environed the soldiers, and striking their muskets with their clubs, cried to the multitude, 'Be not afraid, they dare not fire. Why do you hesitate? Why do you not kill them? Why not crush them at once?' The mulatto lifted his arm against Captain Preston, and having turned one of the muskets, he seized the bayonet with his left hand, as if he intended to execute his threat. At this moment, confusing cries were heard, 'The wretches dare not fire.' Firing succeeds. Attucks is slain. The other discharges follow. 3 were killed, 5 severely wounded, and several others slightly." Attucks had formed the Patriots in Dock Square, from whence they marched up King Street, passing through the street up to the main guard, in order to make the attack. Attucks was killed by Montgomery, one of Captain Preston's soldiers. He had been foremost in resisting, and was first slain. As proof of a front engagement, he received 2 balls, one in each breast. John Adams, counsel for the soldiers, admitted that Attucks appeared to have undertaken to be the hero of the night, and to lead the people. He and Caldwell, not being residents of Boston, were both buried from Faneuil Hall. The citizens generally participated in the solemnities. The Boston Transcript of March 7, 1851, published an anonymous communication disparaging the whole affair, denouncing Crispus Attucks as a very firebrand of disorder and sedition, the most conspicuous, inflammatory, and uproarious of the misguided populace, and who, if he had not fallen a martyr, would richly have deserved hanging as an incendiary. See footnote. Begin footnote. The transcript of March 5, 1855, honorably alludes to Crispus Attucks. End footnote. If the leader, Attucks, deserved the epithets above applied, is it not a legitimate inference that the citizens who followed on are included, and hence should swing in his company on the gallows. If the leader and his patriot band were misguided, the distinguished orators who, in after days, commemorated the 5th of March must, indeed, have been misguided, and with them, the masses who were inspired by their eloquence, for John Hancock, in 1774, invokes the injured shades of Maverick, Gray, Caldwell, Attucks, Carr, and Judge Dawes, in 1775, thus alludes to the band of misguided incendiaries. Quote, "The provocation of that night must be numbered among the master springs, which gave the first motion to a vast machinery, a noble and comprehensive system of national independence." End quote. Ramsay's History of the American Revolution, Volume 1, page 22, says, quote, "The anniversary of the 5th of March was observed with great solemnity. Eloquent orators were successively employed to preserve the remembrance of it fresh in the mind. On these occasions, the blessings of liberty, the horrors of slavery, and the danger of a standing army were presented to the public view. These annual orations administered fuel to the fire of liberty, and kept it burning with an irresistible flame." End quote. The 5th of March continued to be celebrated for the above reasons, until the anniversary of the Declaration of American Independence was substituted in its place, and its orators were expected to honor the feelings and principles of the former as having given birth to the latter. On the 5th of March, 1776, Washington repaired to the entrenchments. "Remember," said he, "it is the 5th of March, and avenge the death of your brethren." In judging, then, of the merits of those who launched the American Revolution, we should not take counsel from the Tories of that or the present day, but rather heed the approving eulogy of Lovell, Hancock, and Warren. Welcome then be every taunt that such correspondents may fling at Attucks and his company, as the best evidence of their merits, and their strong claim upon our gratitude. Envy and the foe do not labor to traduce any but prominent champions of a cause. The rejection of the petition was to be expected, if we accept the axiom that a colored man never gets justice done him in the United States, except by mistake. The petitioners only asked for justice, and that the name of Crispus Attucks might be honored, as a grateful country honors other gallant Americans. And yet, let it be recorded, the same session of the legislature which had refused the Attucks monument, granted one to Isaac Davis, of Concord. Both were promoters of the American Revolution, but one was white, the other was black. And this is the only solution to the problem why justice was not fairly meted out. In April, 1851, Thomas Sims, a fugitive slave from Georgia, was returned to bondage from the city of Boston, and on Friday, June 2, 1854, Anthony Burns, a fugitive from Virginia, was dragged back to slavery, both marching over the very ground that Attucks trod. Among the allusions to the man, and the associations clustering around King Street of the past and State Street of the present, the following are selected. The first is from a speech of the Honorable Anson Burlingame in Faneuil Hall, October 13, 1852, on the rendition of Thomas Sims. Quote, "The conquering of our New England prejudices in favor of liberty does not pay. It does not pay, I submit, to put our fellow citizens under practical martial law, to beat the drum in our streets, to clothe our temples of justice in chains, and to creep along, by the light of the morning star, over the ground wet with the blood of Crispus Attucks, the noble colored man, who fell in King Street before the muskets of tyranny, away in the dawn of our revolution. Creep by Faneuil Hall, silent and dark, by the Green Dragon, where that noble mechanic, Paul Revere, once mustered the sons of liberty. Within sight of Bunker Hill, where was first unfurled the glorious banner of our country, creep along with funeral pace, bearing a brother, a man made in the image of God, not to the grave. Oh, that were merciful, for in the grave there is no work and no device, and the voice of a master never comes, but back to the degradation of a slavery which kills out of a living body an immortal soul. Oh, where is the man now, who took part in that mournful transaction, who would wish, looking back upon it, to avow it." End quote. Quote, "Thousands of agitated people came out to see the preacher, Burns, led off to slavery, over the spot where Hancock stood and Attucks fell." End quote. [Footnote: The Worcester Spy.] Quote, "And at high change, over the spot where on the 5th of March 1770 fell the first victim in the Boston Massacre, where the Negro blood of Crispus Attucks stained the ground. Over that spot, Boston authorities carried a citizen of Massachusetts to Alexandria as a slave." Footnote: Theodore Parker, June 4th. Quote, "A short distance from that sacred edifice, Faneuil Hall, and between it and the courthouse, where the disgusting rites of sacrificing a human being to slavery were lately performed, was the spot which was first moistened with American blood in resisting slavery, and among the first victims was a colored person." Footnote: The Honorable Charles Sumner's speech in Congress, June 28, 1854. Quote, "Nearly all those who had watched the trial of poor Burns, who heard his doom, saw the slave guard march from the courthouse, that had been closed so long, through State Street, swept as if by a pestilence, down to the vessel that, under our flag, bore him out of the bay the Pilgrims entered, into captivity, would rather have looked on a funeral procession, rather have heard the rattling of British guns again." Sad, shocking, was the sight of the harmless, innocent victim of all that mighty machinery, as he passed down Queen Street and King Street, all hung in mourning. Better to have seen the halter and the coffin for a criminal again paraded through our streets, than the cutlasses and the cannon for him. As he went down to the dock into which the tea was thrown, the spirits that lingered about the spots he passed vanished and fled, whilst dire and frightful images arose in their place. Footnote: Speech of Charles M. Ellis, one of Burns's counsel, July, 1854. End of chapter 1, part 1, of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 1, part 2, of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution, by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 1 continued. Massachusetts. Henry Hill. Colored Americans on Bunker Hill. Seymour Burr. Jeremy Jonah. A brave colored artillerist. Governor Hancock's flag. Big Dick. Henry Hill, a colored man and a Revolutionary soldier, died in Chillicothe on the 12th of August, 1833, aged 80 years. He was buried with the honors of war, a singular tribute of respect to the memory of a colored man, but no doubt richly merited in this case. Henry, I should infer from an obituary notice in the Chillicothe Advertiser, was at the Battle of Lexington, Brandywine, Monmouth, Princeton, and Yorktown. Swett, in his Sketches of Bunker Hill Battle, alludes to the presence of a colored man in that fight. He says, quote, "Major Pitcairn caused the first effusion of blood at Lexington. In that battle, his horse was shot under him, while he was separated from his troops. With presence of mind, he feigned himself slain, his pistols were taken from his holsters, and he was left for dead, when he seized the opportunity and escaped. He appeared at Bunker Hill and, says the historian, among those who mounted the works was the gallant Major Pitcairn, who exultantly cried out, 'The day is ours,' when a black soldier named Salem shot him through, and he fell. His agonized son received him in his arms, and tenderly bore him to the boats. A contribution was made in the army for the colored soldier, and he was presented to Washington as having performed this feat." See footnote. Begin footnote. In some engravings of the battle, this colored soldier occupies a prominent position, but in more recent editions, his figure is non est inventus. A significant, but inglorious omission. On some bills, however, of the Monumental Bank, Charlestown, and Freeman's Bank, Boston, his presence is manifest. End footnote. Besides Salem, there were quite a number of colored soldiers at Bunker Hill. Among them, Titus Coburn, Alexander Ames, and Barzillai Lew, all of Andover, and also Cato Howe, of Plymouth, each of whom received a pension. Lew was a fifer. His daughter, Mrs. Dalton, now lives within a few rods of the battlefield. Seymour Burr was a slave in Connecticut to a brother of Colonel Aaron Burr, from whom he derived his name. Though treated with much favor by his master, his heart yearned for liberty, and he seized an occasion to induce several of his fellow slaves to escape in a boat, intending to join the British, that they might become freemen, but being pursued by their owners, armed with the implements of death, they were compelled to surrender. Burr's master, contrary to his expectation, did not inflict corporal punishment, but reminded him of the kindness with which he had been treated, and asked what inducement he could have for leaving him. Burr replied that he wanted his liberty. His owner finally proposed that if he would give him the bounty money, he might join the American army, and at the end of the war be his own man. Burr, willing to make any sacrifice for his liberty, consented, and served faithfully during the campaign, attached to the 7th Regiment, commanded by Colonel, afterwards Governor Brooks, of Medford. He was present at the siege of Fort Catskill, and endured much suffering from starvation and cold. After some skirmishing, the army was relieved by the arrival of General Washington, who, as witnessed by him, shed tears of joy on finding them unexpectedly safe. Burr married one of the Ponkapog tribe of Indians, and settled in Canton, Massachusetts. He received a pension from government. His widow died in 1852, aged over 100 years. Jeremy Jonah served in the same regiment, Colonel Brooks's, at the same time with Seymour Burr. The two veterans used to make merry together in recounting their military adventures, especially the drill on one occasion, when Jonah stumbled over a stone heap, for which he was severely caned by the colonel. He drew a pension. Lemuel Burr, grandson of Seymour, a resident of Boston, often speaks of their reminiscences of Deborah Gannett. In confirmation of this part of their history, I give the following extract from the resolves of the General Court of Massachusetts during the session of 1791. 23. Resolve on the petition of Deborah Gannett, granting her £34 for services in the Continental Army, January 20th, 1792. On the petition of Deborah Gannett, praying for compensation for services performed in the late Army of the United States. Whereas, it appears to this court that the said Deborah Gannett enlisted, under the name of Robert Shirtliff, in Captain Webb's company, in the 4th Massachusetts Regiment, on May 20th, 1782, and did actually perform the duty of a soldier, in the late Army of the United States, to the 23rd day of October, 1783, for which she has received no compensation. And whereas, it further appears that the said Deborah exhibited an extraordinary instance of female heroism, by discharging the duties of a faithful, gallant soldier, and at the same time, preserving the virtue and chastity of her sex, unsuspected and unblemished, and was discharged from the service with a fair and honorable character. Therefore, resolved, that the treasurer of this Commonwealth be, and he hereby is, directed to issue his note to the said Deborah for the sum of £34, bearing interest from October 23, 1783. Joshua B. Smith has stated to me that he was present at a company of distinguished Massachusetts men, when the conversation turned upon the exploits of revolutionary times, and that the late Judge Story related an incident of a colored artillerist who, while having charge of a cannon with a white fellow soldier, was wounded in one arm. He immediately turned to his comrade, and proposed changing his position, exclaiming that he had yet one arm left, with which he could render some service to his country. The change proved fatal to the heroic soldier, for another shot from the enemy killed him upon the spot. Judge Story furnished other incidents of the bravery of colored soldiers, adding, that he had often thought them and their descendants too much neglected, considering the part they had sustained in the wars, and he regretted that he did not, in early life, gather the facts into a shape for general information. The late Governor Eustis of Massachusetts, the pride and boast of the democracy of the East, himself an active participant in the war, and therefore a most competent witness, states that the free colored soldiers entered the ranks with the whites. The time of those who were slaves was purchased of their masters, and they were induced to enter the service in consequence of a law of Congress, by which, on condition of their serving in the ranks during the war, they were made freemen. This hope of liberty inspired them with fresh courage to oppose their breasts to the Hessian bayonet at Red Bank, and enabled them to endure with fortitude the cold and famine of Valley Forge. At the close of the Revolutionary War, John Hancock presented the colored company, called the Bucks of America, with an appropriate banner, bearing his initials, as a tribute to their courage and devotion throughout the struggle. The Bucks, under the command of Colonel Middleton, were invited to a collation in the neighboring town and en route were requested to halt in front of the Hancock Mansion in Beacon Street, where the governor and his son united in the above presentation. Lydia Maria Child gives the following sketch of Colonel Middleton, commander of the Bucks. Quote, Colonel Middleton was not a very good specimen of the colored man. He was an old horsebreaker who owned a house that he inhabited at the end of Belknap Street. He was greatly respected by his own people, and his house was thronged with company. His morals were questioned. He was passionate, intemperate, and profane. We lived opposite to him for 5 years. During all this time, my father treated this old Negro with uniform kindness. He had a natural compassion for the ignorant and the oppressed, and I never knew him fail to lift his hat to this old neighbor, and audibly say, with much suavity, "How do you do, Colonel Middleton?" or "Good morning, Colonel." My father would listen to the dissonant sounds that came from an old violin that the Colonel played on every summer's evening, and was greatly amused at his power in subduing meddlesome colts. He would walk over and compliment the Colonel on his skill in his hazardous employment, and the Colonel would, when thus praised, urge the untamed animal to some fearful caper to show off his own bold daring. Our Negroes for many years were allowed peacefully to celebrate the abolition of the slave trade, but it became a frolic with the white boys to deride them on this day, and finally they determined to drive them on these occasions from the common. The colored people became greatly incensed at this mockery of their festival, and this infringement on their liberty, and a rumor reached us, on one of these anniversaries, that they were determined to resist the whites, and were going armed with this intention. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a shout of a beginning fray reached us. Soon, terrified children and women ran down Belknap Street, pursued by white boys, who enjoyed their fright. The sounds of battle approached, clubs and brickbats were flying in all directions. At this crisis, Colonel Middleton opened his door, armed with a loaded musket, and in a loud voice, shrieked death to the first white who should approach. Hundreds of human beings, white and black, were pouring down the street, the blacks making but a feeble resistance, the odds in numbers and spirit being against them. Colonel Middleton's voice could be heard above every other, urging his party to turn and resist to the last. His appearance was terrific, his musket was leveled, ready to sacrifice the first white man that came within its range. The colored party, shamed by his reproaches, and fired by his example, rallied, and made a short show of resistance. Captain Winslow Lewis and my father determined to try and quell this tumult. Captain Lewis valiantly grappled with the ringleaders of the whites, and my father coolly surveyed the scene from his own door, and instantly determined what to do. He calmly approached Colonel Middleton, who called to him to stop, or he was a dead man. I can still see my father at this distance of time, and never can forget the feelings his family expressed, as they saw him still approaching this armed man. He put aside his musket, and with his countenance all serenity, said a few soothing words to the Colonel, who burst into tears, put up his musket, and with great emotion exclaimed, loud enough for us to hear across the street, "I will do it for you have always been kind to me," and retired to his own house, and shut his door upon the scene. End quote. When a boy living in West Boston, I was familiar with the person of Big Dick, and have heard the following account of him, which is taken from the Boston Patriot, confirmed. It is not wholly out of place in this collection. Richard Sievers, said that journal, a few days after his decease, quote, was a man of mighty mold. A short time previous to his death, he measured 6 foot 5 inches in height, and attracted much attention when seen in the street. He was born in Salem, or vicinity, and when about 16 years old, went to England, where he entered the British Navy. When the War of 1812 broke out, he would not fight against his country, gave himself up as an American citizen, and was made a prisoner of war. Quote, a surgeon on board an American privateer, who experienced the tender mercies of the British government in Dartmoor prison, during the War of 1812, makes honorable mention of King Dick, as he was there called. Quote, There are about 450 Negroes in prison number 4, and this assemblage of blacks affords many curious anecdotes, and much matter for speculation. These blacks have a ruler among them, whom they call King Dick. He is by far the largest, and I suspect, the strongest man in the prison. He is 6 foot 5 inches in height, and proportionably large. This black Hercules commands respect, and his subjects tremble in his presence. He goes the rounds every day, and visits every berth to see if they are all kept clean. When he goes the rounds, he puts on a large bearskin cap, and carries in his hand a huge club. If any of his men are dirty, drunken, or grossly negligent, he threatens them with a beating, and if they are saucy, they are sure to receive one. They have several times conspired against him, and attempted to dethrone him, but he has always conquered the rebels. One night, several attacked him, while asleep in his hammock. He sprang up and seized the smallest of them by his feet, and thumped another with him. The poor Negro who had thus been made a beetle of, was carried next day to the hospital, sadly bruised, and provokingly laughed at. This ruler of the blacks, this King Richard IV, is a man of good understanding, and he exercises it to a good purpose. If any one of his color cheats, defrauds, or steals from his comrades, he is sure to be punished for it." End quote. Charles Bowles, says his biographer, the Reverend John W. Lewis, quote, was born in Boston 1761. His father was an African. His mother was a daughter of the celebrated Colonel Morgan, who was distinguished as an officer in the Rifle Corps of the American Army during the Revolutionary struggle for independence. At the early age of 12, he was placed in the family of a Tory, but his young heart did not fancy his new situation, for at the tender age of 14, we find him serving in the Colonial Army, in the capacity of waiter to an officer. He remained in this situation for 2 years, and then enlisted, a mere boy, in the American Army, to risk his life in defense of the holy cause of liberty. He served during the entire war, after which he went to New Hampshire and engaged in agricultural pursuits. He succeeded in drawing a pension, became a Baptist preacher, and died March 16, 1843, aged 82. End quote. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 1, Part 3, of the Colored Patriots of the American Revolution, by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 1, continued. Massachusetts. Primus Hall, a native Bostonian, was the son of Prince Hall, founder of the Masonic Lodge of that name in Boston. Primus Hall was long known to the citizens as a soap boiler. Besides his revolutionary services, he was among those who, in the War of 1812, repaired to Castle Island, in Boston Harbor, to assist in building fortifications. The following anecdote of Primus is extracted from Godey's Lady's Book for June, 1849, to which it was communicated by the Reverend Henry F. Harrington. Quote, "Throughout the Revolutionary War, Primus Hall was the body servant of Colonel Pickering, of Massachusetts. He was free and communicative, and delighted to sit down with an interested listener, and pour out those stories of absorbing and exciting anecdotes, with which his memory was stored. Quote, it is well known that there was no officer in the whole American army whose memory was dearer to Washington, and whose counsel was more esteemed by him, than that of the honest and patriotic Colonel Pickering. He was on intimate terms with him, and unbosomed himself to him with as little reserve as, perhaps, to any confidant in the army. Whenever he was stationed within such a distance as to admit of it, he passed many hours with the Colonel, consulting him upon anticipated measures, and delighting in his reciprocated friendship. Quote, Washington was, therefore, often brought into contact with the servant of Colonel Pickering, the departed Primus. An opportunity was afforded to the Negro to note him, under circumstances very different from those in which he is usually brought before the public, and which possess, therefore, a striking charm. I remember 2 of these anecdotes from the mouth of Primus. One of them is very slight indeed, yet so peculiar as to be replete with interest. The authenticity of both may be fully relied upon. Quote, Washington once came into Colonel Pickering's quarters and found him absent. Quote, It is no matter, said he to Primus. I am greatly in need of exercise. You must help me to get some before your master returns. End quote. Quote, Under Washington's directions, the Negro busied himself in some simple preparations. A stake was driven into the ground about breast high, a rope tied to it, and then Primus was desired to stand at some distance and hold it horizontally extended. The boys, the country over, are familiar with this plan of getting sport. With true boyish zest, Washington ran forwards and backwards for some time, jumping over the rope as he came and went, until he expressed himself satisfied with the exercise. End quote. Quote, Repeatedly afterwards, when a favorable opportunity offered, he would say, Come, Primus, I am in need of exercise. Whereat the Negro would drive down the stake, and Washington would jump over the rope until he had exerted himself to his content. Quote, On the second occasion, the great general was engaged in earnest consultation with Colonel Pickering in his tent, until after the night had fairly set in. Headquarters were at a considerable distance, and Washington signified his preference to staying with the colonel overnight, provided he had a spare blanket and straw. Quote, Oh yes, said Primus, who was appealed to. Plenty of straw and blankets, plenty. End quote. Quote, Upon this assurance, Washington continued his conference with the colonel until it was time to retire to rest. 2 humble beds were spread, side by side, in the tent, and the officers laid themselves down, while Primus seemed to be busy with duties that required his attention before he himself could sleep. He worked, or appeared to work, until the breathing of the prostrate gentleman satisfied him that they were sleeping, and then, seated himself upon a box or stool, he leaned his head on his hands to obtain such repose as so inconvenient a position would allow. In the middle of the night, Washington awoke. He looked about, and descried the Negro as he sat. He gazed at him a while, and then spoke. Primus, said he, calling, Primus. Primus started up and rubbed his eyes. What, General? Said he. Washington rose up in his bed. Primus, said he, quote, What did you mean by saying that you had blankets and straw enough? Here you have given up your blanket and straw to me, that I may sleep comfortably, while you are obliged to sit through the night. End quote. Quote, It's nothing, General, said Primus. It's nothing. I'm well enough. Don't trouble yourself about me, General, but go to sleep again. No matter about me. I sleep very good. End quote. Quote, But it is matter, said Washington earnestly. I cannot do it, Primus. If either is to sit up, I will. But I think there is no need of either sitting up. The blanket is wide enough for 2. Come and lie down here with me. End quote. Quote, Oh no, General, said Primus, startling, and protesting against the proposition. No, let me sit here. I'll do very well on the stool. End quote. Quote, I say, come and lie down here, said Washington authoritatively. There is room for both, and I insist upon it. End quote. Quote, He threw open the blanket as he spoke, and moved to one side of the straw. Primus professes to have been exceedingly shocked at the idea of lying under the same covering with the commander-in-chief, but his tone was so resolute and determined that he could not hesitate. He prepared himself, therefore, and laid himself down by Washington, and on the same straw, and under the same blanket, the general and the Negro servant slept until morning. End quote. End of chapter 1, part 3. Chapter 1, Part 4 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 1, continued. Massachusetts. James and Hosea Easton, Job Lewis, Quack Matrick, Jack Grove, Bosun Wright. James Easton, of Bridgewater, was one who participated in the erection of the fortifications on Dorchester Heights, under command of Washington, which the next morning so greatly surprised the British soldiers then encamped in Boston. Mr. Easton was a manufacturing blacksmith, and his forge and nail factory, where were also made edge tools and anchors, was extensively known for its superiority of workmanship. Much of the ironwork for the Tremont Theatre and Boston Marine Railway was executed under his supervision. Mr. Easton was self-educated. When a young man, stipulating for work, he always provided for chances of evening study. He was always welcome to the business circles of Boston as a man of strict integrity, and the many who resorted to him for advice in complicated matters styled him the Black Lawyer. His sons, Caleb, Joshua, Sylvanus, and Hosea, inherited his mechanical genius and mental ability. The family were victims, however, to the spirit of color phobia, then rampant in New England, and were persecuted even to the dragging out of some of the family from the Orthodox Church, in which, on its enlargement, a porch had been erected exclusively for colored people. After this disgraceful occurrence, the Eastons left the church. They afterwards purchased a pew in the Baptist church at Stoughton Corner, which excited a great deal of indignation. Not succeeding in their attempt to have the bargain canceled, the people tarred the pew. The next Sunday, the family carried seats in the wagon. The pew was then pulled down, but the family sat in the aisle. These indignities were continued until the separation of the family. Hosea Easton published a treatise on the intellectual condition of the colored people, in which was shown the heart of a philanthropist and the head of a philosopher. His work did great execution among those who proclaim the innate inferiority of colored men. Here is a chapter from his experience. Quote, I, as an individual, have had a sufficient opportunity to know something about prejudice and its destructive effects. At an early period of my life, I was extensively engaged in mechanism, associated with a number of other colored men, of master spirits and great minds. The enterprise was followed for about 20 years perseveringly, in direct opposition to public sentiment and the tide of popular prejudice. So intent were the parties in carrying out the principles of intelligent, active freemen, that they sacrificed every thought of comfort and ease to the object. The most rigid economy was adhered to, at home and abroad. A regular school was established for the youth connected with the factory, the rules of morality were supported with surprising assiduity, and ardent spirits found no place in the establishment. After the expenditure of this vast amount of labor and time, together with many thousands of dollars, the enterprise ended in a total failure. By reason of the repeated surges of the tide of prejudice, the establishment, like a ship in a boisterous hurricane at sea, went beneath the waves, richly laden, well manned and well managed, sank to rise no more. It fell, and with it fell the hearts of several of its projectors in despair, and their bodies into their graves. Quack Matrick, of Stoughton Corner, was a regular Revolutionary soldier, and drew a pension. Job Lewis, of Lancaster, formerly a slave, enlisted for 2 terms of 3 years each, and a third time for the remainder of the war. He died in November, 1797. His son, Joel W. Lewis, when a boy, was very persevering in study, and as he depended mainly upon himself, when away from a brief country school term, busied himself for 7 weeks in solving one complicated lesson in arithmetic. Mr. Lewis is now proprietor of an extensive blacksmithing establishment in Boston, where he gives employment to several white and colored mechanics. Prince Richards, of East Bridgewater, was a pensioned Revolutionary soldier. While a slave, he learned to write with a charred stick, thus evincing a burning desire to improve, even against the command of his self-styled owner. Philip Andrews, a colored man, was drowned in Ludlow on the 30th of May, 1842. He was over 80 years of age. He was the servant of a captain of the British Army in the Revolution and, at the age of 16, deserted to the American Army and has remained in this country ever since. Jack Grove, of Portland, while steward of a brig sailing from the West Indies to Portland in 1812, was taken by a French vessel whose commander placed a guard on board. Jack urged his commander to make an effort to retake the vessel, but the captain saw no hope. Says Jack, quote, Captain McClellan, I can take her, if you will let me go ahead. End quote. The captain checked him, warning him not to lisp such a word. There was danger in it, but Jack, disappointed, though not daunted, rallied the men on his own hook. Captain McClellan and the rest, inspired by his example, finally joined them, and the attempt resulted in victory. They weighed anchor and took the vessel into Portland. The owners of the brig offered Jack 50 hogsheads of molasses for his valor and patriotism, but Jack demanded one half of the brig, which being denied him, he commenced a suit, engaging 2 Boston lawyers on his behalf. I have not been able to learn how the case was decided, if, indeed, a decision has yet been made. Boston Wright resided in Massachusetts upward of 80 years, and could well remember when the British burned the town of Portland. He assisted in building 2 of the forts, and parted with 2 of his companions on their way to join the American army. He was a taxpayer for more than 50 years. Boston said that one Mayberry, a slave from Gorham, saw a British sailor in the act of setting fire to the old parish church, now the first parish in Portland, when he, Mayberry, seized him, and carried him before the leading men, who, being Tories, ordered the sailor's discharge. Being one afternoon on a sailing excursion down Portland Harbor, Boston directed attention to the fort as not being properly located, indicating the spot which he would have selected. Some years after, when President Monroe visited the Eastern States, the same observation was made by him, and the same spot pointed out as had been by Boston Wright. One of his acquaintances, a colored soldier at the Battle of Saratoga, walked up quite elated to Cornwallis after his surrender, saying, quote, "You used to be named Cornwallis, but it is Cornwallis no longer. It must now be Cobwallis, for General Washington has shelled off all the corn." End quote. End of chapter 1, part 4. Chapter 1, part 5, of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution, by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 1, continued. Massachusetts. Colonial Reminiscences. Extract from the speech of Honorable Charles Sumner, of Massachusetts, in reply to Senator Butler, of South Carolina, in the Senate of the United States, June 28, 1854. Quote, "Sir, slavery never flourished in Massachusetts, nor did it ever prevail there at any time, even in early colonial days, to such a degree as to be a distinctive feature in her powerful civilization. Her few slaves were merely for a term of years, or for life. If, in point of fact, their issue was sometimes held in bondage, it was never by sanction of any statute law of colony or commonwealth. See Lanesborough v. Westfield, 16, Massachusetts, 73. In all her annals, no person was ever born a slave on the soil of Massachusetts. This of itself is a response to the imputation of the senator. Quote, a benign and brilliant act of her legislature, as far back as 1646, shows her sensibility on this subject. A Boston ship had brought home 2 negroes, seized on the coast of Guinea. Thus spoke Massachusetts. Quote, the General Court, conceiving themselves bound by the first opportunity to bear witness against the heinous and crying sin of man-stealing, also, to prescribe such timely redress for what is past, and such a law for the future as may sufficiently deter all those belonging to us to have to do in such vile and most odious conduct, justly abhorred of all good and just men, do order that the Negro interpreter, with others unlawfully taken, be, by the first opportunity, at the charge of the country, for the present, sent to his native country of Guinea, and a letter with him of the indignation of the court, thereabout and justice thereof. End quote. Quote, the colony that could issue this noble decree was inconsistent with itself, when it allowed its rocky face to be pressed by the footsteps of a single slave. But a righteous public opinion earnestly and constantly set its face against slavery. As early as 1701, a vote was entered upon the records of Boston to the following effect. Quote, the representatives are desired to promote the encouraging the bringing of white servants, and to put a period to Negroes being slaves. End quote. Perhaps, in all history, This is the earliest testimony from any official body against Negro slavery, and I thank God that it came from Boston, my native town. In 1705, a heavy duty was imposed upon every Negro imported into the province. In 1712, the importation of Indians as servants or slaves was strictly forbidden, but the general subject of slavery attracted little attention, till the beginning of the controversy which ended in the Revolution, when the rights of the blacks were blended by all true patriots with those of the whites. Sparing all unnecessary details, suffice it to say, that as early as 1769, one of the courts of Massachusetts, anticipating, by several years, the renowned judgment in Somerset's case, established within its jurisdiction the principle of emancipation, and under its touch of magic power, changed a slave into a freeman. Similar decisions followed in other places." An author, who signs himself Old Style Freeman, says that, "The contest commenced in 1761, in the town of Boston, in the old courthouse, in the masterly speech of James Otis against the writs of assistance. He boldly asserted the rights, not only of the white, but of the black man. Our colonial charters make no difference between black and white colonists." Massachusetts passed resolutions in 1764, in which the rights of all colonists were declared, without respect to mark or color, and James Otis, under the sanction of the House of Representatives, published his work on the rights of the British colonies, in which it was declared that all the colonists are, by the law of nature, "free born, as, indeed, all men are, white or black, nor can any logical inference in aid of slavery," said Otis, "be drawn from a flat nose or a long or short face." June 23, 1773, the following petition was presented to the General Court, which was read and referred to the next session. Petition of Slaves in Boston, Province of Massachusetts Bay. To His Excellency Thomas Hutchinson, Esquire, Governor. To the Honorable, His Majesty's Council, and to the Honorable House of Representatives, in General Court assembled at Boston, the 6th day of January, 1773. The humble petition of many slaves living in the town of Boston, and other towns in the province, is this, namely: that your Excellency and Honors, and the Honorable, the Representatives, would be pleased to take their unhappy state and condition under your wise and just consideration. We desire to bless God, who loves mankind, who sent his Son to die for their salvation, and who is no respecter of persons, that he hath lately put it into the hearts of multitudes, on both sides of the water, to bear our burdens, some of whom are men of great note and influence, who have pleaded our cause with arguments, which we hope will have their weight with this honorable court. We presume not to dictate to your Excellency and Honors, being willing to rest our cause on your humanity and justice, yet would beg leave to say a word or two on this subject. Although some of the Negroes are vicious, who, doubtless, may be punished and restrained by the same laws which are in force against others of the King's subjects, there are many others of a quite different character, and who, if made free, would soon be able, as well as willing, to bear a part in the public charges. Many of them, of good natural parts, are discreet, sober, honest, and industrious, and may it not be said of many, that they are virtuous and religious, although their condition is in itself so unfriendly to religion, and every moral virtue, except patience. How many of that number have there been, and now are, in this province, who had every day of their lives embittered with this most intolerable reflection, that, let their behavior be what it will, neither they nor their children, to all generations, shall ever be able to do, or to possess and enjoy anything, no, not even life itself, but in a manner as the beasts that perish. We have no property, we have no wives, we have no children, we have no city, no country, but we have a Father in heaven, and we are determined, as far as his grace shall enable us, and as far as our degraded condition and contemptuous life will admit, to keep all his commandments, especially will we be obedient to our masters, so long as God, in his sovereign providence, shall suffer us to be holden in bondage. It would be impudent, if not presumptuous, in us, to suggest to your Excellency and Honors, any law or laws proper to be made in relation to our unhappy state, which, although our greatest unhappiness is not our fault, and this gives us great encouragement to pray and hope for such relief, as is consistent with your wisdom, justice, and goodness. We think ourselves very happy that we may thus address the great and general court of this province, which great and good court is to us the best judge, under God, of what is wise, just, and good. We humbly beg leave to add but this one thing more. We pray for such relief only, which by no possibility can ever be productive of the least wrong or injury to our masters, but to us will be as a life from the dead. In January 1774, a bill was brought in, which passed all the forms in the two houses, and was laid before Governor Hutchinson for his approval, March 8th. The negroes had deputed a committee respectfully to solicit the governor's consent, but he told them that his instructions forbade. His successor, General Gage, gave them the same answer when they waited on him. The blacks had better success in the judicial court. A pamphlet containing the case of a negro who had accompanied his master from the West Indies to England, and had there sued for and obtained his freedom, was reprinted here, and this encouraged several others to sue their masters for their freedom and recompense for their services. The first trial of this kind was in 1770. James, a servant of Richard Lechmere, of Cambridge, brought an action against his master for detaining him in bondage. The negroes collected money among themselves to carry on the suit, and the verdict was in favor of the plaintiff. Other suits were instituted between that time and the Revolution, and the juries invariably gave their verdicts in favor of liberty. During the Revolutionary War, public opinion was so strongly in favor of the abolition of slavery that, in some of the country towns, votes were passed in town meetings that they would have no slaves among them, and that they would not exact of the masters any bonds for the maintenance of liberated blacks, should they become incapable of supporting themselves. A liberty-loving antiquarian copied the following from the Suffolk probate record, and published it in the Boston Liberator, February, 1847. Quote, "Know all men by these presents, that I, Jonathan Jackson, of Newburyport, in the county of Essex, gentlemen, in consideration of the impropriety I feel, and have long felt, in beholding any person in constant bondage, more especially at a time when my country is so warmly contending for the liberty every man ought to enjoy, and having some time since promised my negro man, Pomp, that I would give him his freedom, and in further consideration of 5 shillings, paid me by said Pomp, I do hereby liberate, manumit, and set him free, and I do hereby remiss and release unto said Pomp all demands of whatever nature I have against said Pomp. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and seal, this 19th June, 1776. Jonathan Jackson. Witness, Mary Coburn, William Noyes." It only remains to say a word respecting the two parties to the foregoing instrument. Jonathan Jackson, of Newburyport, we well remember to have heard spoken of, in our younger days, by honored lips, as a most upright and thorough gentleman of the old school, possessing talents and character of the first standing. He was the first collector of the port of Boston, under Washington's administration, and was treasurer of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for many years, and died in 1810. A tribute to his memory and his worth, said to be from the pen of the late John Lowell, appeared in the Columbian Sentinel, March 10, 1810. His immediate descendants have long resided in this city, are extensively known, and is widely and justly honored. Pomp took the name of his late master upon his emancipation, and soon after enlisted in the army, as Pomp Jackson, served through the whole war of the Revolution, and obtained an honorable discharge at its termination. He afterwards settled in Andover, near a pond still known as Pomp's Pond, where some of his descendants yet live. In this case of emancipation, it appears, instead of quote, "cutting his master's throat," end quote, he only slashed the throats of his country's enemies. Rev. Charles Lowell, in a letter to the Boston Courier, May 17, 1847, says, quote, "I well remember, myself, when I was a boy at Andover Academy, being often told by an intelligent old black man who sold buns, that my father was the friend of the blacks, and the cause of their being freed, or something to that effect, and that I often had a bun or two extra on that account. I may further state, that in October, 1773, an action was brought against Richard Greenleaf of Newburyport by Caesar Hendrick, a colored man, whom he claimed as his slave, for holding him in bondage. He laid the damages at £50. The counsel for the plaintiff, in whose favor the jury brought in their verdict, and awarded him £18, damages and costs, was John Lowell, Esquire, afterwards Judge Lowell." Footnote: Coffin's History of Newbury, page 339. From the archives in the State House, I have gleaned many petitions and resolves of Revolutionary times, on questions concerning the rights of Massachusetts colored citizens, some of which I have deemed of sufficient historical value to be recorded in this volume. Legislative action to redeem 2 slaves. I find the following resolution on the records of the House of Representatives, September 13, 1776. The Council concurred, September 16, 1776. Whereas, this House is credibly informed that 2 Negro men, lately brought into this state as prisoners taken on the high seas, are advertised to be sold at Salem, the 17th of this month, by public auction. Resolved, that the selling and enslaving the human species is a direct violation of the natural rights alike vested in all men by their Creator, and utterly inconsistent with the avowed principles on which this and the other United States have carried their struggles on for liberty, even to the last appeal, and therefore, that all persons concerned with the said negroes be, and they hereby are, forbidden to sell them, or in any manner to treat them other way than is already ordered for the treatment of prisoners of war taken in the same vessel, or others in the like employ, and if any sale of the said negroes shall be made, it is hereby declared null and void. An Act for preventing the practice of holding persons as slaves, A.D. 1777. Whereas, the practice of holding Africans and the children born of them, or any other persons, in slavery, is unjustifiable in a civil government, at a time when they are asserting their natural freedom. Wherefore, for preventing such a practice for the future, and establishing to every person residing within the state the invaluable blessing of liberty, be it enacted, by the Council and House of Representatives, in General Court assembled, and by the authority of the same, that all persons, whether black or other complexion, above 21 years of age, now held in slavery, shall, from and after the day of next, be free from any subjection to any master or mistress, who have claimed their servitude by right of purchase, heirship, free gift or otherwise, and they are hereby entitled to all the freedom, rights, privileges, and immunities that do, or ought to of right, belong to any of the subjects of this state, any usage or custom to the contrary notwithstanding. And be it enacted, by the authority aforesaid, that all written deeds, bargains, sales or conveyances, or contracts, without writing whatsoever, for conveying or transferring any property in any person, or to the service and labor of any person whatsoever, of more than 21 years of age, to a third person, except by order of some court of record for some crime that has been, or hereafter shall be made, or by their own voluntary contract for a term not exceeding 7 years, shall be and hereby are declared null and void. And whereas, diverse persons now have in their services negroes, mulattoes, or others who have been deemed their slaves or property, and who are now incapable of earning their living by reason of age or infirmities, and may be desirous of continuing in the service of their masters or mistresses, be it therefore enacted, by the authority aforesaid, that whatever negro or mulatto, who shall be desirous of continuing in the service of his master or mistress, and shall voluntarily declare the same, before 2 justices of the county in which said master or mistress resides, shall have a right to continue in the service, and to a maintenance from their master or mistress, and if they are incapable of earning their living, shall be supported by the said master or mistress, or their heirs, during the lives of said servants, anything in this act to the contrary notwithstanding. Provided, nevertheless, that nothing in this act shall be understood to prevent any master of a vessel or other person from bringing into this state any persons, not Africans, from any other part of the world, except the United States of America, and selling their service for a term of time not exceeding 5 years, if 21 years of age, or if under 21, not exceeding the time when he or she so brought into the state, shall be 26 years of age, to pay for and in consideration of the transportation and other charges, said master of vessel or other person may have been at, agreeable to contracts made with the person so transported, or their parents or guardians in their behalf, before they are brought from their own country. Ordered to lie until second session of the General Court. Footnote, Volume 7, Revolutionary Resolves. Second petition of Massachusetts slaves. The petition of a great number of negroes, who are detained in a state of slavery in the very bowels of a free and Christian country, humbly showing that your petitioners apprehend that they have, in common with all other men, a natural and inalienable right to that freedom, which the great Parent of the universe hath bestowed equally on all mankind, and which they have never forfeited by any compact or agreement whatever. But they were unjustly dragged by the cruel hand of power from their dearest friends, and some of them even torn from the embraces of their tender parents, from a populous, pleasant, and plentiful country, and in violation of the laws of nature and of nations, and in defiance of all the tender feelings of humanity, brought hither to be sold like beasts of burden, and, like them, condemned to slavery for life, among a people possessing the mild religion of Jesus, a people not insensible of the sweets of national freedom, nor without a spirit to resent the unjust endeavors of others, to reduce them to a state of bondage and subjection. Your honors need not be informed that a life of slavery like that of your petitioners, deprived of every social privilege, of everything requisite to render life even tolerable, is far worse than non-existence. In imitation of the laudable example of the good people of these states, your petitioners have long and patiently waited the event of petition after petition, by them presented to the legislative body of this state, and cannot but with grief reflect that their success has been but too similar. They cannot but express their astonishment that it has never been considered, that every principle from which America has acted, in the course of her unhappy difficulties with Great Britain, bears stronger than 1,000 arguments in favor of your humble petitioners. They therefore humbly beseech your honors to give their petition its due weight and consideration, and cause an act of the legislature to be passed, whereby they may be restored to the enjoyment of that freedom, which is the natural right of all men, and their children, who were born in this land of liberty, may not be held as slaves after they arrive at the age of 21 years. So may the inhabitants of this state, no longer chargeable with the inconsistency of acting themselves the part, which they condemn and oppose in others, be prospered in their glorious struggles for liberty, and have those blessings secured to them by heaven, of which benevolent minds cannot wish to deprive their fellow men. And your petitioners, as in duty bound, shall ever pray. Lancaster Hill, Peter Bess, Brister Slenfin, Prince Hall, Jack Pierpont, Nero Finello, Newport Sumner. In 1778, Lieutenant Thomas Kench presented a petition to the legislature asking for the appointment of a colored regiment. The legislature responded thus: State of Massachusetts Bay. The committee of both houses upon the letter of Thomas Kench, with other papers accompanying it, have attended to that service, and report that there be one regiment of volunteers raised, as soon as possible, to serve during the war, to consist of the same number of officers and privates as those of a continental regiment, that one sergeant in each company, and every higher officer in said regiment, shall be white men, and that all the other sergeants, inferior officers, and privates shall be negroes, mulattoes, or Indians. At a later date, Lieutenant Kench addressed the following letter to the Council. To the Honorable Council. The letter that I wrote before I heard of the disturbance with Colonel Seaver, Mr. Spear, and a number of other gentlemen, concerning the freedom of negroes, in Congress Street. It is a pity that riots should be committed on the occasion, as it is justified that negroes should have their freedom, and none among us be held as slaves, as freedom and liberty is the grand controversy that we are contending for, and I trust, under the smiles of divine providence, we shall obtain it, if all our minds can be united, and putting the negroes into the service will prevent much uneasiness, and give more satisfaction to those that are offended at the thoughts of their servants being free. I will not enlarge, for fear I should give offense, but subscribe myself. Your faithful servant, Thomas Kench. Castle Island, April 7, 1778. Formation of a colored regiment in Rhode Island. State of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, in General Assembly, February Session, 1778. Whereas, for the preservation of the rights and liberties of the United States, it is necessary that the whole power of government should be exerted in recruiting the Continental battalions, and, whereas, His Excellency, General Washington, hath enclosed to this state a proposal made to him by Brigadier General Varnum, to enlist into the 2 battalions raising by this state such slaves as should be willing to enter into the service, and, whereas, history affords us frequent precedents of the wisest, the freest, and bravest nations having liberated their slaves, and enlisted them as soldiers to fight in defense of their country, and also, whereas the enemy have, with great force, taken possession of the capital, and of a great part of this state, and this state is obliged to raise a very considerable number of troops for its own immediate defense, whereby it is in a manner rendered impossible for this state to furnish recruits for the said 2 battalions, without adopting the said measures so recommended. It is voted and resolved, that every able-bodied Negro, mulatto, or Indian manslave in this state may enlist into either of the said 2 battalions, to serve during the continuance of the present war with Great Britain, that every slave so enlisting shall be entitled to receive all the bounties, wages, and encouragements allowed by the Continental Congress to any soldiers enlisting into this service. It is further voted and resolved, that every slave so enlisting shall, upon his passing muster by Colonel Christopher Green, be immediately discharged from the service of his master or mistress, and be absolutely free, as though he had never been encumbered with any kind of servitude or slavery. And in case such slave shall, by sickness or otherwise, be rendered unable to maintain himself, he shall not be chargeable to his master or mistress, but shall be supported at the expense of the state. And, whereas, slaves have been by the laws deemed the property of their owners, and therefore compensation ought to be made to the owners for the loss of their service. It is further voted and resolved, that there be allowed and paid by this state to the owners, for every such slave so enlisting, a sum according to his worth, at a price not exceeding 120 pounds for the most valuable slave, and in proportion for a slave of less value, provided the owner of said slave shall deliver up to the officer who shall enlist him the clothes of the said slave, or otherwise he shall not be entitled to said sum. And for settling and ascertaining the value of such slaves, it is further voted and resolved, that a committee of 5 shall be appointed, to wit, 1 from each county, any 3 of whom to be a quorum, to examine the slaves who shall be so enlisted, after they shall have passed muster, and to set a price upon each slave, according to his value as aforesaid. It is further voted and resolved, that upon any able-bodied Negro, mulatto, or Indian slave enlisting as aforesaid, the officer who shall enlist him, after he has passed muster as aforesaid, shall deliver a certificate thereof to the master or mistress of said Negro, mulatto, or Indian slave, which shall discharge him from the service of said master or mistress. It is further voted and resolved, that the committee who shall estimate the value of the slave aforesaid, shall give a certificate of the sum at which he may be valued to the owner of said slave, and the general treasurer of this state is hereby empowered and directed to give unto the owner of said slave his promissory note, for the sum of money at which he shall be valued as aforesaid, payable on demand, with interest, which shall be paid with the money from Congress. A true copy, examined. Henry Ward, Secretary. In 1782, a female slave named Belinda presented a petition to the legislature, in which she says, quote, "Although I have been a servant to a colonel 40 years, my labors have not procured me any comfort. I have not yet enjoyed the benefits of creation. With my poor daughter, I fear I shall pass the remainder of my days in slavery and misery. For her and myself, I beg freedom." End quote. End of chapter 1, part 5. Chapter 1, Part 6, of the Colored Patriots of the American Revolution, by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 1, Continued. Mum Bett. I extract the following account of this remarkable woman, from an address delivered in Stockbridge, Massachusetts, February 1831, by Theodore Sedgwick, Esquire, a son of Judge Sedgwick, who had the honor of judicially pronouncing the doom of slavery in Massachusetts, under her Bill of Rights. Quote, "We have arrived, by imperceptible degrees, to a point of elevation from which we look down and around, with a sense of superiority, as if the height had been attained by our unaided efforts, and without remembering or regarding the means whereby we ascended. We despise the abject African, because he does not at once leap up to the ascent, upon which we have been placed by circumstances, which we could no more control than he could have controlled his destiny. We should look at the subject in a different aspect. We should make all allowances for the different condition of the Africans and ourselves, give them credit for what they have done, and not reproach them for not doing what they had no means of doing. They have the same principle of buoyancy with ourselves, and the instant that the weight which depresses their level in society is taken off, they will rise and occupy the space which is left vacant for them. Such has been my acquaintance with individuals of this race, that I regard the pretense of original and natural superiority in the whites, very much as I regard the tales of ancient fables, setting forth the superior bodily strength of heroes. But for the care of one of this calumniated race, I should not now, probably, be living to give this testimony. A very slight sketch of the history of the person to whom I refer, may serve to illustrate this argument. Elizabeth Freeman, known afterwards by the name of Mum Bett, was born a slave, and lived in that condition 30 or 40 years. She first lived in Claverack, Columbia County, in the state of New York, in the family of a Mr. Hodgeboom. She was purchased at an early age by Colonel Ashley, of Sheffield, in the county of Berkshire, in the now Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In both these states, and I believe everywhere in the northern states, slavery existed in a very mitigated form. This is not so much to be ascribed to the superior humanity of the people, as to the circumstances of the case. The slaves were comparatively few. Society, except, perhaps, in the capitals, it was a state nearly primitive. The slaves were precluded from the table in but a few families. Their masters and mistresses wrought with the slaves. A great degree of familiarity necessarily resulted from this mode of life. Slavery in New York and New England was so marked that but a slight difference could be perceived in the condition of slaves and hired servants. The character of the slaves was molded accordingly. Sales were very rare. The same feeling which induces a father to retain a child in his family, or at least under his control, disinclined him from parting with his slave. There was little distinction of rank in the country. The younger slaves not only ate and drank, but played with the children. They thus became familiar companions with each other. The black women were cooks and nurses, and, as such, assisted by their mistresses. There was no great difference between the fare or clothing of black and white laborers. In this state of familiar intercourse, instances of cruelty were uncommon, and the minds of the slaves were not so much subdued, but that they caused a degree of indignation not much less than if committed upon a freeman. Under this condition of society, while Mum Bett resided in the family of Colonel Ashley, she received a severe wound in a generous attempt to shield her sister. Her mistress, in a fit of passion, resorted to a degree and mode of violence very uncommon in this country. She struck at the weak and timid girl with a heated kitchen shovel. Mum Bett interposed her arm, and received the blow, and she bore the honorable scar it left to the day of her death. The spirit of Mum Bett had not been broken down by ill usage. She resented the insult and outrage, as a white person would have done. She left the house, and neither commands nor entreaties could induce her to return. Her master, Colonel Ashley, resorted to the law to regain possession of his slave. This was shortly after the adoption of the Constitution of Massachusetts. The case was tried at Great Barrington. Mum Bett was declared free, it being, I believe, the first instance, or among the first instances, of the practical application of the declaration in the Massachusetts Bill of Rights, that, all men are born free and equal. The late Judge Sedgwick had a principal agency in her deliverance. She attached herself to his family as a servant. In that station she remained for many years, and was never entirely disconnected from his family. She was married when young. Her husband died soon after, in the Continental service of the Revolutionary War, leaving her with one child. During the residue of her life, she remained a widow. She died in December, 1829, at a very advanced age. She supposed herself to be nearly 100 years old. If there could be a practical refutation of the imagined natural superiority of our race to hers, the life and character of this woman would afford that refutation. She knew her station, and perfectly observed its decorum, yet she had nothing of the submissive or the subdued character which succumbs to superior force, and is the usual result of the state of slavery. On the contrary, without ever claiming superiority, she uniformly, in every case, obtained an ascendancy over all those with whom she was associated in service. Her spirit of fidelity to her employers was such as has never been surpassed. This was exemplified in her whole life. I can convey an idea of it only by the relation of a single incident. Quote, "The house of Mr. Sedgwick, in this town, Stockbridge, was attacked by a body of insurgents, during the Shays' War, so well remembered in this vicinity. Mr. Sedgwick was then absent in Boston, and Mum Bett was the only guardian of the house. She assured the party that Mr. Sedgwick was absent, but suffered them to search the house to find him, which they did, by feeling under the beds and other places of concealment with the points of their bayonets. She did not attempt to resist, by direct force, the rifling of property, which was one of the objects of the insurgents. She, however, assumed a degree of authority, told the plunderers that they dare not strike a woman, and attended them in their exploring the house, to prevent wanton destruction. She escorted them into the cellar with a large kitchen shovel in her hand, which she intimated that she would use in case of necessity. One of the party broke off the neck of a bottle of porter. She told him that if he or his companions desired to drink porter, she would fetch a corkscrew and draw a cork, and they might drink like gentlemen, but that, if the neck of another bottle should be broken, she would lay the man that broke it flat with her shovel. Upon tasting the liquor, the party decided that, quote, if gentlemen loved such cursed bitter stuff, they might keep it. End quote. Understanding, from the conversation of the party, that they intended to take with them, in their retreat, a very fine grey mare that was in the stable, which she had been in the habit of riding, she left the house and went directly to the stable. Before the rioters were apprised of her intention, she led the animal to a gate that opened upon the street, stripped off the halter, and, by a blow with it, incited the mare to a degree of speed that soon put her out of danger from the pursuit of the marauders. Quote, even in her humble station, she had, when occasion required it, an air of command which conferred a degree of dignity, and gave her an ascendancy over those of her rank, which is very unusual in persons of any rank or color. Her determined and resolute character, which enabled her to limit the ravages of a chaise mob, was manifested in her conduct and deportment during her whole life. She claimed no distinction, but it was yielded to her from her superior experience, energy, skill, and sagacity. In her sphere, she had no superior, nor any equal. In the latter part of her life, she was much employed as a nurse. Here she had no competitor. I believe she never lost a child, when she had the care of its mother, at its birth. When a child, wailing in the arms of its mother, heard her steps on the stairway or approaching the door, it ceased to cry. Quote, this woman, by her extreme industry and economy, supported a large family of grandchildren and great-grandchildren. She could neither read nor write, yet her conversation was instructive, and her society was much sought. She received many visits at her own house, and very frequently received and accepted invitations to pass considerable intervals of time in the families of her friends. Her death, notwithstanding her great age, was deeply lamented. Quote, having known this woman as familiarly as I knew either of my parents, I cannot believe in the moral or physical inferiority of the race to which she belonged. The degradation of the African must have been otherwise caused than by natural inferiority. Civilization has made slow progress in every portion of the earth. Where it has made progress, it proceeds in an accelerated ratio. End quote. In 1795, Judge Tucker, of Virginia, propounded to Rev. Dr. Belknap, of Massachusetts, 11 queries respecting the slavery and emancipation of negroes in Massachusetts, which were answered by Dr. Belknap in a very intelligent manner. The queries and replies may be found in the 4th volume of the Collections of the Massachusetts Historical Society. In one of his letters, Dr. Belknap says, quote, the present Constitution of Massachusetts was established in 1780. The first article of the Declaration of Rights asserts that all men are born free and equal. This was inserted not merely as a moral or political truth, but with a particular view, to establish the liberation of the negroes on a general principle, and so it was understood by the people at large, but some doubted whether this was sufficient. Many of the blacks, taking advantage of the public opinion, and of this general assertion in the Bill of Rights, asked their freedom and obtained it. Others took it without leave. In 1781, at the court in Worcester County, an indictment was found against a white man for assaulting, beating, and imprisoning a black. He was tried at the Supreme Judicial Court in 1783. His defense was that the black, Walker, was his slave, and that the beating, etc., was the necessary restraint and correction by the master. The judges and jury were of opinion that he had no right to beat or imprison him. He was found guilty and fined 40 shillings. This decision was a mortal wound to slavery in Massachusetts." There is no specific record of the abolition of slavery in Massachusetts, and, of course, different versions are given concerning it. John Quincy Adams, in reply to a question put by J.C. Spencer, stated that, "a note had been given for the price of a slave in 1787. This note was sued, and the court ruled that the maker had received no consideration, as a man could not be sold. From that time forward, slavery died in the Old Bay State." I find, in Dr. Belknap's letters, the following account of an early kidnapping enterprise in the city of Boston. The kidnappers were not so successful as others of a more recent date, since they do not seem to have had the state authorities on their side. In the month of February, 1788, says Dr. Belknap, just after the adoption of the present federal constitution by the Convention of Massachusetts, a most flagrant violation of the laws of society and humanity was perpetrated in Boston by one Avery, of Connecticut. By the assistance of another infamous fellow, he decoyed 3 unsuspecting black men on board a vessel which he had chartered, and sent them down into the hold to work. Whilst they were there employed, the vessel came to sail and went to sea, having been previously cleared out for Martinique. "As soon as this infamous transaction was known, Governor Hancock and M. L. Etumbe, the French consul, wrote letters to the governors of all the islands in the West Indies in favor of the decoyed blacks. The public indignation being greatly excited against the actors in this affair, and against others who had been concerned in the traffic of slaves, it was thought proper to take advantage of the ferment and bring good out of evil." The 3 blacks who were decoyed were offered for sale at the Danish island of St. Bartholomew. They told their story publicly, which coming to the ears of the governor, he prevented the sale. A Mr. Atherton, of the island, generously became bound for their good behavior for 6 months, in which time letters came informing of their case, and they were permitted to return. "They arrived in Boston on the 20th of July following, and it was a day of jubilee, not only among their countrymen, but among all the friends of justice and humanity." Extract from a charge delivered to the African Lodge, June 24, 1797, at Menotomy, now West Cambridge, Massachusetts, by the Right Worshipful Prince Hall. "Beloved brethren of the African Lodge, it is now 5 years since I delivered a charge to you on some parts and points of masonry. As one branch or superstructure of the foundation, I endeavored to show you the duty of a mason to a mason, and of charity and love to all mankind, as the work and image of the great God and the Father of the human race. I shall now attempt to show you that it is our duty to sympathize with our fellow men under their troubles, and with the families of our brethren who are gone, we hope, to the Grand Lodge above." "We are to have sympathy," said he, "but this, after all, is not to be confined to parties or colors, nor to towns or states, nor to a kingdom, but to the kingdoms of the whole earth, over whom Christ the King is head and grand master for all in distress. Among these numerous sons and daughters of distress, let us see our friends and brethren, and first let us see them dragged from their native country, by the iron hand of tyranny and oppression, from their dear friends and connections, with weeping eyes and aching hearts, to a strange land, and among a strange people, whose tender mercies are cruel, and there to bear the iron yoke of slavery and cruelty, till death, as a friend, shall relieve them. And must not the unhappy condition of these, our fellow men, draw forth our hearty prayers and wishes for their deliverance from those merchants and traders, whose characters you have described in Revelations 18:11-13. And who knows but these same sort of traders may, in short time, in like manner bewail the loss of the African traffic, to their shame and confusion. The day dawns now in some of the West India Islands. God can and will change their condition and their hearts too, and let Boston and the world know that he hath no respect of persons, and that that bulwark of envy, pride, scorn and contempt, which is so visible in some, shall fall. Jethro, an Ethiopian, gave instructions to his son-in-law, Moses, in establishing government. Exodus 18:22-24. Thus, Moses was not ashamed to be instructed by a black man. Philip was not ashamed to take a seat beside the Ethiopian eunuch, and to instruct him in the gospel. The Grand Master Solomon was not ashamed to hold conference with the Queen of Sheba. Our Grand Master Solomon did not divide the living child, whatever he might do with the dead one, neither did he pretend to make a law to forbid the parties from having free intercourse with one another, without the fear of censure, or be turned out of the synagogue. Now, my brethren, nothing is stable, all things are changeable. Let us seek those things which are sure and steadfast, and let us pray God that, while we remain here, he would give us the grace of patience, and strength to bear up under all our troubles, which to this day, God knows we have our share of. Patience, I say, for were we not possessed of a great measure of it, we could not bear up under the daily insults we meet within the streets of Boston, much more on public days of recreation. How, at such times, are we shamefully abused, and that to such a degree, that we may truly be said to carry our lives in our hands, and the arrows of death are flying about our heads. Helpless women have their clothes torn from their backs, and by whom are these disgraceful and abusive actions committed? Not by the men born and bred in Boston, they are better bred, but by a mob or horde of shameless, low-lived, envious, spiteful persons, some of them, not long since, servants in gentlemen's kitchens, scouring knives, horse-tenders, chaise-drivers. I was told by a gentleman who saw the filthy behavior in the common, that in all the places he had been in, he never saw so cruel behavior in all his life, and that a slave in the West Indies, on Sundays or holidays, enjoys himself and friends without molestation. Not only this man, but many in town, who have seen their behavior to us, and that, without provocation, 20 or 30 cowards have fallen upon one man. Oh, the patience of the blacks! 'Tis not for want of courage in you, for they know that they do not face you man for man, but in a mob, which we despise, and would rather suffer wrong than to do wrong, to the disturbance of the community, and the disgrace of our reputation, for every good citizen doth honor to the laws of the state where he resides. My brethren, let us not be cast down under these, and many other abuses we at present are laboring under, for the darkest hour is just before the break of day. My brethren, let us remember what a dark day it was with our African brethren, 6 years ago, in the French West Indies. Nothing but the snap of the whip was heard, from morning to evening. Hanging, breaking on the wheel, burning, and all manner of tortures, were inflicted on those unhappy people. But, blessed be God, the scene is changed. They now confess that God hath no respect of persons, and therefore, receive them as their friends, and treat them as brothers. Thus doth Ethiopia stretch forth her hand from slavery to freedom and equality." About this time, the celebrated Prince Sanders was teaching in Boston. He subsequently prepared a compilation of Haitian documents, and presented, December 11, 1818, to the American Convention, a memorial for the abolition of slavery, and improving the condition of the African race. End of chapter 1, section 6. Chapter 1, Part 7, of the Colored Patriots of the American Revolution, by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 1, continued. Massachusetts. Phillis Wheatley was a native of Africa, and was brought to this country in the year 1761, and was sold as a slave. She was purchased by Mr. John Wheatley, a respectable citizen of Boston. This gentleman, at the time of the purchase, was already the owner of several slaves, but the females in his possession were getting something beyond the active periods of life, and Mrs. Wheatley wished to obtain a young negress, with the view of training her up under her own eye, that she might, by gentle usage, secure to herself a faithful domestic in her old age. She visited the slave market, that she might make a personal selection from the group of unfortunates for sale. There she found several robust, healthy females, exhibited at the same time with Phillis, who was of a slender frame, and was evidently suffering from change of climate. She was, however, the choice of the lady, who acknowledged herself influenced to this decision by the humble and modest demeanor and the interesting features of the little stranger. The poor, naked child, for she had no other covering than a quantity of dirty carpet about her, like a philibeg, was taken home in the chaise of her mistress, and comfortably attired. She is supposed to have been about 7 years old at this time, from the circumstance of shedding her front teeth. She soon gave indications of uncommon intelligence, and was frequently seen endeavoring to make letters upon the wall, with a piece of chalk or charcoal. A daughter of Mrs. Wheatley, not long after the child's first introduction to the family, undertook to learn her to read and write, and, while she astonished her instructress by her rapid progress, she won the goodwill of her kind mistress by her amiable disposition and the propriety of her behavior. She was not devoted to menial occupations, as was at first intended, nor was she allowed to associate with the other domestics of the family, who were of her own color and condition, but was kept constantly about the person of her mistress. She does not seem to have preserved any remembrance of the place of her nativity, or of her parents, excepting the simple circumstance that her mother poured out water before the sun at its rising, in reference, no doubt, to an ancient African custom. As Phillis increased in years, the development of her mind realized the promise of her childhood, and she soon attracted the attention of the literati of the day, many of whom furnished her with books. These enabled her to make considerable progress in belles lettres, but such gratification seems only to have increased her thirst after knowledge, as is the case with most gifted minds, not misled by vanity, and we soon find her endeavoring to master the Latin tongue. She was now frequently visited by clergymen and other individuals of high standing in society, but, notwithstanding the attention she received, and the distinction with which she was treated, she never for a moment lost sight of that modest, unassuming demeanor, which first won the heart of her mistress in the slave market. Indeed, we consider the strongest proof of her worth to have been the earnest affection of this excellent woman, who admitted her to her own board. Phillis ate of her bread, and drank of her cup, and was to her as a daughter, for she returned her affection with unbounded gratitude, and was so devoted to her interests, as to have no will in opposition to that of her benefactress. In 1770, at the age of 16, Phillis was received as a member of the church worshipping in the Old South Meeting House, then under the pastoral charge of the Reverend Dr. Sewell. She became an ornament to her profession, for she possessed that meekness of spirit, which, in the language of inspiration, is said to be above all price. She was very gentle-tempered, extremely affectionate, and altogether free from that most despicable foible, which might naturally have been her besetting sin, literary vanity. The little poem commencing, "'Twas mercy brought me from my heathen land," will be found to be a beautiful expression of her religious sentiments, and a noble vindication of the claims of her race. We can hardly suppose anyone, reflecting by whom it was written, an African and a slave, to read it without emotions both of regret and admiration. Phillis never indulged her muse in any fits of sullenness or caprice. She was at all times accessible. If anyone requested her to write upon any particular subject or event, she immediately set herself to the task, and produced something upon the given theme. This is probably the reason why so many of her pieces are funeral poems, many of them, no doubt, being written at the request of friends. Still, the variety of her compositions affords sufficient proof of the versatility of her genius. We find her, at one time, occupied in contemplation of an event, affecting the condition of a whole people, and pouring forth her thoughts in a lofty strain. Then the song sinks to the soft tones of sympathy, in the affliction occasioned by domestic bereavement. Again, we see her seeking inspiration from the sacred volume, or from the tomes of heathen lore, now excited by the beauties of art, and now hymning the praises of nature, to nature's God. On one occasion we notice her, a girl of but 14 years, recognizing a political event, and endeavoring to express the grateful loyalty of subjects to their rightful king, not as one, indeed, who had been trained to note the events of nations by a course of historical studies, but one whose habits, taste, and opinions were peculiarly her own. For in Phillis we have an example of originality of no ordinary character. She was allowed, and even encouraged, to follow the leading of her own genius, but nothing was forced upon her, nothing suggested or placed before her as a lure. Her literary efforts were altogether the natural workings of her own mind. There is another circumstance respecting her habits of composition, which peculiarly claims our attention. She did not seem to have the power of retaining the creations of her own fancy, for a long time, in her own mind. If, during the vigil of a wakeful night, she amused herself by weaving a tale, she knew nothing of it in the morning, it had vanished in the land of dreams. Her kind mistress indulged her with a light, and, in the cold season, with a fire, in her apartment during the night. The light was placed upon a table at her bedside, with writing materials, that if anything occurred to her after she had retired, she might, without risking or taking cold, secure the swift-winged fancy ere it fled. By comparing the accounts we have of Phillis's progress with the dates of her earliest poems, we find that she must have commenced her career as an authoress as soon as she could write a legible hand, and without being acquainted with the rules of composition. Indeed, we very much doubt if she ever had any grammatical instruction, or any knowledge of the structure or idiom of the English language, except what she imbibed from the perusal of the best English writers, and from mingling in polite circles, where, fortunately, she was encouraged to converse freely with the wise and the learned. We gather from her writings that she was acquainted with astronomy, ancient and modern geography, and ancient history, and that she was well versed in the scriptures of the Old and New Testament. She discovered a decided taste for the stories of heathen mythology, and Pope's Homer seems to have been a great favorite with her. The reader is already aware of the delicate constitution and frail health of Phillis. During the winter of 1773, the indications of disease had so much increased that her physician advised a sea voyage. This was earnestly seconded by her friends, and a son of Mr. and Mrs. Wheatley, being about to make a voyage to England to arrange a mercantile correspondence, it was settled that Phillis should accompany him, and she accordingly embarked in the summer of the same year. She was at this time but 19 years old, and was at the highest point of her short and brilliant career. It is with emotions of sorrow that we approach the strange and splendid scenes which were now about to open upon her, to be succeeded by grief and desolation. Phillis was well received in England, and was presented to Lady Huntingdon, Lord Dartmouth, Mr. Thornton, and many other individuals of distinction, but, says our informant, not all the attention she received, nor all the honors that were heaped upon her, had the slightest influence upon her temper or deportment. She was still the same single-hearted, unsophisticated being." During her stay in England, her poems were given to the world, dedicated to the Countess of Huntingdon, and embellished with an engraving, which is said to have been a striking representation of the original. It is supposed that one of these impressions was forwarded to her mistress as soon as they were struck off, for a grand-niece of Mrs. Wheatley informs us that, during the absence of Phillis, she one day called upon her relative, who immediately directed her attention to a picture over the fireplace, exclaiming, "See, look at my Phillis. Does she not seem as though she would speak to me?" Phillis arrived in London so late in the season that the great mart of fashion was deserted. She was, therefore, urgently pressed, by her distinguished friends, to remain until the court returned to St. James, that she might be presented to the young monarch, George III. She would probably have consented to this arrangement, had not letters from America informed her of the declining health of her mistress, who entreated her to return, that she might once more behold her beloved protégé. Phillis waited not a second bidding, but immediately re-embarked for that once happy home, soon after made desolate by the death of her affectionate mistress. She soon after received an offer of marriage from a respectable colored man of Boston. The name of this individual was Peters. He kept a grocery in Court Street, and was a man of handsome person. He wore a wig, carried a cane, and quite acted out the gentleman. In an evil hour he was accepted, and, though he was a man of talents and information, writing with fluency and propriety, and at one period reading law, he proved utterly unworthy of the distinguished woman who honored him by her alliance. See footnote. For this account of Phillis Wheatley, I am principally indebted to a compilation from the original memoir published by Mr. George W. Light, and understood to have been written by Mrs. Margaretta Matilda Odell." The following letter, written by General Washington in reply to a communication sent to him by Phillis, will be read with the deepest interest. The letter may be found in Sparks's Life of Washington. Cambridge, Massachusetts, February 28, 1776. Miss Phillis, your favor of the 26th of October did not reach my hands till the middle of December. Time enough, you will say, to have given an answer ere this. Granted. But a variety of important occurrences, continually interposing to distract the mind and withdraw the attention, I hope will apologize for the delay, and plead my excuse for the seeming, but not real, neglect. I thank you most sincerely for your polite notice of me, in the elegant lines you enclosed, and, however undeserving I may be of such encomium and panegyric, the style and manner exhibit a striking proof of your poetical talents, in honor of which, and as a tribute justly due to you, I would have published a poem, had I not been apprehensive that while I only meant to give the world this new instance of your genius, I might have incurred the imputation of vanity. This, and nothing else, determined me not to give it place in the public prints. If you should ever come to Cambridge, or near headquarters, I should be happy to see a person so favored by the Muses, and to whom nature has been so liberal and beneficent in her dispensations. I am, with great respect, your obedient, humble servant, George Washington. As a preface to the edition of Mrs. Wheatley's poems, published in Boston about 1770, I find this card from the publisher. To the public. As it has been repeatedly suggested to the publisher, by persons who have seen the manuscript, that numbers would be ready to suspect they were not really the writings of Phillis, he has procured the following attestation from the most respectable characters in Boston, that none might have the least ground for disputing their original. We whose names are underwritten do assure the world that the poems specified in the following page were, as we verily believe, written by Phillis, a young negro girl who was, but a few years since, brought, an uncultivated barbarian, from Africa, and has ever since been, and now is, under the disadvantage of serving as a slave in a family in this town. She has been examined by some of the best judges, and is thought qualified to write them. His Excellency Thomas Hutchinson, Governor. The Honorable Andrew Oliver, Lieutenant Governor. The Honorables Thomas Hubbard, John Irving, James Pitts, Harrison Gray, and the Honorable James Bowdoin. John Hancock, Esquire. Joseph Green, Esquire. Richard Carey, Esquire. The Reverends Charles Chauncey, Mather Byles, Ed Pemberton, Andrew Elliott, Samuel Cooper, Samuel Mather, and the Reverend John Moorhead. And Mr. John Wheatley, her master. End of chapter 1, part 7. Chapter 1, part 8, of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution, by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 1, continued. Massachusetts. Paul Cuffe. Paul Cuffe's father was a native of Africa, whence, at an early age, he was dragged by the unfeeling hand of avarice from his home and connections, torn from the parental roof and everything in this world that was near and dear to him, transported over the wide and trackless ocean, many thousand miles from the land of his birth, to be forever consigned to rigorous and cruel bondage. Quote, to increase a stranger's treasures, o'er the raging billows borne. End quote. He was purchased as a slave by a person named Slocum, residing in Massachusetts, one of the United States of North America, by whom he was kept in slavery a considerable portion of his life, and there is no reason to doubt, had it not been for his laudable enterprise, aided by great perseverance, he would have worn out his life in perpetual bondage, and ended his days, like many of his degraded and unjustly oppressed fellow countrymen, under the galling yoke of fetters and chains, or the smart inflicted by the whip of an unrelenting driver. Being possessed, however, of a mind far superior to his degraded and unhappy condition, he was always diligent in his master's business, and proved himself in numerous instances faithful to his interests, so that, by unremitting industry and economy, he was enabled, after a considerable length of time, under the blessing of a kind Providence, to procure the means for purchasing his personal liberty, of which he had been deprived, as already stated, in very early life. According to the custom of the country into which he was transported, Cuffe also received the name of Slocum, as expressing to whom he belonged, though it appears in after life he was known by the name of John Cuffe. Soon after the happy period in which Cuffe effected his emancipation, and succeeded in releasing himself from the bonds of slavery and unjust oppression, he became acquainted with Ruth Moses, an honorable woman, descended from one of the Indian tribes residing in Massachusetts. Cuffe's acquaintance with Ruth Moses ended in their taking each other in marriage, and continuing in his praiseworthy habits of industry and frugality, he was enabled, soon after this occurrence, to purchase a farm of 100 acres of land in Westport, Massachusetts. Cuffe and Ruth continued to live happily together, and brought up a family of 10 children, 4 sons and 6 daughters. 3 of the former, David, Jonathan, and John, were farmers in the neighborhood of Westport, filled respectable stations in society, and were endowed with good intellectual capabilities. They all married well, and gave their children a good education. Cuffe died in 1745, leaving behind him a considerable property in land, the fruits of his industry. Paul, the youngest son of Cuffe, and the interesting subject of the present memoir, was born on Cutterhunker, one of the Elizabeth Islands, near New Bedford, in the year 1759, so that, when his father died, he was about 14 years of age, at which time he had learned but little more than the letters of the alphabet. The land which his father had left behind him proving unproductive, afforded but little provision for the numerous family, so that the care of supporting his mother and sisters devolved jointly upon himself and his brothers. Thus he labored under great disadvantages, being deprived of the means and opportunity for acquiring even the rudiments of a good education. He was not, however, easily to be discouraged, and found opportunities of improving himself in various ways, and cultivating his mind. Having never received the benefits of an education, the knowledge he possessed was obtained entirely by his own indefatigable exertions, and the little assistance which he occasionally received from persons who were friendly disposed towards him. Aided by these means, he soon learned to read and write, and he also attained to a considerable proficiency in arithmetic and skill in navigation, and we may form some estimate of the natural talent with which he was endowed for the speedy reception of learning, from the fact that, with the assistance of a friend, he acquired such a knowledge of the latter science, in the short space of 2 weeks, as enabled him to command the vessel in the voyages which he subsequently made to England, to Russia, to Africa, and to the West Indies, as well as to several different ports in the southern section of the United States. It has already been stated that his 3 brothers were respectable farmers in the neighborhood of Westport. The mind of Paul, however, was early inclined to the pursuits of commerce. Conceiving that they furnished to industry more ample rewards than agriculture, and conscious that he possessed qualities which, under proper culture, would enable him to pursue commercial employments with prospects of success, he entered, at the age of 16, as a common hand, on board of a vessel destined to the Bay of Mexico on a whaling expedition. His second voyage was to the West Indies, but on his third, which was during the American War, about the year 1776, he was captured by a British ship. After 3 months' detention as a prisoner at New York, he was permitted to return home to Westport, where, owing to the unfortunate continuance of hostilities, he spent about 2 years in agricultural pursuits. During this interval, Paul and his brother, John Cuffe, were called on by the collector of the district in which they resided for the payment of a personal tax. It appeared to them that by the laws and the Constitution of Massachusetts, taxation and the whole rights of citizenship were united. If the laws demanded of them the payment of personal taxes, the same laws must necessarily and constitutionally invest them with the rights of representing, and being represented, in the state legislature. But they had never been considered as entitled to the privilege of voting at elections, or of being elected to places of trust and honor. Under these circumstances they refused to comply. The collector resorted to the force of the laws, and after many delays and vexations, Paul and his brother deemed it most prudent to silence the suit by payment of the demands, which were only small. But they resolved, if it were possible, to obtain the rights which they believed to be connected with taxation. In pursuance of this resolution, they presented a respectful petition to the state legislature, which met with a warm and almost indignant opposition from some in authority. A considerable majority, however, perceiving the propriety and justness of the petition, were favorable to the object, and with an honorable magnanimity, in defiance of the prejudice of the times, a law was enacted by them, rendering all free persons of color liable to taxation, according to the ratio established for white men, and granting them all the privileges belonging to other citizens. This was a day equally honorable to the petitioners and to the legislature, a day in which justice and humanity triumphed over prejudice and oppression, and a day which ought to be gratefully remembered by every person of color within the boundaries of Massachusetts, and the names of John and Paul Cuffe should always be united with its recollection. Paul, being at this time about 25 years of age, thought himself sufficiently skilled to enter into business on his own account, and laid before his brother David a plan for opening a commercial intercourse with the state of Connecticut. His brother was pleased with the prospect, and they built an open boat and proceeded to sea. They encountered such numerous and untoward discomfitures as would have caused the courage of most persons to fail. But Paul's dispositions were not that of yielding nature. He possessed that inflexible spirit of perseverance and firmness of mind, which entitled him to a more successful issue of his endeavors, and he believed that, while he maintained integrity of heart and conduct, he might humbly hope for the protection of Providence. Under these impressions, he prepared for another voyage. In his open boat, with a small cargo, he again directed his course towards the island of Nantucket. The weather was favorable, and he arrived in safety at the destined port, and disposed of his little cargo to advantage. The profits of this voyage, by strengthening the confidence of his friends, enabled him further to enlarge his plans, and by a steady perseverance, he was at length enabled, under divine assistance, to overcome obstacles apparently insurmountable. Having become master of a small covered vessel of about 12 tons burthen, he hired a person to assist him as a seaman, and made many advantageous voyages to different parts of the state of Connecticut, and, when about 25 years of age, he married a native of the country, and a descendant of the same tribe to which his mother belonged. For some time after his marriage, he attended chiefly to his agricultural concerns, but from an increase in family, he at length deemed it necessary to pursue his commercial undertakings more extensively than he had before done. He arranged his affairs for a new expedition, and hired a small house on Westport River, to which he removed his family. A vessel of 18 tons was now procured, in which he sailed to the banks of St. George in quest of codfish, and returned home with a valuable cargo. This important adventure was the foundation of an extensive and profitable fishing establishment from Westport River, which continued for a considerable time, and was the source of an honest and comfortable living to many of the inhabitants of that district. At this period, Paul formed a connection with his brother-in-law, Michael Wainer, who had several sons well qualified for the sea service, 4 of whom, subsequently, laudably filled responsible situations as captains and first mates. A vessel of 25 tons was built, and in 2 voyages to the Straits of Belle Isle and Newfoundland, he met with such success as enabled him, in conjunction with another person, to build a vessel of 42 tons burthen, in which he made several profitable voyages. Paul had experienced the many disadvantages of his very limited education, and he resolved, as far as it was practicable, to relieve his children from similar embarrassments. The neighborhood had neither a tutor nor a school for the instruction of youth, though many of the citizens were desirous that such an institution should be established. About 1797, Paul proposed convening a meeting of the inhabitants for the purpose of making such arrangements as should accomplish the desired object, the great utility and necessity of which was undeniable. The collision of opinion, however, respecting mode and place, occasioned the meeting to separate without arriving at any conclusion. Several meetings of the same nature were held, but all were alike unsuccessful in their issue. Perceiving that all efforts to procure a union of sentiment were fruitless, Paul, by no means disheartened, set himself to work in earnest, and had a suitable house built on his own ground, and entirely at his own expense, which he freely offered for the use of the public, without requiring any pecuniary remuneration, feeling himself fully compensated in the satisfaction he derived in seeing it occupied for so useful and excellent a purpose, and the school was open to all who pleased to send their children. How gratifying to humanity is this anecdote, and who that justly appreciates human character would not prefer Paul Cuffe, the offspring of an African slave, to the proudest statesman that ever dealt out destruction amongst mankind? About this time, Paul proceeded on a whaling voyage to the Straits of Belle Isle, where he met with 4 other vessels, completely equipped with boats and harpoons, for capturing whales. Paul discovered that he had not made proper preparations for the business, having only 10 hands on board, and 2 boats, one of which was old and almost useless. When the masters of the other vessels discovered his situation, they refused to comply with the customary practices adopted on such voyages, and refused to mate with his crew. In this emergency, Paul resolved to prosecute his undertaking alone, till, at length, the other masters thought it most prudent to accede to the usual practice, apprehending his crew, by their ignorance, might alarm and drive the whales from their reach, and thus defeat the object of their voyage. During the season, they took 7 whales. The circumstances which had taken place roused the ambition of Paul and his crew. They were diligent and enterprising, and had the honor of killing 6 of the 7 whales, 2 of which fell by Paul's own hands. He returned home in due season, heavily freighted with oil and bone, and arrived in the autumn of 1793, being then about his 34th year. He went to Philadelphia to dispose of his cargo, and found his pecuniary circumstances were by this time in a flourishing train. When in Philadelphia, he purchased iron necessary for bolts, and other work suitable for a schooner of 60 or 70 tons, and soon after his return to Westport, the keel for a new vessel was laid. In 1795, his schooner, of 60 tons burthen, was launched and called the Ranger. He also possessed 2 small fishing boats, but his money was exhausted, and the cargo of his new vessel would require a considerable sum beyond his present stock. He now sold his 2 boats, and was enabled to place on board his schooner a cargo valued at $2,000. With this he sailed to Norfolk, on the Chesapeake Bay, and there learned that a very plentiful crop of Indian corn had been gathered that year on the eastern shore of Maryland, and that he could procure a schooner load, for a low price, at Vienna, on the Nanticoke River. Thither he sailed, but on his arrival, the people were filled with astonishment and alarm. A vessel, owned and commanded by a black man, and manned with a crew of the same complexion, was unprecedented and surprising. The white inhabitants were struck with apprehensions of the injurious effects which such circumstance would have on the minds of their slaves, suspecting that he wished secretly to kindle the spirit of rebellion and excite a destructive revolt among them. Under these notions, several persons associated themselves for the purpose of preventing Paul from entering his vessel or remaining among them. On examination, his papers proved to be correct, and the custom house officers could not legally refuse the entry of his vessel. Paul combined prudence with resolution, and on this occasion conducted himself with candor, modesty, and firmness, and his crew behaved, not only inoffensively, but with a conciliating propriety. In a few days the inimical association vanished, and the inhabitants treated him and his crew with respect and even kindness. Many of the principal people visited his vessel, and in consequence of the pressing invitation of one of them, Paul dined with his family in the town. During the year 1797, after his return home, he purchased a house in which his family resided, and the adjoining farm. For the latter, including improvements, he paid $3,500, and placed it under the management of his brother, who, as stated before, was a farmer. By judicious plans, and diligence in their execution, Paul gradually increased his property. One farm covered 100 acres, and by the integrity and consistency of his conduct, he gained the esteem and regard of his fellow citizens. In the year 1800, he was concerned in one half of the expenses of building and equipping a brig of 162 tons burthen. 1/4 belonged to his brother, and the other 1/4 was owned by persons not related to his family. The brig was commanded by Thomas Wainer, Paul Cuffe's nephew, whose talents and character were perfectly adapted to such a situation. The ship Alpha, of 268 tons carpenter's measure, of which Paul owned 3/4, was built in 1806. Of this vessel he was the commander, the rest of the crew consisting of 7 men of color. The ship performed a voyage, under his command, from Wilmington to Savannah, thence to Gothenburg, and thence to Philadelphia. After Paul's return in 1806, the brig Traveler, of 109 tons burthen, was built at Westport, of one half of which he was the owner. After this period, being extensively engaged in his mercantile and agricultural pursuits, he resided at Westport. In his person, Paul Cuffe was tall, well-formed, and athletic, his deportment conciliating, yet dignified and prepossessing, his countenance blending gravity with modesty and sweetness, and firmness with gentleness and humanity, in speech and habit, plain and unostentatious. His whole exterior indicated a man of respectability and piety, and such would a stranger have supposed him to be at first view. His prudence, strengthened by parental care and example, was, no doubt, a safeguard to him in his youth, when exposed to the dissolute company which unavoidably attends a seafaring life, whilst the religion of Jesus Christ, influencing his mind, under the secret guidance of the Holy Spirit of truth, in silent reflection, added, in advancing manhood, to the brightness of his character, and instituted or confirmed his disposition to practical good. He became fully convinced of the principles of truth, as held by the Society of Friends, and uniting himself in membership with them, it pleased the great head of the Church, in whom are hid all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, who respecteth not the persons of men, in his own due time, to entrust him with a gift in the ministry, which he frequently exercised, to the comfort and edification of his friends and brethren. When he was prevented from going abroad, as usual, in the pursuit of his business, on account of the rigors of the winter, he often devoted a considerable portion of his time in teaching navigation to his own sons, and to the young men in the neighborhood in which he resided. And, even on his voyages, when opportunities occurred, he employed himself in imparting a knowledge of this invaluable science to those under him, so that he had the honor of training up, both amongst the white and colored population, a considerable number of skillful navigators. He was careful to maintain a strict integrity and uprightness in all his transactions in trade, and, believing himself to be accountable to God for the mode of using and acquiring his possessions, he was at all times willing, and conceived it to be his bounden duty, as a humble follower of a crucified Lord, to sacrifice his private interests, rather than engage in any enterprise, however lawful in the eyes of the world, or however profitable, that might have a tendency, in the smallest degree, either directly or indirectly, to injure his fellow men. On these grounds, he would not deal in intoxicating liquors or in slaves, though he might have done either, without violating the laws of his country, and with great prospects of pecuniary gain. He turned his attention to the British settlement at Sierra Leone, being induced to believe, from various communications he had received from Europe and other sources, that his endeavors to contribute to its welfare, and to that of his fellow men, might not be ineffectual. On examination, he found his affairs were in so prosperous and flourishing a state, as to warrant the undertaking, and, being fully convinced that he was called upon to appropriate a portion of what he had freely received from the hands of an ever bountiful Providence, to the benefit of his unhappy race, he embarked, in the commencement of 1811, in his own brig, Traveler, manned entirely by persons of color, his nephew, Thomas Wainer, being the captain. After a passage of about 2 months, they arrived at Sierra Leone, where Paul remained about the same length of time, during which interval he made himself acquainted with the real state and condition of the colony. He had frequent conversations with the governor and principal inhabitants, during which opportunities he suggested several important improvements. Amongst other things, he recommended the formation of a society for the purpose of promoting the interests of its members and the colonists in general, which measure was immediately acceded to and adopted, and the society named "the Friendly Society of Sierra Leone," composed principally of respectable men of color. Paul Cuffe terminated his labors and his life, which he departed in peace, the 7th of the 9th month, 1817, being then in the 59th year of his age. [Footnote: I am indebted for this account of Paul Cuffe to the address of Rev. Peter Williams, delivered in 1812, and since published in the Liverpool Mercury. Joseph Congdon, Esquire, of New Bedford, has kindly obtained for me the following valuable documents, bearing on Paul Cuffe's exertions in behalf of equal suffrage. To the Honorable Council and House of Representatives, in General Court assembled, for the State of Massachusetts Bay, in New England. The petition of several poor negroes and mulattoes, who are inhabitants of the town of Dartmouth, humbly stoweth. That we, being chiefly of the African extract, and by reason of long bondage and hard slavery, we have been deprived of enjoying the profits of our labor, or the advantage of inheriting estates from our parents, as our neighbors the white people do, having some of us not long enjoyed our own freedom, yet of late, contrary to the invariable custom and practice of the country, we have been, and now are, taxed both in our polls, and that small pittance of estate which, through much hard labor and industry, we have got together to sustain ourselves and families withal. We apprehend it, therefore, to be hard usage, and will doubtless, if continued, reduce us to a state of beggary, whereby we shall become a burthen to others, if not timely prevented by the interposition of your justice and power. Your petitioners further show that we apprehend ourselves to be aggrieved, in that, while we are not allowed the privilege of freemen of the state, having no vote or influence in the election of those that tax us, yet many of our color, as is well known, have cheerfully entered the field of battle in the defense of the common cause, and that, as we conceive, against a similar exertion of power, in regard to taxation, too well known to need a recital in this place. We most humbly request, therefore, that you would take our unhappy case into your serious consideration, and in your wisdom and power, grant us relief from taxation, while under our present depressed circumstances, and your poor petitioners, as in duty bound, shall ever pray, etc. John Cuffe, Adventure Child, Paul Cuffe, Samuel Gray, Pero Howland, Pero Russell, Pero Coggeshall. Dated at Dartmouth, the 10th of February, 1780. Memorandum in the handwriting of John Cuffe. Quote, This is the copy of the petition which we did deliver unto the Honorable Council and House, for relief from taxation in the days of our distress. But we received none. John Cuffe. End quote. There is also a copy of the petition, with the date, January 22nd, 1781, not signed, by which it would appear that they intended to renew their application to the government for relief. From the records of Dartmouth, May 10th, 1780. Quote, The town, Dartmouth, took in consideration the form of government, etc. The committee recommended that in the 4th article, 25th page, the words, quote, sui juris, and that pays a poll tax, except such who, from their respective offices and age, are exempted by law, end quote, be added after the words, every male person, and to expunge the following clause in said article, namely, quote, having a freehold estate within the same town, of the annual income of £3, or any estate of the value of £60, end quote. For the following reason, such qualification appears to your committee to be inconsistent with the liberty we are contending for, so long, especially, as any subject, who is not a qualified voter, is obliged to pay a poll tax. Signed, Edward Pope, Chairman. Quote, The report was accepted by a unanimous vote of 150 persons present. End quote. Extract from the Town Warrant of Dartmouth, dated February 20th, 1781. Quote, To choose an agent or agents to defend an action against John and Paul Cuffe, at the next court to be holden at Taunton. End quote. At the meeting, March 8th, 1781. Quote, The Honorable Walter Spooner, Esquire, chose an agent, in behalf of the town, to make answer to John and Paul Cuffe, at the next inferior court to be held at Taunton. End quote. A request. To the selectmen of the town of Dartmouth, greeting. Quote, We the subscribers, your humble petitioners, desire that you would, in your capacity, put a stroke in your next warrant for calling a town meeting, so that it may legally be laid before said town, by way of vote, to know the mind of said town, whether all free negroes and mulattoes shall have the same privileges in this said town of Dartmouth as the white people have, respecting places of profit, choosing of officers, and the like, together with all other privileges, in all cases that shall or may happen, or be brought in this, our said town of Dartmouth. We, your petitioners, as in duty bound, shall ever pray. Signed, John Cuffe and Paul Cuffe. Dated at Dartmouth, the 22nd of the 4th month, 1781. This request bears the following endorsement. A true copy of the request which John Cuffe and Paul Cuffe delivered unto the selectmen of the town of Dartmouth, for to have all free negroes and mulattoes to be entered equally with the white people, or to have relief granted us jointly from taxation, etc. Given under my hand, John Cuffe. Dartmouth, June 11th, 1781. Then received of John Cuffe, £8 12s, silver money, in full for all John Cuffe's and Paul Cuffe's rates, until this date, also for all my court charges. Received by me, Richard Collins, Constable. John and Paul Cuffe, of Dartmouth, to Dr. Elijah Dean, of Taunton. To summoning the assessors of Dartmouth to Taunton Court, 24s. On the back, received of John Cuffe, 24s, being the contents of the within accounted, in behalf of Elijah Dean. Signed, Edward Pope. It was ascertained by these proceedings that taxes must be paid, the receipts being forwarded, and this case, although no action followed in court, settled the right of the colored man to the elective franchise in the state of Massachusetts. Richard Johnson, who married a daughter of Paul Cuffe, resided at New Bedford nearly 50 years. In early life, he was engaged as a mariner and filled every capacity from a cabin boy to a captain. During the War of 1812, he was taken prisoner but was released, after having been confined 6 months. He was distinguished for prudence and sagacity in his business operations, and despite the obstacles that prejudice against color so constantly strewed in his path, he succeeded in his mercantile affairs, accumulated a competency, and retired from business several years since. Mr. Johnson was always ready to extend the hand of relief to his enslaved countrymen, and no one was more ready to assist, according to his ability, in the elevation of his people. He was one of the earliest friends of Mr. Garrison, a subscriber to his paper, from the time the first number was issued in Baltimore, and for several years an efficient agent for the Liberator, and very active in circulating Mr. Garrison's Thoughts on Colonization in 1832. In all the vicissitudes through which the anti-slavery cause has been called to pass, Mr. J. always maintained a straightforward, consistent course, firmly adhering to the pioneer who first sounded the alarm. He died in peace, February 15, 1853, aged 77, and the funeral service of himself and wife, whose death preceded his one day, was numerously attended by New Bedford citizens. Richard Potter. On the Northern New Hampshire Railroad, some 30 miles from Concord, in the town of Andover, is a station called Potter's Place. This little village derives its name from Richard Potter, the celebrated ventriloquist and professor of legerdemain. Within 20 rods of the track stands a neat, white, one-story building, with 2 projecting wings, all of Grecian architecture. From this extends southwesterly a fine expanse of level meadow. This house and the adjacent 200 acres were owned by Richard Potter. There once stood on pillars before the house 2 graven images, taken from Lord Timothy Dexter's place in Newburyport. Potter built the house and cultivated the farm, which were estimated, in the days of Potter, and long before the railroad was built, to be worth $5,000. This Potter owned in fee simple, unencumbered, the fruits of his successful illusions, optical and auricular. Potter was a colored man, halfway between fair and black. He for a long time monopolized the market for such wares as sleight of hand and laborious speaking from the stomach. Says one writer in the Boston Traveler of November 6, 1851, "We all remember how our astonished eyes first beheld his debut upon the stage, a pretentious-looking magician from India. And then to see him perform, eat tow, spit fire, and draw from his mouth yards and yards of ribbon, all made out of tow, far down in his crop, to hear him command an egg to roll all over him, from head to foot, from foot to head, etc., etc. And then his comic songs. Donning another attire, he would hobble around the stage, an old woman, and the old woman would tell over her various troubles in successive stanzas, always concluding with the cheerful refrain, "Hows'ever, I keep up a pretty good heart." Richard was born in the town of Hopkinton, Massachusetts, and when quite a boy, was prevailed upon to engage himself in the service of Samuel Dillaway, Esquire, of Boston, a relative of the family, being on a wedding tour to that pleasant town. After being brought up by Mr. Dillaway, he became a valued and esteemed servant in the family of the Reverend Daniel Oliver, of Boston, and in his kitchen he studied out the theory and began the practice of legerdemain. Mr. Oliver's son, late Adjutant General of Massachusetts, often alludes to the winter evening amusements afforded to the children at home by the tricks and pranks of Potter. He who was so successful in these, his first efforts, and so able to set up business on his own account, could not long be retained as a servant. He followed his vocation, ever after, till death arrested him in his course. Columbian Hall and Concert Hall, in the olden time, were the prominent places in Boston for Potter's levees. Potter was temperate, steady, attentive to his business, and his business was his delight. He took as much pleasure in pleasing others as others did in being pleased. I have never heard a lisp against his character for honesty and fair dealing. He was once the victim of persecution from a Mr. Fitch, who had him arrested as a juggler. Potter pled his own case and secured an acquittal. Close by Potter's house, in a small enclosure, stands two monumental slabs of white marble, one for his wife, Sally H., the other in memory of Richard Potter, the celebrated ventriloquist, who died September 20th, 1835, aged 52 years. End of chapter 1, part 8. Chapter 1, Part 9, of the Colored Patriots of the American Revolution, by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 1, continued. Massachusetts. The Marshpee Indians. The Marshpee Indians also did noble service in our revolutionary struggle. During the discussion of the subject of the militia laws, before the Massachusetts Constitutional Convention of 1853, it was stated that the practice of excluding colored men from the militia did not exist previous to the United States Militia Law of 1792, which first introduced the word white, and in confirmation of this statement, the following interesting fact in our own state history was mentioned. During the War of the Revolution, when the county of Barnstable was required to raise a regiment of 400 men in the Continental Army, the Indian district of Marshpee, in that county, furnished 27 colored soldiers, who fought in the battles, and all but one of them perished, and he died a pensioner a few years ago. At that time, 1776, Marshpee had a population of 327 colored persons, of whom 14 were Negroes married to Indian women. There were 64 married couples and 33 widows on the plantation, so that, in proportion to adult male population, Marshpee furnished a larger quota for that regiment than any white town in the county. A census taken after the Revolutionary War showed that there were 73 colored widows in Marshpee whose husbands had been slain or died in the service of their country during that war. And yet, the legislature of Massachusetts, in 1788 to 1789, treated these Indians with extreme rigor by abolishing their charter, under which, in 1763, they had been incorporated into a district, with right to choose their selectmen, and putting them under guardians, who had power to take all their lands and income, and treat the proprietors as paupers. Under these laws, the Indians could make no contract and hold no property, and the overseers could take all their earnings, bind out their children without their parents' consent, and, still further, by a subsequent act, these overseers, from whose decision there was no appeal, could sell the proprietors, male or female adults, to service, for 3 years at a term, and renew it at pleasure. These laws, and worse, against these poor Indians, who all the time were sole owners of 10,000 acres of land, were continued in force until 1834, when principally by the efforts of Benjamin F. Hallett, Esquire, as their counsel, in exposing their injustice, the system was broken up, and the district of Marshpee was incorporated under free laws, and the property divided among the proprietors in fee. They are now a very prosperous and thriving community, deserving the interest and encouragement of every wise statesman or true philanthropist. Among the Marshpee volunteers in the War of the Revolution were the following: Francis Websquish, Samuel Moses, Dem Squibbs, Mark Negro, Tom Caesar, Joseph Assure, James Keeter, Joseph Keeter, Daniel Pocknett, Job Ramone, George Shawn, Castell Barnett, Joshua Pognett, James Ramone, David Hatch, James Nocake, Abel Hosewit, Alicia Keeter, John Pierce, John Mapix, Amos Babcock, Hosea Pognett, Church Assure, and Gideon Tumpum. In 1783, Parson Holly presented a memorial to the legislature in behalf of the 73 widows whose husbands had died in their country's service. Patriots of the olden time. The wife of Samuel Adams, of Revolutionary celebrity, one day informed her husband that a friend had made her a present of a female slave. Mr. Adams replied, in a very decided manner, quote, "She may come, but not as a slave, for a slave cannot breathe in my house. If she comes, she must come free." End quote. The woman took up her abode with the family of this champion of liberty, and there she lived free and died free. Loyalty of an African Benevolent Society. Some of the colored citizens, in 1796, instituted at Boston the African Society. Its objects were benevolent ones, as set forth in the preamble, which also expressed its loyalty as follows: quote, "Behaving ourselves, at the same time, as true and faithful citizens of the Commonwealth in which we live, and that we take no one into the society who shall commit any injustice or outrage against the laws of their country." End quote. I subjoin the names of the members of the African Society: Plato Anderson, Hannibal Allen, Thomas Burdine, Peter Bailey, Joseph Ball, Peter Branch, Prince Brown, Boston Ballard, Anthony Battis, Serico Collins, Rufus Calhorn, John Clark, Scipio Dalton, Arthur Davis, John De Cruz, Hamlet Earl, Caesar Fairweather, Mingo Freeman, Cato Gardner, Jeremiah Green, James Hawkins, John Harrison, Gloucester Haskins, Prince M. Harris, Juber Holland, Richard Halsted, Thomas Jackson, George Jackson, Lewis Jones, Isaac Johnson, John Johnson, Sear Kimball, Thomas Lewis, Joseph Lowe, George Middleton, Derby Miller, Cato Morey, Richard Marshall, Joseph Ackerman, John Phillips, Cato Rawson, Richard Stanley, Cyrus Vassall, Derby Vassall. Isaac Woodland. The following obituary of one who will be long remembered in Boston is inserted here as connected with the associations of bygone days. Isaac Woodland was a native of Maryland, but many years since he adopted for his home the state of Massachusetts. His life here was marked with an active zeal for the fugitive from Southern bondage. His money was always generously appropriated for their aid and comfort. At one of the meetings in Belknap Street Church, when the question whether Boston jail should longer confine George Latimer as a slave was the theme of discussion in every gathering, I well remember Isaac Woodland walking up the aisle and placing upon the table a handful of silver, with the remark that he had more shot in the locker, if by that means the man could be kept from slavery. In the olden time, when the abolitionists of Boston celebrated the 14th of July, commemorative of the abolition of slavery in the state, note, the day was not historical, for no special act of emancipation had taken place, but the grateful heart of the colored man thus wished to signalize the fact that slavery had departed from the old Bay State. In their processions, his towering and manly form was always the observed of all observers. And when that was superseded by the glorious 1st of August, the Jubilee of British West India emancipation, no one name was more sure of appointment as Marshal than his, and surely but few, if any, could better adorn the office. His occupation was that of grain inspector, and by his application and integrity in business, he won the respect and patronage of a large circle of Boston merchants. He was genial and mirthful, fond of children and friends, but yet had that in him which, when roused in defense of his race, was not easily subdued. This last trait was fully illustrated in an encounter on one of the wharfs, several years since, between a party of white and colored laborers, when, but for his prowess and Herculean strength, the fate of his companions would have been much worse than the event proved. He was, "in war a tiger chafed by the hunter's spear, but in peace more gentle than the unweaned lamb." His death took place in Boston, May 24, 1853, aged 68. Epitaphs on slaves. The following celebrated epitaph from the old burial ground of Concord, Massachusetts, although it has been often published, will bear to be reprinted here. It is understood to have been written by Daniel Bliss, Esquire, a lawyer at Concord, before the Revolutionary War. He was the son of a minister of that place, whose name and history occupy a large space in the ecclesiastical annals of the town. This single production will secure to its author forever the credit of taste, ingenuity, and an enlightened moral sense, and proves that sound abolition sentiments were cherished then as strongly as at the present day. God wills us free, man wills us slaves. I will as God wills. God's will be done. Here lies the body of John Jack, a native of Africa, who died March 1773, aged about 60 years. Though born in a land of slaves, he was born free. Though he lived in a land of liberty, he lived a slave. Till, by his honest, though stolen labors, he acquired the source of slavery, which gave him his freedom. Though not long before death, the grand tyrant gave him his final emancipation, and set him upon a footing with kings. Though a slave to vice, he practiced those virtues without which kings are but slaves. The following inscription is taken from a gravestone in a burying ground, in the town of North Attleboro, Massachusetts, near what was formerly called Hatch's Tavern. It is an interesting memento of what the state of things was in this Commonwealth 70 years ago. The testimony thus borne to the goodness of Caesar's heart certainly reflects but little credit on the person who could make him or keep him a slave. Here lies the best of slaves, now turning into dust. Caesar the Ethiopian craves a place among the just. His faithful soul is fled to realms of heavenly light, and, by the blood that Jesus shed, is changed from black to white. January 15th he quitted the stage, in the 77th year of his age, 1780. End of chapter 1, part 9. Chapter 1, Part 10, of the Colored Patriots of the American Revolution, by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 1, continued. Massachusetts. The Equal Rights Movement. A number of the chivalric portion of the colored Bostonians, having taken the initiatory steps for a military company, petitioned the legislature, in the year 1852, for a charter, the claims of which were advocated by Charles Lennox Raymond and Robert Morris, Esquires, but, like the Attucks petitioners, they too, "had leave to withdraw." In February 1853, the subject was again presented to the Constitutional Convention, and Robert Morris, Esquire, before a committee of that body, alluded to an old law of the Massachusetts colony which called upon all negroes, inhabitants of the colony, of the age of 16 and upwards, to make their appearance in case of alarm, armed and equipped, in connection with the regularly enrolled militia company, under a penalty of 20 shillings. And they always did appear, and performed efficient service. He further remarked that a charter had been lately granted to an Irish company, and that the colored citizens, who are native born, desired the same rights which were given to our adopted brethren. "We do not want," said he, "a stepmother in the case, who will butter the bread for one and sand it for another. We hunger and thirst for prosperity and advancement, and, so far as in your power lies, we wish you to do all you can to aid us in our endeavors. We wish you to make us feel that we are of some use and advantage in this, our day and generation." William J. Watkins, Esquire, concluded an able argument as follows. We love Massachusetts. If she reciprocates that love, let her show forth her love by her works. Let her throw around us the mantle of her protection, and then, O Massachusetts, if we forget thee, may our right hand forget its cunning, and our tongue cleave to the roof of our mouth. Yes, let the old Bay State treat us as men, and she shall elicit our undying, indissoluble attachment, and neither height nor depth, nor principalities nor powers, nor things present nor things to come, shall ever be able to alienate our affection from her. We will be with her in the 6th trouble, and in the 7th. We will never leave nor forsake her. Amid the angry howling of the tempest, as well as in the cheering sunshine, we shall be ever found, a faithful few, indomitable, unterrified, who know their friends, to love them, with that affection which naught but the destroying angel can annihilate. Again grant us this petition, and it will induce in us a determination to surmount every obstacle calculated to impede our progress, to rise higher and higher and higher, until we scale the mount of heaven, and look down from our lofty and commanding position upon our revilers and persecutors. Yes, sir, it will incite us to renewed diligence, and cause our arid desert to rejoice and blossom as the rose. It will inspire us with confidence, and encourage us to hope, amid the almost tangible darkness that envelops us. We care not for the hoarse, rough thunder's voice, nor the lightning's lurid gleamings, if we are yet to be a people, if we are yet to behold the superstructure of our liberties, consummated, amid paeans of thanksgiving, and shouts from millions, redeemed, regenerated, and disenthralled. 65 colored citizens of Boston petitioned the Massachusetts Constitutional Convention in June 1853, that the Constitution be so amended as to remove the disabilities of colored citizens from holding military commissions and serving in the militia. An amendment was offered, that it is inexpedient to act thereon, when Henry Wilson, Charles Sumner, E.L. Keyes, D.S. Whitney, and others advocated the colored man's equality. The following are extracts from the speech of the Honorable Henry Wilson in support of his amendment. Resolved, that no distinction shall ever hereafter be made, in organizing the volunteer militia of the Commonwealth, by reason of color or race. If it be true, said Mr. Wilson, that our volunteer system is not contemplated by the laws of the United States, that it is the creature of Massachusetts law, that no reference in the law is made to color, that the officers authorized to grant petitions for raising companies have control and authority over the whole subject, and that they may grant petitions for companies without distinction of color, then it is in accordance with the ideas and sentiments of the people to declare in the fundamental law of the Commonwealth that in the organization of these volunteer companies no distinction on account of color or race shall ever be made by those officers having control and authority over the whole subject. This is my proposition, nothing more, nothing less. If our voluntary militia system is the creature of local law, purely a Massachusetts system, not contemplated by the laws of the United States, no distinction on account of race or color should be allowed. The Constitution of this Commonwealth knows no distinction of color or race. A colored man may fill any office in the gift of the people. A colored man may be the supreme executive magistrate of Massachusetts, and commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy, and of the military forces of the state by sea and land, and he shall have full power from time to time to train, instruct, exercise, and govern the militia, and to lead and conduct them, and with them to encounter, repel, resist, expel and pursue, and also to kill, slay and destroy the invading enemies of the Commonwealth. If a colored man may be by the Constitution Captain General and Commander-in-Chief and Admiral of the Commonwealth, should he be denied admission into the ranks of her volunteer militia? The colored men of Massachusetts have been denied admission into the volunteer militia, although the committee tell us that no reference is made by law to color or race. If officers who are authorized by law to grant petitions for companies, and who have control and authority over the whole subject, have made distinctions on account of color or race, when no reference is made to color in the laws, then they should be compelled by constitutional authority to abandon the position they have without law assumed, and to carry out the idea which pervades our Constitution, that all men, of every race, are equal before the laws of this Commonwealth. The democratic idea of the equality before the law of all men, no matter where they were born or from what race they sprung, is the sentiment of the people. This right, claimed by the colored men of Massachusetts, to become members of the volunteer militia, is of little practical importance to them or to the public. They feel the exclusion as an indignity to their race. If we have the power to remove that unjust exclusion, we are false to the principles and ideas upon which our Constitution is founded, if we do not do so. If we have not the power, or if its exercise would bring us in conflict with the laws of the United States, which we acknowledge to be the supreme laws of the land, we must submit to the necessity imposed upon us, and bow to what we cannot control. I have said, sir, that the question was of little practical importance, whether the right of the colored men of Massachusetts to become members of the volunteer militia was admitted or not. To them, it can be of little practical value, although they have wives, children and homes, and a country to defend. To the country, it is of little practical importance. We are strong and powerful now, able to drive into the ocean any power on earth that should step with hostile foot upon the soil of the Republic. But it was not always so. In our days of weakness, the men of this wronged race gave their blood freely for the defense and liberties of the country. The first victim of the Boston Massacre, on the 5th of March, 1770, which made the fires of resistance burn more intensely, was a colored man. Hundreds of colored men entered the ranks and fought bravely on all the fields of the Revolution. Graydon, of Pennsylvania, in his memoirs, informs us that many of the Southern officers disliked the New England regiments because so many colored men were in their ranks. When the country has required their blood in the days of trial and conflict, they have given it freely, and we have accepted it, but in times of peace, when their blood is not needed, we spurn and trample them underfoot. I have no part in this great wrong to a race. Wherever and whenever we have the power to do it, I would give to all men, of every clime and race, of every faith and creed, freedom and equality before the law. My voice and my vote shall ever be given for the equality of all the children of men, before the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the United States." End quote. The petition was received, referred, and finally rejected, on the ground that it could not be granted without bringing Massachusetts into conflict with the United States Constitution and the laws of the land. On the last day of the convention, the following petition was presented by the Honorable E.L. Keyes of Dedham. To the Convention for Revisiting and Amending the Constitution of Massachusetts. The undersigned, acknowledged citizens of this Commonwealth, notwithstanding their complexional differences, and therefore citizens of the United States, with the feeling and spirit becoming freemen, and with the deepest solicitude, respectfully submit, that having petitioned your honorable body for such a modification of the laws, as that no able-bodied male citizen shall be forbidden or prevented from serving, or holding office or commission, in the militia, on account of his color, their petition was duly referred and considered, but not granted, and therefore they are still a proscribed and injured class. The reason assigned for the rejection of their request, in the report submitted by the committee to whom the subject was referred, was, quote, that this convention cannot incorporate into the Constitution of Massachusetts any provision which shall conflict with the laws of the United States. End quote. In the course of the debate that ensued upon this report, the Attorney General of Massachusetts, the Honorable Rufus Choate, said, quote, you can raise no colored regiment or part of a regiment that shall be of the militia of the United States, none whatever. It is certain that if they were to go upon parade, and to win Bunker Hills, yet they never can be part of the militia of the United States. Nay, more, he did not see how he could do anything for this colored race, by putting them in one of the high places of the Commonwealth, with weapons in their hands, and allow our glorious banner to throw around them all the pomp and parade and condition of war. The color cleaves to them here, and on parade is only the more conspicuous. End quote. Another distinguished member of the convention, the Honorable Benjamin F. Hallett, said, quote, If Massachusetts should send a colored commander-in-chief at the head of her militia, the United States would not recognize his authority, and would at once supersede him." End quote. Your petitioners feel bound to protest, in behalf of the colored citizens of Massachusetts, that all such opinions and declarations constitute 1. A denial of their equality as citizens of this Commonwealth, and are clearly at variance with the Constitution of this state, which knows nothing of the complexion of the people, and which asserts, Article 1, that, quote, "all men are born free and equal, and have certain natural, essential, and inalienable rights, among which may be reckoned the right of enjoying and defending their lives and liberties, that of acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, in fine, that of seeking and obtaining their safety and happiness." End quote. It would be absurd to say that the general government, or that Congress, has the constitutional right to declare, if it think proper, that the white citizen of Massachusetts shall not be enrolled in the militia of the country, and it is not to be supposed, for a moment, that, if such a prescriptive edict were to be issued, it would be tamely submitted to. It is, surely, just as great an absurdity, just as glaring an insult, to assume that colored citizens may be legally excluded from the national militia. 2. In the Constitution of the United States, not a sentence or a syllable can be found, recognizing any distinction among the citizens of the states, collectively or individually, but they are all placed on the same equality. Article 4, Section 2, D declares, quote, "The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states." End quote. It is not possible to make a more unequivocal recognition of the equality of all citizens, and, therefore, whatever contravenes or denies it, in the shape of legislation, is manifestly unconstitutional. Whatever may have been the compromises of the Constitution, in regard to those held in bondage as chattel slaves, none were ever made, or proposed, respecting the rights and liberties of citizens. 3. It is true that by the United States Constitution, Congress is empowered, quote, "to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia." End quote. It is also true that Congress, in organizing the militia, has authorized none but white citizens to be enrolled therein. Nevertheless, it is not less true that the law of Congress, making this unnatural distinction, is, in this particular, unconstitutional, and therefore ought to exert no controlling force over the legislation of any of the states. To organize the militia of the country is one thing; to dishonor and outrage a portion of the citizens on any ground is a very different thing. To do the former, Congress is clothed with ample constitutional authority; to accomplish the latter, it has no power to legislate, and resort must be had, and has been had, to usurpation and tyranny. Your petitioners, therefore, earnestly entreat the convention, by every consideration of justice and righteousness, not to adjourn without asserting and vindicating the entire fitness and equal right of the colored citizens of Massachusetts to be enrolled in the national militia, or, if this be not granted, then they respectfully ask that this protest may be placed on the records of the convention, and published with the official proceedings, that the stigma may not rest upon their memories of having tamely acquiesced in a prescription equally at war with the American Constitution, the Massachusetts Bill of Rights, and the claims of human nature. Signed, William C. Nell, Jonas W. Clark, Edward Gray, John Thompson, Enoch L. Stallard, John Wright, John P. Coburn, Thomas Brown, John Lockley, Ira S. Gray, Benjamin P. Bassett, Benjamin Whedon, William J. Watkins, Isaac H. Snowden, Simpson H. Lewis, John J. Fatal, Lemuel Burr, Thomas Cummings, N. L. Perkins, John Oliver, H. L. W. Thacker, George Washington, James Scott. The petition having been read, it was ordered to be entered upon the records by a vote of 97 to 66, but subsequently, on motion of Mr. Stetson, of Braintree, the vote was reconsidered. The Honorable B. F. Hallett, for Wilbraham, upon a question of privilege, spoke at some length in defense of his action in the matter, and in favor of reconsideration, which, under the previous question, was carried 97 to 57, and, on motion of Mr. Byrd, of Walpole, the whole question was laid on the table without dissent. This final action was highly discreditable to the convention, for the petitioners, having been virtually excluded from the pale of American citizenship by that body, had a right at least to have their protest against such an exclusion placed on the records of the convention, nor was there a sentence or word in their petition uncalled for or offensively used. The limits of this work will not allow of an elaborate or statistical report of the present condition of the colored Americans, though very much that is encouraging is at the compiler's disposal. It will be found that throughout the book, references are made to representative cases of individual enterprise and genius, sufficient, it is presumed, to convey a general idea of the improvements daily developed by that class, which has commonly been stigmatized as incapable of mental and social elevation. So far as Massachusetts is concerned, it is safe to say that in many respects, her record is one to be proud of. Her colored citizens, in all but the militia clause in the Constitution, stand, before the law, on an equality with the whites. Her public schools are accessible to all, irrespective of complexion, prophetic of the day soon, I hope, to be ushered in, when the mechanic's shop and the merchant's counting room will be alike ready to extend to them equal facilities with those of another and more favored race. New Bedford occupies a very prominent position in all that contributes to the prosperity of the colored American, in general intelligence, business enterprise, and public spirit, much of which is justly attributable to the impetus given by Paul Cuffe's efforts for the franchise. Some of his descendants yet live in New Bedford. The colored voters there hold the balance of power, and hence exert a potent influence on election day. The faithful Friends, or Quakers, have always borne such a testimony at New Bedford, as materially to have aided the progress of the colored citizens. Worcester can boast, among her colored mechanics, William H. Brown, whose well-established reputation as an upholsterer reflects great credit upon the large firm in Boston, with whom he served a faithful apprenticeship. Salem, Springfield, and Lowell, together with many smaller localities, have good and true colored men among their inhabitants, sustaining creditable business relations, and the owners of real estate in a fair proportion with their white fellow citizens. Boston compares favorably in this respect with larger cities in the United States. Several causes have combined to retard the progress of colored mechanics, but these are being removed, and in a few years the results will be manifest. Business and professional men are continually increasing. In addition to the mechanical, artistical, and professional colored men in Boston, elsewhere mentioned, it may be noted that the two most popular gymnasium galleries are in the proprietorship of J.B. Bailey and Peyton Stewart. The prince of caterers is J.B. Smith. A dentist highly recommended is J.S. Rock, M.D. A young artist in crayon portraits is winning his way to excellence and reputation, and other equally meritorious aspirants, women included, are soaring to those heights that challenge the ambition of Earth's gifted children. Real estate to the value of at least $200,000 is in the hands of our colored citizens. During the struggle for equal school rights, many of the largest taxpayers removed into the neighboring towns and withdrew their investments from Boston real estate. American color phobia is never more rampant towards its victims than when one would avail himself of the facilities for mental improvement, in common with the more favored dominant party, as if his complexion was, indeed, prima facie evidence that he was an intruder within the sacred portals of knowledge. In Boston, the so-called Athens of America, large audiences have been thrown almost into spasms by the presence of one colored man in their midst, and on one occasion, in the writer's experience, a mob grossly insulted a gentleman and two ladies who did not happen to exhibit the Anglo-Saxon constitutional complexion. But within a few years past, this spirit of caste has lost much of its virulence, owing somewhat to the efforts put forth by the colored people themselves. For 10 years, they sustained the Adelphic Union Library Association, and were generally fortunate in securing the most talented and distinguished gentlemen as lecturers. Though proscribed themselves, they removed from the colored locality, opened a hall in the central part of the city, and magnanimously invited all to avail themselves of its benefits. A number of white young men associated themselves with this society, and participated in several public elocutionary exhibitions, and their lecture room was usually visited by representatives from all classes of the community, which has had a tendency to excite something of a reciprocal feeling on the part of other associations, now extending itself through all the ramifications of society, so that the presence of colored persons at popular lectures is now a matter of common occurrence, and excites scarcely any notice or remark. This agreeable state of things superseded the necessity of an exclusive organization, though social literary clubs, mostly composed of colored members, have continued to exist. In New Bedford, a deserved rebuke was administered to color phobia, which grew out of an attempt to proscribe colored patrons of the Lyceum from the privileges heretofore shared by them in common with others. This persecution aroused the indignation of those ever to be honored friends of equal rights, Charles Sumner and Ralph Waldo Emerson. They were both announced to lecture, but on learning the proceedings, they immediately recalled their engagements, rather than sanction, by their presence on the rostrum, such an outrage on the rights of man. This noble deed was not without its effect, and as a legitimate consequence, prompted the freemen of New Bedford to establish an independent lyceum, where men, irrespective of accidental differences, could freely assemble, and have dispensed to them the precious stores of knowledge. Various circumstances combined to create an impetus in favor of the free lyceum, which completely superseded the other, and thus a victory was achieved in humanity's behalf. A similar triumph, in many respects, was also won in Lynn, where opposition was manifested to a lyceum lecture by Charles Lennox Raymond. A majority united in the formation of another institution, thus proving that where there is a will, a way can always be found for united hearts to bear a faithful and effective testimony against prescription and tyranny. Since then, Samuel R. Ward, Frederick Douglass, and other distinguished colored lecturers have been welcomed to lyceum platforms in different parts of the country. To Raynal, who expressed surprise that America had not produced any celebrated man, Jefferson replied, quote, "When we shall have existed as a nation, as long as the Greeks before they had a Homer, the Romans a Virgil, or the French a Racine, there will be room for inquiry." End quote. And I would say, let the evil spirit of American pro-slavery and prejudice only remove its feet from the neck of its outraged victims, and if improvement be not made commensurate with the means afforded, then, but not till then, will we admit the truth of the gratuitous assertion that the author of the universe has stamped upon the brow of the colored American a mark of inferiority. This feeling must have moved C.V. Caples, a colored teacher, when he uttered the following eloquent words at an early anti-slavery convention in Boston. Quote, "I am pained," said he, "when I think of the condition of colored men in the United States. My blood is as warm as yours, Mr. President, or that of any patriot, and when I behold the finger of scorn pointed at my brethren, and the curled lip, my soul weeps. I think, there may be thus insulted one possessing the highest attributes of man, a mind, perhaps, that, if trained like other minds, might lead to great deeds, some Cincinnatus, capable of influencing the destinies of a nation, a Hampton, to inspire patriotism, or a Milton, pregnant with celestial fire." End quote. The colored man's friends are constantly claiming for him an equality of privileges based on his nativity, loyalty, and the immutable law of God. There have been those, however, sometimes found deficient in a trying hour. Such fallings from grace doubtless occur in the ranks of every reform, for all who profess are not always fully imbued with the principle, thereby losing opportunities of squaring their practice with their preaching. To those colored friends, however, who constantly harp upon real or supposed derelictions of white abolitionists, it is but reasonable to hint that some of their own number are very indifferent to practical anti-slavery, and that at the South there are black as well as white slaveholders, a fact teaching humility to both classes, while at the same time it proves the identity of both with the human family. These anti-slavery tests are presented in the everyday routine of business and social life, and oftentimes prove severe trials, except to those of the genuine radical stamp. All reformers owe it to their high calling to be consistent, not to place their light under a bushel, but to let its rays be conspicuous, as a direct means of influencing public sentiment. A few years since, when the state of Massachusetts was agitated, from Cape Cod to Berkshire, with the exclusion of colored passengers from equal railroad privileges, many an instance occurred where abolitionists wholly identified themselves with the proscribed, quote, "remembering those in bonds, as bound with them," and on some occasions, encountering peril of life and limb, and sharing indignities equally with those whose sin was the texture of hair and hue of the skin. It is with the most grateful emotions that I would here record the names of William Lloyd Garrison and Wendell Phillips, both of whom, on separate occasions, remonstrated against the colonization of colored friends from the cars, and, in the crisis, exiled themselves to the Jim Crow car, rather than remain in comfort with the oppressor. Such exhibitions of fidelity to principle were not lost upon their fellow passengers. There is abundant reason to believe that these and similar incidents, in connection with the eloquent appeals of Charles Lennox Raymond and other anti-slavery lecturers, were instrumental in removing all odious restrictions from the Eastern Railroad, and at this day, who ventures to exclude a colored passenger in this section of the country? The idea has been consigned to the tomb of the Capulets, from whence we do not anticipate a resurrection. Until within a few years, the Boston Directory had a Liberia department for persons of color, but it luckily fell into the hands of an anti-slavery man, George Adams, Esquire, who, to his honor, be it remembered, abolished this inglorious distinction, inserted the names of colored citizens among "the rest of mankind," and to this day, no orb has been so eccentric as to wander from its sphere in consequence thereof. "So shines a good deed in a naughty world." Live the true life, speak the true word, and God will bless the effort. There is a sundial in Italy with the inscription, "I mark only the hours that shine," inculcating the lesson that though this life is not all happy and beautiful, yet we should not dwell always upon the darker portion of the picture, but remember to look also upon the bright side. What a satisfaction to the proscribed colored American is the fact that in this slavery-cursed land there are those true hearts, ready to accord the rights and privileges to others so prized by themselves, that in the highways and byways of life, on the railroad car and in the steamboat, in the lyceum and college, in the street, the store, and the parlor, a noble band is found, united in purpose, uncompromising in principle, fearless in action, whose examples are like specks of verdure amidst universal barrenness, as scattered lights amidst thick and prevailing darkness. End of chapter 1, part 10. End of chapter 1. An amendment was offered, "that it is inexpedient to act thereon," when Henry Wilson, Charles Sumner, E.L. Keyes, D.S. Whitney, and others advocated the colored man's equality. Chapter 2 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 2. New Hampshire. Jude Hall. Legislative postponement of emancipation. Last slave in New Hampshire. Senator Morrill's tribute to a colored citizen. Jude Hall was born at Exeter, New Hampshire, and was a soldier in the Revolutionary War under General Poor. He served faithfully 8 years, and fought in most all the battles, beginning at Bunker Hill. He was called a great soldier, and was known in New Hampshire to the day of his death by the name of Old Rock. Singular to relate, 3 of his sons have been kidnapped at different times and reduced to slavery. James was put on board a New Orleans vessel. Aaron was stolen from Providence in 1807. William went to sea in the bark Hannibal from Newburyport, and was sold in the West Indies, from whence he escaped after 10 years of slavery, and sailed as captain of a collier from Newcastle to London. The anecdote of the slave of General Sullivan of New Hampshire is well known. When his master told him that they were on the point of starting for the army, to fight for liberty, he shrewdly suggested that it would be a great satisfaction to know that he was indeed going to fight for his liberty. Struck with the reasonableness and justice of this suggestion, General Sullivan at once gave him his freedom. It is not very surprising that in the time of the Revolutionary War, when so much was said of freedom, equality, and the rights of man, the poor African should think that he had some rights, and should seek that freedom which others valued so highly. There were slaves then, even in New Hampshire, and their owners, like the Egyptians of old, and the Carolinians now, who were unwilling to let them go. Here is an extract from the Journal of New Hampshire, touching this matter, showing how justice and humanity were postponed, as repentance often is, to a more convenient opportunity. Quote, June 9, 1780. Agreeable to order of the day, the petition of Negro Brewster and others, Negro slaves, praying to be set free from slavery, being read, considered, and argued by counsel for petitioners before this House, it appears that at this time this House is not ripe for a determination in this matter. Therefore, ordered, that the further consideration of this matter be postponed till a more convenient opportunity. End quote. Senator Merrill of New Hampshire, in his speech at Washington in 1820, on the Missouri question, alluded to a colored man in his own state, by the name of Cheswell, who, with his family, were respectable in point of property, ability, and character. He held some of the first offices of the town in which he resided, was appointed justice of the peace for the county, and was perfectly competent to perform all the duties of his various offices in the most prompt, accurate, and acceptable manner. Quote, in New Hampshire, says Dr. Belknap in 1795, those blacks who enlisted into the army for 3 years were entitled to the same bounty as the whites. This bounty their masters received as the price of their liberty, and then delivered up their bills of sale, and gave them a certificate of manumission. Several of these bills and certificates were deposited into my hands, and those who survived the 3 years' service were free. End quote. Footnote. Massachusetts Historical Collection, Volume 4, page 203. New Hampshire papers of quite a recent date record the death, at Hanover, of Mrs. Jane E. Wentworth, a colored woman, at the age of 70. Graduates at Dartmouth will recollect her as Aunt Jenny, the washwoman and nurse in sickness. Her parents were slaves, kidnapped when very young, and came by inheritance in possession of the family of Mrs. House of Hanover. They were subsequently sold to a gentleman in Salem, New Hampshire, where they remained until they were emancipated by the laws of the state. Jenny was born in Hanover in 1777, was sold with her parents, and upon becoming free, she married Charles Wentworth, a slave of Governor Wentworth. They then removed to Hanover, where they remained till their death. Jenny outlived her husband several years, and was one of the last of the African race, who in our early history were held in bondage in New England. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 3. Vermont. 700 British soldiers escorted by a colored patriot. Reverend Lemuel Haynes. Judge Harrington's anti-fugitive slave law decision. August 16, 1777, the Green Mountain Boys, aided by troops from New Hampshire and some few from Berkshire County, Massachusetts, under the command of General Stark, captured the left wing of the British Army near Bennington. As soon as arrangements could be made, after the prisoners were all collected, something more than 700, they were tied to a rope, one on each side. The rope not being long enough, General Stark called for more, when Mrs. Robinson, wife of the Honorable Moses Robinson, said to the general, quote, I will take down the last bedstead in the house, and present the rope to you, on one condition. When the prisoners are all tied to the rope, you shall permit my negro man to harness up my old mare, and hitch the rope to the whiffle tree, mount the mare, and conduct the British and Tory prisoners out of town. End quote. The general willingly accepted Mrs. Robinson's proposition. The negro mounted the mare, and thus conducted the left wing of the British Army into Massachusetts, on their way to Boston. General Schuyler writes from Saratoga, July 23, 1777, to the President of Massachusetts Bay, quote, that of the few continental troops we have had to the northward, 1/3 part is composed of men too far advanced in years for field service, of boys, or rather children, and, mortifying barely to mention, of negroes." The general also addressed a similar letter to John Hancock, and again to the Provincial Congress, in which he stated that the foregoing were facts which were altogether incontrovertible. Lemuel Haynes was born in Hartford, Connecticut, July 18, 1753. His father was an African, his mother white. It was his good fortune to fall into kind hands, and he enjoyed excellent advantages of education both before and after the Revolution. He ultimately became a ripe scholar, and in 1804 received the honorary degree of Master of Arts from Middlebury College, Vermont. After completing a theological course of study, he preached in various places in Connecticut until the year 1788, when he made a permanent settlement in West Rutland, Vermont, and remained there 30 years, being one of the most popular preachers in the state. In 1805, Mr. Haynes preached his noted sermon from Genesis chapter 3, verse 4, the fame of which, and his discussion with the venerable Hosea was worldwide. He was no less distinguished for his patriotism than for his theological attainments. He enlisted as a Minuteman in 1774 and became connected with the American Army. After the Battle of Lexington in 1775, he joined the army at Roxbury. 2 years after, he was a volunteer in the expedition to Ticonderoga to stop the inroads of Burgoyne's northern army. His neighbors and friends often heard him describe his sufferings while he engaged in that campaign. His social qualities were of a very high order. He was a somewhat eccentric man, very musical and full of wit and anecdote, but serious and reverent when the occasion demanded. He was a kind neighbor and a warm friend. He lived to the age of 81, dying on the 28th of September, 1833. The opinion of Judge Harrington, of Vermont, in the case of a person claimed as a fugitive slave, is probably familiar to most abolitionists. In answer to some inquiries with regard to the particulars of the case, by the Honorable Samuel E. Sewell, of Massachusetts, the Honorable Derastus Worcester, of Middlebury, Vermont, says, quote, "The transaction to which you allude is somewhat an ancient one. The case occurred before my time, but I have the history of it from the lips of an eyewitness, who was present at the time, the Honorable Horatio Seymour, formerly a senator from this state in Congress. There was a person of color in Middlebury who was claimed as a slave by his master from the state of New York. He was brought before 2 justices of the peace, and they decided to surrender him. Loyal Case, Esquire, counsel for the slave, brought him up on a habeas corpus to the Supreme Court, then in session, for his liberation. The master brought forward documentary and other evidence to show his title to the slave. Judge Harrington, who was then on the bench, gave the opinion of the court. He said that the evidence of title was good, as far as it went, but the chain had some of its links broken. The evidence did not go far enough. If the master could show a bill of sale or grant from the Almighty, then his title to him would be complete, otherwise it would not. And since he had not shown such evidence, the court refused to surrender him and discharged him. This is the opinion of the court, as delivered by Judge Harrington, as well as can be recollected after such a lapse of time. The transaction took place about the year 1807. Judge Harrington is now dead. He possessed a powerful mind, not fond of technicalities, had a strong sense of justice, and was a great friend to liberty." End quote. 2 points in this case merit particular attention. 1. The decision was made only about 17 years after the Constitution of the United States went into operation. 2. It was the solemn and deliberate decision of the Supreme Court of Vermont, not the opinion of Judge Harrington alone. As such, it becomes a great weight as a legal authority, and should be cited whenever a person, claimed as a fugitive slave, is brought before any court. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 4. Rhode Island. Admission of the Honorable Tristram Burgess. Defense of the Red Bank. Arrest of Major General Prescott by Prince. Colored Regiment of Rhode Island. Speech of Dr. Harris. Loyalty during the Dorr Rebellion. The Honorable Tristram Burgess, of Rhode Island, in a speech to Congress, January, 1828, said, quote, "At the commencement of the Revolutionary War, Rhode Island had a number of slaves. A regiment of them were enlisted into the Continental service, and no braver men met the enemy in battle, but not one of them was permitted to be a soldier until he had first been made a freeman." End quote. In Rhode Island, says Governor Eustis in his able speech against slavery in Missouri on the 12th of December, 1820, quote, "The blacks formed an entire regiment, and they discharged their duty with zeal and fidelity. The gallant defense of Red Bank, in which the black regiment bore a part, is among the proofs of their valor." End quote. In this contest, it will be recollected that 400 men met and repulsed, after a terrible and sanguinary struggle, 1,500 Hessian troops, headed by Count Dunop. The glory of the defense of Red Bank, which has been pronounced one of the most heroic actions of the war, belongs in reality to black men, yet who now hears them spoken of in connection with it? Among the traits which distinguished the black regiment was devotion to their officers. In the attack made upon the American lines, near Croton River, on the 13th of May, 1781, Colonel Greene, the commander of the regiment, was cut down and mortally wounded, but the sabers of the enemy only reached him through the bodies of his faithful guard of blacks, who hovered over him to protect him, and every one of whom was killed. Lieutenant Colonel Barton, of the Rhode Island militia, planned a bold exploit for the purpose of surprising and taking Major General Prescott, the commanding officer of the Royal Army at Newport. Taking with him, in the night, about 40 men in 2 boats, with oars muffled, he had the address to elude the vigilance of the ships of war and guard boats, and, having arrived undiscovered at the general's quarters, they were taken for the sentinels, and the general was not alarmed till his captors were at the door of his lodging chamber, which was fast closed. A negro man, named Prince, instantly thrust his head through the panel door, and seized the victim while in bed. The general's aide-de-camp leapt from a window undressed, and attempted to escape, but was taken, and with the general brought off in safety. [Footnote: Thatcher's Military Journal, August 3, 1777. I have received from Mr. George E. Willis, of Providence, the following list of names, as among the colored soldiers in the Rhode Island Regiment during the Revolutionary War: Scipio Brown, Prince Vaughan, Guy Watson, Primus Rhodes, Prince Green, Henry Tabor, Reuben Roberts, Caesar Power, Thomas Brown, Samson Hazard, Richard Rhodes, Cuffe Green, Cato Green, Prince Jenks, Philo Phillips, York Champlin, and Ichabod Northrop. Richard Cozens, a fifer in the Rhode Island Regiment, was born in Africa and died in Providence in 1829. In this connection, the following extracts from an address delivered in 1842 before the Congregational and Presbyterian Anti-Slavery Society at Francistown, New Hampshire, by Dr. Harris, a Revolutionary veteran, will be read with great interest. Quote, "I sympathize deeply," said Dr. Harris, "in the objects of this society. I fought, my hearers, for the liberty which you enjoy. It surprises me that every man does not rally at the sound of liberty, and array himself with those who are laboring to abolish slavery in our country. The very mention of it warms the blood in my veins, and, old as I am, makes me feel something of the spirit and impulses of '76. Then liberty meant something. Then liberty, independence, freedom were in every man's mouth. They were the sounds at which they rallied, and under which they fought and bled. They were the words which encouraged and cheered them through their hunger, nakedness, and fatigue, in cold and in heat. The word slavery then filled their hearts with horror. They fought because they would not be slaves. Those whom liberty has cost nothing do not know how to prize it. I served in the Revolution, in General Washington's army, 3 years under one enlistment. I have stood in battle where balls like hail were flying all around me. The man standing next to me was shot by my side, his blood spouted upon my clothes, which I wore for weeks. My nearest blood, except that which runs in my veins, was shed for liberty. My only brother was shot dead instantly in the Revolution. Liberty is dear to my heart. I cannot endure the thought that my countrymen should be slaves. When stationed in the state of Rhode Island, the regiment to which I belonged was once ordered to what was called a flanking position, that is, upon a place which the enemy must pass in order to come around in our rear, to drive us from the fort. This pass was everything, both to them and to us. Of course, it was a post of imminent danger. They attacked us with great fury, but they were repulsed. They reinforced, and attacked us again, with more vigor and determination, and again were repulsed. Again they reinforced, and attacked us a third time, with the most desperate courage and resolution, but a third time were repulsed. The contest was fearful, our position was hotly disputed, and as hotly maintained. But I have another object in view in stating these facts. I would not be trumpeting my own acts. The only reason why I have named myself in connection with this transaction is to show that I know whereof I affirm. There was a black regiment in the same situation. Yes, a regiment of Negroes, fighting for our liberty and independence, not a white man among them but the officers, stationed in this same dangerous and responsible position. Had they been unfaithful, or given way before the enemy, all would have been lost. 3 times in succession were they attacked, with most desperate valor and fury, by well-disciplined and veteran troops, and 3 times did they successfully repel the assault, and thus preserve our army from capture. They fought through the war. They were brave, hardy troops. They helped us to gain our liberty and independence. Now the war is over, our freedom is gained. What is to be done with these colored soldiers, who have shed their best blood in its defense? Must they be sent off out of the country because they are black? Or must they be sent back into slavery, now they have risked their lives and shed their blood, to secure the freedom of their masters? I ask, what became of these noble colored soldiers? Many of them, I fear, were taken back to the South, and doomed to the fetter and the chain. And why is it that the colored inhabitants of our nation, born in this country, and entitled to all the rights of freemen, are held in slavery? Why, but because they are black? I have often thought that should God see fit, by a miracle, to change their color, straighten their hair, and give their features and complexion the appearance of the whites, slavery would not continue a year. No, you would then go and abolish it with the sword, if it were not speedily done without. But is it a suitable cause for making men slaves, because God has given them such a color, such hair and such features, as he saw fit? End quote. During the Dorr excitement, the colored population of Rhode Island received high encomiums from the papers of the state for their conduct. The New York Courier and Enquirer said, quote, "The colored people of Rhode Island deserve the good opinion and kind feeling of every citizen of the state for their conduct during the recent troublous times in Providence. They promptly volunteered their services for any duty to which they might be useful in maintaining law and order. Upwards of 100 of them organized themselves for the purpose of acting as a city guard for the protection of the city, and to extinguish fires, in case of their occurrence, while the citizens were absent on military duty. The fathers of these people were distinguished for their patriotism and bravery in the War of the Revolution, and the Rhode Island Colored Regiment fought, on one occasion, until half their number were slain. There was not a regiment in the service which did more soldierly duty, or showed itself more devoutly patriotic." End quote. A colored military company, called the National Guard, has recently been formed in Providence, using, by special grant, the state arms. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 5, Connecticut. The Honorable Calvin Goddard's testimony. Captain Humphrey's Colored Company. Facsimile of General Washington's certificate. Hamet, General Washington's servant. Poor Jack. Ebenezer Hills. Latham and Freeman. Franchise of Colored Citizens. David Ruggles. Progress. The Honorable Calvin Goddard, of Connecticut, states that in the little circle of his residence, he was instrumental in securing, under the Act of 1818, the pensions of 19 colored soldiers. I cannot, he says, refrain from mentioning one black man, Primus Babcock, who proudly presented to me an honorable discharge from service during the war, dated, at the close of it, wholly in the handwriting of George Washington. Nor can I forget the expression of his feelings when informed after his discharge had been sent to the War Department that it could not be returned. At his request it was written for, as he seemed inclined to spurn the pension and reclaim the discharge." There is a touching anecdote related of Baron Steuben on the occasion of the disbandment of the American army. A black soldier, with his wounds unhealed, utterly destitute, stood on the wharf, just as a vessel bound for his distant home was getting under way. The poor fellow gazed at the vessel with tears in his eyes, and gave himself up to despair. The warm-hearted foreigner witnessed his emotion, and inquiring into the cause of it, took his last dollar from his purse, and gave it to him, while tears of sympathy trickled down his cheeks. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the poor wounded soldier hailed the sloop, and was received on board. As it moved out from the wharf, he cried back to his noble friend on shore, "God Almighty bless you, Master Baron." During the Revolutionary War, and after the sufferings of a protracted contest had rendered it difficult to procure recruits for the army, the colony of Connecticut adopted the expedient of forming a corps of colored soldiers. A battalion of blacks was soon enlisted, and throughout the war conducted themselves with fidelity and efficiency. The late General Humphreys, then a captain, commanded a company of this corps. It is said that some objections were made on the part of the officers to accepting the command of the colored troops. In this exigency, Captain Humphreys, who was attached to the family of General Washington, volunteered his services. His patriotism was rewarded, and his fellow officers were afterwards as desirous to obtain appointments in that corps as they had previously been to avoid them. The following extract from the payroll of the 2nd Company, 4th Regiment, of the Connecticut line of the Revolutionary Army, may rescue many gallant names from oblivion. Captain David Humphreys, Privates Jack Erebus, Brister Baker. Footnote: see the annexed facsimile of the original certificate of Baker's discharge. John Ball, John Cleveland, Caesar Bagdon, John McLean, Phineas Strong, Gamaliel Terry, Jesse Vose, Ned Fields, Lent Munson, Daniel Bradley, Isaac Higgins, Hayman Rogers, Sharp Camp, Lewis Martin, Job Caesar, Joe Otis, Caesar Chapman, John Rogers, James Dinah, Peter Mix, Ned Freedom, Solomon Sautis, Philo Freeman, Ezekiel Tupum, Peter Freeman, Hector Williams, Tom Freeman, Cato Wilbrow, Juba Freeman, Congo Zato, Cuffe Freeman, Cato Robinson, Peter Gibbs, Juba Dyer, Prince George, Prince Johnson, Andrew Jack, Prince Crosby, Alex Judd, Peter Morando, Shubale Johnson, Pomp Liberty, Peter Lyon, Tim Caesar, Cuff Liberty, Samson Cuff, Jack Little, Pomp Cyrus, Dick Freedom, Bill Sowers, Harry Williams, Pomp McCuff, Dick Violet, and Sharp Rogers. The Hartford Review for September 1839 gives the following account of a colored man by the name of Hamet, then living in Middletown, who was formerly owned by General Washington. Quote, Hamet is, according to his own account, nearly 100 years old. He draws a pension for his services in the Revolutionary War and manufactures toy drums for his support. He has a white wife and one child. His hair is white with age and hangs matted together in masses over his shoulders. His height is about 4 feet 6 inches. He retains a perfect recollection of his massa and Mrs. Washington, and has several remembrancers of them. Among these, there is a lock of the general's hair, and his, the general's, service sword. He converses in 3 or 4 different languages, the French, Spanish, and German, besides his native African tongue. End quote. A clergyman in Connecticut, during the Revolutionary War, manifested, on all occasions, his zeal in the cause of freedom in his country, but, at the same time, held in bondage a colored man named Jack. To contend for liberty and hold the poor African in slavery was, according to Jack's conception of right and wrong, a manifest inconsistency. Under this impression, and anxious to obtain that liberty which is the inherent and natural right of man, Jack went to his master one day, and addressed him in the following language. Quote, Master, I observe you always keep preaching about liberty and praying for liberty, and I love to hear you, sir, for liberty be a good thing. You preach well and you pray well, but one thing you remember, master, Poor Jack is not free yet." End quote. Struck with the propriety and force of Jack's admonition, the clergyman, after a momentary pause, told Jack that if he would behave well in his service for 1 year longer, he should be free. Jack fulfilled the condition, obtained his freedom, and became a man of some property and respectability. Footnote: Book of American Anecdotes. Ebenezer Hills died at Vienna, New York, August 1849, aged 110. He was born a slave in Stonington, Connecticut, and became free when 28 years of age. He served through the Revolutionary War, and was at the battles of Saratoga and Stillwater, and was present at the surrender of Burgoyne. In a letter to the author, Parker Pillsbury of New Hampshire says, quote, "The names of the 2 brave men of color, who fell with Ledyard at the storming of Fort Griswold, were Lambeau Latham and Jordan Freeman. All the names of the slain at the time are inscribed on a marble tablet wrought into the monument. The names of the colored soldiers last, and not only last, but a blank space is left between them and the whites, in genuine keeping with the Negro pew distinction, setting them not only below all others, but by themselves, even after that. And it is difficult to say why they were not last in the fight. When Major Montgomery, one of the leaders in the expedition against the Americans, was lifted upon the walls of the fort by his soldiers, flourishing his sword and calling on them to follow him, Jordan Freeman received him on the point of a spike and pinned him dead to the earth." Footnote: Vid History Collections of Connecticut. And the name of Jordan Freeman stands away down, last on the list of heroes, perhaps the greatest hero of them all. End quote. The 72nd anniversary of the memorable tragedy at Groton Heights, in 1781, was celebrated by the people of New London and vicinity on Wednesday, September 7, 1853. On the address of the Honorable Robert C. Winthrop on that occasion, the New York Express says, quote, "It was beautifully eloquent and appropriate. His father was born in New London, and his ancestors for a century and a half had lived there. The very name of Groton came from Groton Manor in England, an estate once owned by the Winthrops. The names of New London and the Thames originated in a natural love for the great metropolis of the Old World, and the river which passed by, for these were once in the neighborhood of the homes of those who planted some of the earliest colonies in America." Mr. Winthrop pictured the events of the 6th of September, the bravery of the volunteers, the shocking murders, the dead and surviving, the sufferings of Ledyard, the revolutionary struggle, and all in letters of gold. His address charmed alike the lettered and unlettered among his hearers, and that is the test of true eloquence." End quote. The orator's omission to make a brief allusion, even to 2 colored soldiers, called out the following tribute from William Anderson of New London, Connecticut. Quote, "I stood," he says, "on the heights of Groton, a few days since, listening to the praises of the white heroes, from the lips of the Honorable R.C. Winthrop, W.I. Hammersley, Esquire, Governor Seymour, and others. I saw there on the battleground the descendants of the gallant Ledyard, or rather, the connections, with those of the Averys, the Lathams, the Perkinses, the Baileys, and others, in the full enjoyment of that liberty so dearly bought by their ancestors. I was glad that they were free, and living out their God-given rights. My mind became excited with the scene, but on reflection, my excitement was calmed down by the sober thought of an unpleasant reality, and you will ask, why was I sad? Well, as Shakespeare says, I will to you a tale unfold, and, while you bear with me in the recital, I know your sympathies will attend me in the sequel. September 6, 1781, New London was taken by the British, under the command of that traitor, Arnold. The small band composing the garrison retreated to the fort opposite, in the town of Groton, and there resolved either to gain a victory or die for their country. The latter pledge was faithfully redeemed, and by none more gallantly than the 2 colored men, and, if the survivors of that day's carnage tell truly, they fought like tigers, and were butchered after the gates were burst open. One of these men was the brother of my grandmother, by the name of Lambert, but called Lambeau, since chiseled on the marble monument by the American classic appellation of Sambo. The name of the other man was Jordan Freeman. Lambert was living with a gentleman in Groton, by the name of Latham, so, of course, he was called Lambert Latham. Mr. Latham and Lambert, on the day of the massacre, were at work in a field, at a distance from the house. On hearing the alarm upon the approach of the enemy, Mr. Latham started for home, leaving Lambert to drive the team up to the house. On arriving at the house, Lambert was told that Mr. Latham had gone up to the fort. Lambert took the cattle from the team, and, making all secure, started for the point of defense, where he arrived before the British began the attack. And here let me say, my dear friend, that there was not any Negro pew in that fort, although there was some praying as well as fighting. But there they stood, side by side, and shoulder to shoulder, and, after a few rounds of firing, each man's visage was so blackened by the smoke of powder, that Lambert and Jordan had but little to boast of on the score of color. The assault on the part of the British was a deadly one, and manfully resisted by the Americans, even to the clubbing of their muskets after their ammunition was expended, but finally, the little garrison was overcome, and, on the entrance of the enemy, the British officer inquired, "Who commands this fort?" The gallant Ledyard replied, "I once did, you do now," at the same time handing his sword, which was immediately run through his body to the hilt by the officer. This was the commencement of an unparalleled slaughter. Lambert, being near Colonel Ledyard when he was slain, retaliated upon the officer by thrusting his bayonet through his body. Lambert, in return, received from the enemy 33 bayonet wounds, and thus fell, nobly avenging the death of his commander. These facts were given to me on the spot, at the time of the laying of the cornerstone, by 2 veterans who were present at the battle. And now I ask, has Connecticut done her duty towards us, while she permits foreigners to exercise the right of suffrage? Yes, even those who were fighting against us in the last war, while we, native and to the manor born, are not allowed to peep into the ballot box. Among the many great orators at Groton Heights, this last 6th of September, I heard not the first word spoken of our forefathers' valor, or of our present disenfranchisement. My dear friend, I well remember the last war between this country and Great Britain. I was then a mere schoolboy. The school where I went was also attended by several hundred boys, and, one day, we were all marshalled out, and under drum and fife, marched down to help construct a battery near the water's edge, below the mouth of the harbor, and proudly did we feel that we little fellows could do something for our country, if nothing more than lugging a small turf, or carrying wooden pins for securing the turf. I have often thought of that day's work and of its close, as being so truly in keeping with past and present usage. At the close of the day, we returned to town, treading time to the music, with the promise that we should receive some food, of which we had not tasted any since morning. But alas, the proverb was verified in that case, quote, that the last should be first, end quote. For arriving at the house, the order was given to open ranks, and those in the rear, being the men, passed up the ranks, filling the house, to the exclusion of the boys, who returned home to a late supper, thinking of ardor, patriotism, and hunger, but nevertheless ready for another tramp, if called on, end quote. The colored inhabitants of Connecticut assembled in convention, in 1849, to devise means to secure the elective franchise, denied to 7,000 of their number. A gentleman present gives the following incident. Quote, a young man, Mr. West, of Bridgeport, spoke with a great deal of energy, and with a clear and pleasant tone of voice, which many a lawyer, statesman, or clergyman might covet, nobly vindicating the rights of the brethren. He said that the bones of the colored man had bleached on every battlefield, where American valor had contended for national independence. Side by side with the white man, the black man stood and struggled to the last, for the inheritance which the white man now enjoy, but deny to us. His father was a soldier slave, and his master said to him, when the liberty of the country was achieved, Stephen, we will do something for you. But what have they ever done for Stephen, or for Stephen's posterity? This orator is evidently a young man of high promise, and better capable of voting intelligently than half of the white men who would deny him a freeman's privilege. End quote. At the Troy Convention held October 1847, the Reverend Amos G. Beeman gave vent to his feelings in a most eloquent speech on the pro-slavery results of the colored suffrage question in his native state, Connecticut, remarking that 9/10 of the Irish residents in Connecticut voted against the colored American, and though he had loved Ireland, revered her great men, sympathized with her present and past afflictions, and some of her blood flowed in his veins, he could not forego administering the burning rebuke, which he believed due for their recreancy to the cause of human rights, and to the men who had never done harm to them. He alluded to the conversation of Judge Daggett, which has been graphically delineated by another writer, as follows. While the black laws of Connecticut were in force, Chief Justice Daggett decided that we were not citizens of the United States, and that the colored people there had no claims to the privileges of American citizens. But time rolled on. He had become acquainted with the intelligent and enterprising colored citizens of that state. He had finished his term and retired. But a few years ago, when the question was before the people of Connecticut, shall the colored people of the state have the right to vote? While his fellow citizens were voting 3-1 in the negative, the old gentleman from his retirement stepped forth, in his white-topped boots, with his silver locks of 80 winters flowing beneath his venerable brim, leaning upon his staff. He walked to the polls, amid popular excitement, and voted in the affirmative." End quote. Not a few great men, on the bench, at the bar, or in the pulpit, have undergone similar changes. These changes will multiply under the influence of the praiseworthy exertions of her gallant, but prescribed, colored citizens, encouraged by the good and true around them. In the struggle for enfranchisement, victory at no distant day is destined to perch upon their banners. In addition to what Mr. Phillips has said of David Ruggles in earlier pages of this book, the following reminiscences of that gifted son of Connecticut are worthy to be recorded here. August 1, 1841, a complimentary soiree was given to Mr. Ruggles in Boston, at which he made a speech, in the course of which he said, quote, "I have had the pleasure of helping 600 persons in their flight from bonds. In this I have tried to do my duty, and mean still to persevere, until the last fetter shall be broken, and the last sigh heard from the lips of a slave. But give the praise to him who sustains us all, who holds up the heart of the laborer in the rice swamp, and cheers him when, by the twinkling of the North Star, he finds his way to liberty. 603 years I have saved. Had it been in 1 year, I should have been nearer my duty, nearer the duty of every American, when he reflects that it was the blood of colored men, as well as whites, which crimsoned the battlefields of Bunker Hill and the rest, in the struggle to sustain the principles embodied in our Declaration of Independence." End quote. Mr. Ruggles, for a brief period, successfully edited the Mirror of Liberty. He died in 1849, and highly eulogistic notices of him appeared in the Boston Liberator and the Chronotype, the editors of these papers having long been conversant with the trials, perseverance, and martyrdom of this brave soldier in the battle of life. The Reverend J.C. Beeman gives the following account of the origin of his name. He says that when his father was presented with manumission papers, he was asked what name he had selected, and replied that he had always loathed slavery, and wanted to be a man, hence he adopted the name Beeman. At the Colored Men's Convention held at Hartford in October 1854, the Reverend A.G. Beeman, of New Haven, made a report on the condition and prospects of the colored people of that city and county. He contrasted their present position with what it was 20 years ago. Then, not a man of them could enter his habitation and say, "This is mine," not a single church, nor the shadow of any school or other place for the education of their children was in existence or prospect. To have looked for the strictly temperate, moral, and religious had been as fruitless as to search for hailstones in boiling water. Now there are about $200,000 worth of real estate, besides bank and railroad stock, 4 Methodist churches, 1 Congregational, 1 Episcopal, and 1 Baptist, and a literary society with a circulating library, in possession of the colored people of New Haven City. There are 4 schools in full and prosperous operation. How can any man, said Mr. B., who has lived in the midst of the 1,000 and upwards colored people of New Haven, and witnessed the progress they have made in spite of almost every obstacle, publicly say, as the Honorable H. Olmsted has done, in his report on colonization to the legislature of 1851, that, quote, "the colored men in this state are dying out, their hopes crushed, their manhood gone." End quote. Epitaph from the Liberty Street Burial Ground, Middletown. In memory of Jenny, servant to the Reverend Enoch Huntington, and the wife of Mark Winthrop, who died April 28, 1784. The day of her death she was Mr. Huntington's property. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 6. New York. Negro Plot. Debate in the State Convention of 1821 on the franchise of colored citizens. New York Colored Soldiery. Military Convention in Syracuse, 1854. Extract of a speech from Henry Highland Garnet. Cyrus Clark's victory at the ballot box. James M. Whitfield. Statistical and other facts. As early as 1712, there had been an insurrection of the slaves of New York, and the recollection of this, and a general distrust of the Negro population, rendered the citizens of that city peculiarly suspicious of their movements, and when, in 1741, the cry was raised of a Negro plot, there ensued a scene of confusion and alarm, of folly, frenzy, and injustice, which scarcely has a parallel in this or any other country. It happened that a Spanish vessel, partly manned with Negroes, had previously been brought into New York as a prize, and that all the men had been condemned as slaves in the Court of Admiralty and were sold at venue. Now these men had the impudence to say, notwithstanding they were black, that they had been freemen in their own country, and to grumble at their hard usage in being sold for slaves. One of them had been bought by the owner of a house in which fire had been discovered, and a cry was raised among the people, "The Spanish Negroes! Take up the Spanish Negroes!" They were immediately incarcerated, and, a fire occurring in the afternoon of the same day, the rumor became general that the slaves, in a body, were concerned in these wicked attempts to burn the city. The Negroes were brought to trial, May 29, 1741. The principal evidence against them was one Mary Burton, the common informer, who was rewarded by the sum of $100 from the city authorities. She continued to implicate parties until the people of consequence began to be annoyed by her, when the prosecutions became unpopular and the excitement subsided. There was some evidence against them from Negroes, as, by a law of the colony, the evidence of slaves was competent against each other, though not allowed to be used against white men. The prisoners had no counsel, while the Attorney General, assisted by 2 members of the bar, appeared against them. The evidence had little consistency, and was extremely loose and general. The arguments of the lawyers were chiefly declamatory respecting the horrible plot, of the existence of which, however, no sufficient evidence was introduced. "The monstrous ingratitude of the black tribe," was the language of one of them in addressing the jury, "is what exceedingly aggravated their guilt. Their slavery among us is generally softened with great indulgence." The prisoners were immediately convicted, and were sentenced by the court, in a brutal address, which is singularly indicative of the general excitement on the subject, to be burnt to death. "You abject wretches," said the judge, "the outcast of the nations of the earth, are treated here with tenderness and humanity." The prisoners protested their innocence, and utterly denied any knowledge of any plot whatever, but when they were taken out to execution, the poor creatures were much terrified, and, when chained to the stake, and the executioner was ready to apply the torch, they admitted all that was required of them. An attempt was then made to procure a reprieve, but a great multitude had assembled to witness the executions, and the excitement was so great that it was considered impossible to return the prisoners to prison. They were, accordingly, burned at the stake. John Airy, the son of a former secretary of the South Sea Company, a non-juring clergyman, and a man of education, was convicted, on the evidence of Mary Burton, though denying all knowledge of any plot, or even of the witnesses who testified against him. After his execution, a day of thanksgiving to Almighty God was observed by public command, for the delivery from the late execrable conspiracy. But the public mind was at rest for a short time only. A few Negroes in Queens County, on Long Island, having formed themselves into a military company for amusement on the Christmas holidays, a letter was written to the authorities there by the Attorney General, and the slaves were severely chastised for this daring piece of insolence. The cry of a new plot was immediately raised, which resulted in the execution of other slaves. The whole number of persons taken into custody was over 150. Of these, 4 white persons were hanged, 11 Negroes were burnt, 18 were hanged, and 50 were sold, principally in the West Indies. Thus ended the famous Negro plot of New York. Upon a review of the evidence, as reported by one who had implicit faith in the existence of a conspiracy, we have no difficulty in pronouncing the whole thing to have been a complete delusion. the natural result of the condition of society at that day. This opinion is confirmed by Bancroft, United States historian, and Dunlap, in the History of New York. Footnote: Chandler State Trials. Dr. Clark, in the convention which revised the Constitution of New York, in 1821, speaking of the colored inhabitants of the state, said, quote, "My honorable colleague has told us that as the colored people are not required to contribute to the protection or defense of the state, they are not entitled to an equal participation in the privileges of its citizens." But, sir, whose fault is this? Have they ever refused to do military duty when called upon? It is haughtily asked, who will stand in the ranks shoulder to shoulder with a Negro? I answer, no one, in time of peace, no one when your musters and trainings are looked upon as mere pastimes, no one when your militia will shoulder their muskets and march to their trainings, with as much unconcern, as they would go to a sumptuous entertainment or a splendid ball. But, sir, when the hour of danger approaches, your white militia are just as willing that the man of color should be set up as a mark to be shot by the enemy, as to be set up themselves. In the War of the Revolution, these people helped to fight your battles by land and by sea. Some of your states were glad to turn out corps of colored men and to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. In your late war, they contributed largely towards some of your most splendid victories. On Lakes Erie and Champlain, where your fleets triumphed over a foe superior in numbers and engines of death, they were manned, in a large proportion, with men of color. And in this very House, in the fall of 1814, a bill passed, receiving the approbation of all the branches of your government, authorizing the governor to accept the services of a corps of 2,000 free people of color. Sir, these were times which tried men's souls. In these times, it was no sporting matter to bear arms. These were times when a man who shouldered his musket did not know but he bared his bosom to receive a death wound from the enemy, ere he laid it aside, and in these times, these people were found as ready and as willing to volunteer in your service as any other. They were not compelled to go, they were not drafted. No, your pride had placed them beyond your compulsory power. But there was no necessity for its exercise, they were volunteers, yes sir, volunteers to defend that very country from the inroads and ravages of a ruthless and vindictive foe, which had treated them with insult, degradation, and slavery. Volunteers are the best of soldiers. Give me the men, whatever be their complexion, that willingly volunteer, and not those who are compelled to turn out. Such men do not fight from necessity, nor from mercenary motives, but from principle." End quote. Said Martindale, of New York, in Congress, the 22nd of January, 1828. Quote, "Slaves, or Negroes who had been slaves, were enlisted as soldiers in the War of the Revolution, and I myself saw a battalion of them, as fine martial-looking men as I ever saw, attached to the Northern Army in the last war, on its march from Plattsburgh to Sackett's Harbor." End quote. During the Revolutionary War, the legislature of New York passed an act granting freedom to all slaves who should serve in the army for 3 years, or until regularly discharged. Footnote: see Commentaries on American Law, Volume 2, by James Kent, page 255. The poor requital for the colored man's valor was forcibly alluded to by Henry Highland Garnet at the anniversary of the American Anti-Slavery Society in New York City, May, 1840. Quote, "It is with pride," said he, "that I remember that in the earliest attempts to establish democracy in this hemisphere, colored men stood by the side of your fathers and shared with them the toils of the Revolution. When freedom, that had been chased over half the world, at last thought she had here found a shelter, and held out her hands for protection, the tearful eye of the colored man, in many instances, gazed with pity upon her tattered garments and ran to her relief. Many fell in her defense, and the grateful soil received them affectionately into its bosom. No monumental piles distinguish their dreamless beds, scarcely an inch on the page of history has been appropriated to their memory, yet truth will give them a share of the fame that was reaped upon the fields of Lexington and Bunker Hill. Truth will affirm that they participated in the immortal honor that adorned the brow of the illustrious Washington." End quote. I am indebted to the Reverend Theodore Parker, of Boston, for the following historical sketch of the New York colored soldiery. Quote, "Not long ago,
While the excavations for the vaults of the great retail dry goods store of New York were going on, a gentleman from Boston noticed a large quantity of human bones thrown up by the workmen. Everybody knows the African countenance. The skulls also bore unmistakable marks of the race they belonged to. They were shoveled up with the earth which they had rested in, carted off and emptied into the sea to fill up a chasm and make the foundation of a warehouse. On inquiry, the Bostonian learned that these were the bones of colored American soldiers who fell in the disastrous battles of Long Island in 1776, and of such as died of the wounds then received. At that day, as at this, spite of the declaration that all men are created equal, the prejudice against the colored man was intensely strong. The black and the white had fought against the same enemy, under the same banner, contending for the same unalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The same shot with promiscuous slaughter had mowed down Africans and Americans. But in the grave, they must be divided. On the battlefield, the blacks and whites had mixed their bravery and their blood, but their ashes must not mingle in the bosom of their common mother. The white Saxon, exclusive and haughty even in his burial, must have his place of rest proudly apart from the grave of the African he had once enslaved. Now, after 75 years have passed by, the bones of these forgotten victims of the Revolution are shoveled up by Irish laborers, carted off, and shot into the sea as the rubbish of the town. Had they been white men's relics, how would they have been honored with sumptuous burial anew, and the purchased prayers and preaching of Christian divines? Now they are the rubbish of the street. Quote, "True, they were the bones of revolutionary soldiers, but they were black men, and shall a city that kidnaps its citizens honor a Negro with a grave? What boots it that he fought for our freedom, that he bled for our liberty, that he died for you and me? Does the nigger deserve a tomb? Ask the American state, the American church. 3/4 of a century have passed since the retreat from Long Island. What a change since then! From the Washington of that day to the world's Washington of this, what a change! In America, what alterations! What a change in England! The Briton has emancipated every bondman. Slavery no longer burns his soil on either continent, the East or West. America has a population of slaves greater than the people of all England in the reign of Elizabeth. Under the pavement of Broadway, beneath the walls of the bazaar, there still lie the bones of the colored martyrs of American independence. Dandies of either sex swarm gaily over the threshold, heedless of the dead African, contemptuous of the living. And while these faithful bones were getting shoveled up and carted to the sea, there was a great slave hunt in New York. A man was kidnapped and carried off to bondage by the citizens, at the instigation of politicians, and to the sacramental delight of divines. Happy are the dead Africans, whom British shot and mowed down. They did not live to see a man kidnapped in the city, which their blood helped free. Within a recent period, several military companies have been formed in New York City, exclusively of colored men. They have been organized, in part, through the exertions of Captain Simmons and Hawkins, and are designated as the Hannibal Guards, the Free Soil Guards, and the Attucks Guards. The New York Tribune says of one of these companies, in announcing their parade, quote, "They look like men, handled their arms like men, and, should occasion demand, we presume would fight like men." End quote. At the New York State Convention of the Soldiers of 1812, held at Syracuse, June 21, 1854, the following resolutions were adopted. Resolved, that in view of the resulting benefits to the nation at large, and in view of the dangers and hardships encountered by the soldiers of the War of 1812, in view of the state of our finances, and especially in view of the fact that the soldiers of that war are now aged and rapidly dropping away, and in view of the precedent established by Congress in reference to the soldiers of the Revolutionary War, all officers and soldiers in the War of 1812, now living, and the widows of such as are deceased, should be provided for by a liberal annuity, to be continued during their natural lives, and that such provisions should extend to and include both the Indian and African race, for services either on sea or land, who enlisted or served in that war, and who joined with the white man in defending our rights and maintaining our independence. Resolved, that we cordially invite the cooperation of the officers and soldiers of the War of 1812, in all the other states of the Union, that they be respectfully and earnestly requested to hold similar conventions in their own states, to call upon their respective legislatures to instruct their members in Congress to make just and ample provision, by grants of land and annuities, for the officers and soldiers of 1812, and for the widows of such as are deceased, and that without distinction of race or color. Lewis and Milton Clark several years since made their escape from Kentucky slavery, and have distinguished themselves by their public advocacy of human rights. Their father was a Scotchman, who came to this country in time to be in the earliest scenes of the American Revolution. He was at the Battle of Bunker Hill, and continued in the army to the close of the war. When his children were about being sold at auction, the venerable father, though debilitated from the effects of the wounds received in the war, was nevertheless roused by this outrage upon his rights and upon those of his children. Quote, "He had never expected," he said, "when fighting for the liberties of this country, to see his own wife and children sold in it to the highest bidder." End quote. But what were the entreaties of an agonized old man in the sight of 8 or 10 hungry heirs? Cyrus Clark, brother to Lewis and Milton, became a resident of Hamilton Village, New York, and, possessing all the necessary qualifications of white men to vote, went to the polls and presented his ballot, when he was challenged and told that, being a colored man, he could not vote unless possessed of $250 worth of real estate. Clark replied to the challenger, quote, "I am as white as you, and don't you vote?" End quote. Friends and foes warmly contested what constituted a colored man under the New York statute. The officers finally came to the conclusion that to be a colored man, an individual must be at least one half-blood African. Mr. Clark, the Kentucky slave, then voted, he being nearly full white. It is believed that the debate on the military services of colored men had great influence in obtaining for them the right of suffrage, though it must also be recorded that colored citizens were ungenerously made subject to a property qualification of $250. Plutus must be highly esteemed where his rod can change even a Negro into a man. If $250 will perform this miracle, what would it require to elevate a monkey to this enviable distinction? The friends of freedom are now attempting to remove this restriction, and we feel assured the right will triumph in the Empire State. In Watkins, Schuyler County, on the 13th of August, 1855, a colored man, John D. Berry, Esquire, was chosen to sit as a juror in a criminal trial, and the citizens appeared very well satisfied. James M. Whitfield, the colored poet, is a resident of Buffalo. His time is almost constantly occupied in his business as a hairdresser, and he writes in such intervals of leisure as he is able to realize. He is uneducated, not entirely, but substantially. His genius is native and uncultivated, and yet his verse possesses much of the finish of experienced authorship. The following is an extract from a poem by him on the 4th of July. Another year has passed away, and brings again the glorious day, when freedom from her slumber woke, and broke the British tyrant's yoke, unfurled her standard to the air, in glorious beauty, bright and fair, pealed forth the sound of war's alarms, and called her patriot sons to arms. May those great truths which they maintained, through years of deadly strife and toil, be by their children well sustained, till slavery ceases on our soil. I have taken great pleasure in visiting, in New York City, the Apothecaries' Hall of Dr. James McCune Smith, and also that of Philip J. White. Since then, several accomplished colored physicians have been added to the list. I found Drs. Smith and White practical men, conducting their business and preparing medicines with as much readiness and skill as any other disciples of Galen and Hippocrates. I was also introduced to a colored carpenter, not a fractional one, but a master workman and contractor for buildings. Among the enterprising Albanians may be mentioned William H. Topp, a merchant tailor, and a perfect gentleman, winning golden opinions from all who, in the course of business or otherwise, become acquainted with him. His store in Broadway will not suffer by comparison with the best in any of the Atlantic cities. He has long been interested in the ways and means of elevating his oppressed brethren, and, in their heart's best affections, evidently stands atop of the fraternity. It is a fault with many colored men that they do not aim at perfection in a knowledge of their business, whereas they should all aim for the highest pinnacle of merit. As a friend once said to a musical aspirant, quote, you should strive to be something more than a superficial scraper of catgut." End quote. Policy and principle alike demand this at the hands of colored Americans. From an elaborate and very encouraging statistical report, embracing the real estate owned by the colored citizens of New York, the amount invested by them in business enterprises, and their general prosperity as a class, prepared by Dr. J. McCune Smith, I copy the following statements. The Colored Home and Orphan Asylum contain all the colored poor dependent on public support, with very few exceptions. In New York City, the colored population to the white, fairly estimated, is 1 to 25, hence, the colored population of that city is 27% less burdensome than is the white population to the poor fund. And this happy state of things has arisen, in part, from the fact that the former class have mutual benefit societies, with a cash capital of $30,000, from which they take care of their sick and bury their dead. The sending of children to school is a fair test of the intelligence of a people. During the year 1850, there were 3,393 colored children in attendance in common schools in New York City, which is nearly the same proportion as there were white children attending the same class of schools. In reviewing these facts, it must be borne in mind that but 1/4 of a century has elapsed since a large portion of the colored population of New York has been freed from slavery, and that, during the earlier portion of this time, the very possession of the newly gotten freedom had in it an enjoyment so full and perfect that the getting of money became a secondary consideration, to say nothing of the dependent and thriftless habits which slavery had engendered. Nor should it be forgotten that during the same 1/4 of a century we have borne the brunt of competition with a flood of immigrants from the Old World, for nearly all such immigrants were immediate and direct competitors in our callings, having on their side the odds of complexional sympathy and political influence from the moment of their landing upon our shores. The following business card is inserted for its historical significance, having a twofold application to the purposes of this book. This example supersedes the necessity of exclusive colored action, and, at the same time, is an exhibition of practical anti-slavery. May such instances be speedily multiplied. Williams, Plum and Company, importers and wholesale dealers in china, glass, and earthenware, No. 71, Barclay Street. One of the partners, Mr. Williams, is a colored man, and has been connected with the crockery trade of New York for 20 years, and for several years has conducted the business on his own account. A leading object in establishing the present firm, both by the parties themselves and their friends and advisers, having been to contribute to the social elevation of the colored people, they feel warranted in making an appeal for patronage, as they now do, to all that class of merchants throughout the country who sympathize with the object now expressed, and who would gladly avail themselves of so direct a method and so favorable an opportunity to subserve it. We hope to see all such in our establishment, and we express the confidence that the favors bestowed upon us by our friends will be the interest of themselves as well as us. James Williams, David Plum, James J. Atchison. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 7, New Jersey. Oliver Cromwell, Samuel Charlton, Hagar. Consistent 4th of July celebration. The Burlington Gazette gives the following account of an aged colored resident of that city, which will be read with much interest. Quote, "The attention of many of our citizens has, doubtless, been arrested by the appearance of an old colored man, who might have been seen, sitting in front of his residence, in East Union Street, respectfully raising his hat to those who might be passing by. His attenuated frame, his silvered head, his feeble movements, combine to prove that he is very aged, and yet comparatively few are aware that he is among the survivors of the gallant army who fought for the liberties of our country in the days which tried men's souls. On Monday last, we stopped to speak to him, and asked him how old he was. He asked the day of the month, and being told that it was the 24th of May, replied, with trembling lips, 'I am very old. I am 100 years old today. His name is Oliver Cromwell, and he says that he was born at the Black Horse, now Columbus, in this county, in the family of John Hutchin. He enlisted in a company commanded by Captain Lowry, attached to the 2nd New Jersey Regiment, under the command of Colonel Israel Shreve. He was at the battles of Trenton, Princeton, Brandywine, Monmouth, and Yorktown, at which latter place, he told us, he saw the last man killed. Although his faculties are failing, yet he relates many interesting reminiscences of the Revolution. He was with the army at the retreat of the Delaware, on the memorable crossing of the 25th of December, 1776, and relates the story of the battles on the succeeding days with enthusiasm. He gives the details of the march from Trenton to Princeton, and told us, with much humor, that they knocked the British around lively at the latter place. He was also at the Battle of Springfield, and says that he saw the house burning, in which Miss Caldwell was shot, at Connecticut Farms. End quote. I further learn that Cromwell was brought up a farmer, having served his time with Thomas Hutchins, Esquire, his maternal uncle. He was, for 6 years and 9 months, under the immediate command of Washington, whom he loved affectionately. Quote, his discharge, says Dr. McCune Smith, at the close of the war, was in Washington's own handwriting, of which he was very proud, often speaking of it. He received, annually, $96 pension. He lived a long and honorable life. Had he been of a little lighter complexion, he was just half white. Every newspaper in the land would have been eloquent in praise of his many virtues. End quote. He left 3 sons and 3 daughters, had 14 children who reached the age of maturity, 7 sons and 7 daughters. He saw his grandchildren to the 3rd generation. He was a man of strong natural powers, never chewed tobacco nor drank a glass of ardent spirit. He died, in the town of his birth, January 24th, 1853, and now sleeps in the churchyard of the Broad Street Methodist Church. Quote, Samuel Charlton, says Mr. McDougall, was born in the state of New Jersey, a slave, in the family of Mr. M., who owned also other members belonging to his family, all residing in the English neighborhood. During the progress of the war, he was placed by his master, as a substitute for himself, in the army then in New Jersey, as a teamster in the baggage train. He was in active service at the Battle of Monmouth, not only witnessing, but taking a part in, the struggle of that day. He was, also, in several other engagements in different sections of that part of the state. He was a great admirer of General Washington, and was, at one time, attached to his baggage train, and received the general's commendation for his courage and devotion to the cause of liberty. Mr. Charlton was about 15 or 17 years of age when placed in the army, for which his master rewarded him with a silver dollar. At the expiration of his time, he returned to his master to serve again in bondage, after having toiled, fought, and bled for liberty, in common with the regular soldiery. Mr. M., at his death, by will, liberated his slaves, and provided a pension for Charlton to be paid during his lifetime. Mr. Charlton then, with his wife, took up residence in New York City with his son, Charles Charlton. He died 12 years since, being about 80 years of age. He and his partner were both honored and worthy members of the Dutch Reformed Church. Quote, an old colored woman, says the Stamford Advocate, familiarly known as Hagar, died in this village on Saturday last. Her age is not exactly known, but, from the most reliable data at our command, we infer that she must have been upward of 100 years old. She was born a slave, in Newark, New Jersey, and was brought to Stamford when she was 5 or 6 years old, and lived here until the day of her death. A lady, Mrs. Knapp, now living, aged 96 years, remembers that Hagar used to carry her when a child. Assuming that Mrs. Knapp must have been 3 years old at the time to which her recollection extends, and that Hagar must have been 13 to be charged with the care of children, it will make her, at the time of her death, 106 years old. Another circumstance confirms this view of the case. During the Revolutionary War, Hagar was a cook in Weed's Tavern, and her husband, George Dickens, was ostler at the same establishment. Hagar used to relate that she once cooked a dinner for General Washington when he stopped at the tavern on his way to Cambridge, Massachusetts, the headquarters of the American Army, in June 1775. On the same occasion, Washington presented to her husband a silver dollar for his namesake. Supposing Hagar to have been 27 at that time, It would make her age 106, as is the case of the first supposition. In all probability, this is very nearly her age." End quote. The Newark Eagle published, some time ago, the following account of a consistent celebration of the 4th of July, in Woodbridge. Quote, "We have recently had an interview with a person who was present at the first abolition meeting ever held in the United States. It took place in the township of Woodbridge, county of Middlesex, in this state, on the 4th of July, 1783, being the first anniversary of our independence after the close of the Revolutionary War. Great preparations had been made, an ox was roasted, and an immense number had assembled on the memorable occasion. A platform was erected, just above the heads of the spectators, and, at a given signal, Dr. Bloomfield, father of the late Governor Bloomfield, of this state, mounted the platform, followed by his 14 slaves, male and female, 7 taking their stations on his right hand, and 7 on his left. Being thus arranged, he advanced somewhat in front of his slaves, and addressed the multitude on the subject of slavery and its evils, and, in conclusion, pointing to those on his right and left, quote, 'As a nation,' said he, 'we are free and independent, all men are created equal, and why should these, my fellow citizens, my equals, be held in bondage? From this day they are emancipated, and I here declare them free, and absolved from all servitude to me or my posterity.'" End quote. Then, calling up before him one somewhat advanced in years, quote, "Hector," said the doctor, "whenever you become too old or infirm to support yourself, you are entitled to your maintenance from me or my property. How long do you suppose it will be before you require that maintenance?" End quote. Hector held up his left hand, and, with his right, drew a line across the middle joints of his finger, saying, quote, "Never, never, massa, so long as any of these fingers remain below these joints." End quote. Then, turning to the audience, the doctor remarked, quote, "There, fellow citizens, you see that liberty is as dear to the man of color as to you or me." End quote. The air now rung with shouts of applause, and thus the scene ended. Quote, "Dr. Bloomfield immediately procured for Hector, either by purchase or setting off from his own farm, 3 acres of land, and built him a small house, where he resided and cultivated his little farm until the day of his death. See footnote. And it was a common remark with the neighbors that Hector's hay, when he took it to Amboy to sell, would always command a better price than their own." End quote. See footnote. Footnote 1. Quote, "This took place within the last 9 years, near Metuchen, in New Jersey, at the advanced age of 105 years. An interesting fact is connected with this gift of freedom and land. The son of Hector inherited it, and his widow now resides on it. The freed slaves generally took care of and supported themselves." End quote. Footnote 2. New Jersey disenfranchises 22,000 of her colored population. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 8. Pennsylvania. James Forten, John B. Vachon, Major Jeffrey, John Johnson and John Davis, William Burleigh, Conduct of Colored Philadelphians During the Pestilence, Charles Black, James Durham, The Jury Bench and Ballot Box, Gleanings. James Forten, footnote, abridged from a eulogy on his life and character, delivered at Bethel Church, Philadelphia, March 30th, 1842, by Robert Purvis. James Forten was born on the 2nd day of September, 1766, and died on the Ides of March, 1842. He was the son of Thomas Forten, who died when James was but 7 years old. His mother survived long after he had reached the years of maturity. In early life, he was marked for great sprightliness and energy of character, a generous disposition, and indomitable courage, always frank, kind, courteous, and disinterested. In the year 1775, he left school, being then about 9 years of age, having received a very limited education, and he never went to school afterwards. From that early, devoted, and worldwide known philanthropist, Anthony Benezet. He was then employed at a grocery store and at home, when his mother, yielding to the earnest and unceasing solicitations of her son, whose young heart fired with the enthusiasm and feeling of the patriots and revolutionists of that day, with the firmness and devotion of a Roman matron, but with a heart then truly deemed American, gave the boy of her promise, the child of her heart and her hopes to his country. Upon the altar of its liberty she laid the apple of her eye, the jewel of her soul. In 1780, then in his 14th year, he embarked on board the Royal Lewis, Stephen Decatur Sr., commander, in the capacity of powder boy. Scarce wafted from his native shore, and periled upon the dark blue sea, then he found himself amid the roar of cannon, the smoke of blood, the dying, and the dead. Their ship was soon brought into action with an English vessel, the Lawrence, which, after a severe fight, in which great loss was sustained on both sides, and leaving every man wounded on board the Lewis but himself, they succeeded in capturing, and brought her into port amid the loud huzzas and exclamations of the crowds that assembled upon the occasion. Fortin, sharing largely in the feeling which so brilliant a victory had inspired, with fresh courage and an unquenchable devotion to the interests of his native land, soon re-embarked in the same vessel. In this cruise, however, they were unfortunate, for, falling in with 3 of the enemy's vessels, the Amphion, Nymph, and Pomona, they were forced to strike their colors and become prisoners of war. It was at this juncture that his mind was harassed with the most painful forebodings, from a knowledge of the fact that rarely, if ever, were prisoners of his complexion exchanged. They were sent to the West Indies and were doomed to a life of slavery. But his destiny, by a kind providence, was otherwise. He was placed on board the Amphion, Captain Beasley, who, struck with his open and honest countenance, made him the companion of his son. During one of those dull and monotonous periods which frequently occur on shipboard, young Beasley and Fortin were engaged in a game at marbles, when, with signal dexterity and skill, the marbles were, upon every trial, successively displaced by the unerring hand of Fortin. This excited the surprise and admiration of his young companion, who, hastening to his father, called his attention to it. Upon being questioned as to the truth of the matter, and assuring the captain that nothing was easier for him to accomplish, the marbles were again placed in the ring, and in rapid succession he redeemed his word. A fresh and deeper interest was from that moment taken in his behalf. Captain Beasley proffered him a passage to England, tempted him with the allurement of wealth, under the patronage of his son, who was heir to a large estate there, the advantages of a good education, and freedom, equality, and happiness, forever. No, no, was the invariable reply. I am here a prisoner for the liberties of my country. I never, never shall prove a traitor to her interests. What sentiment more exalted? What patriotism more lofty, devoted, and self-sacrificing? Indeed, with him, the feeling was, quote, America with all thy faults, I love thee still, end quote. For, with the full knowledge of the wrongs and outrages which she was then inflicting upon his brethren of the, quote, ties of consanguinity and of wrong, end quote, we see this persecuted and valiant son of hers, in the very darkest hour of his existence, when hope seemed to have departed from him, when the horrors of a hopeless West India slavery, with its whips for his shrinking flesh, and its chains for his freeborn soul, could only be dissipated by severing that tie which by the strongest cords of love bound him to his native land. We see him standing up in the spirit of martyrdom, with a constancy of affection and an invincibility of purpose, for the honor of his country, that place him above the noblest of Caesars, and entitle him to a monument towering above that which a Bonaparte erected at the Place Vendôme. Beasley, having failed in inducing him to go to England, soon had him consigned to that floating and pestilential hell, the frigate Old Jersey, giving him, however, as a token of his regard and friendship, a letter to the commander of the prison ship, highly commendatory of him, and also requesting that Fortin should not be forgotten on the list of exchanges. Thus, as he frequently remarked in after life, did a game of marbles save him from a life of West India servitude. In the meanwhile, his mother, at home, was in a state of mind bordering upon distraction, having learned that her son had been shot from the foretop of the Royal Lewis, but her mind was relieved, after he had been absent nearly 8 months, by his appearing in person. To return, while on board the Old Jersey, amid the privations and horrors incident to that receiving ship of disease and death, no less than 3,500 persons died, and, according to a statement of Edwards, 11,000 in all perished, while she remained the receptacle of the American prisoners. And here we have an instance to record of the most thrilling and stupendous exhibition of his generous and benevolent heart. Amid all that would make escape from his confinement desirable, when disease the most loathsome, death the most horrible, was around him, he was willing and did endure it all. He stifled the longings of his heart for the enjoyments of home, and for the embraces of his widowed and adored mother, yes, at a time when, if ever, self would lay in contribution every feeling of the heart, and every avenue of a generous outgoing spirit be smothered, when the instincts and impulses of nature would unerringly covet in the closest scrutiny and watchfulness its own interests. James Forten, in the ardor of his own high-toned beneficence, performed an act which, in my humble opinion, is unexcelled, perhaps without a parallel, in the annals of our country's history. It was this. An officer of the American Navy was about to be exchanged for a British prisoner, when the thoughtful mind of Forten conceived the idea of an easy escape for himself in the officer's chest, but, when about to avail himself of this opportunity, a fellow prisoner, a youth, his junior in years, his companion and associate in suffering, was thought of. He immediately urged upon him to avail himself of the chances of an escape so easy. The offer was accepted, and Forten had the satisfaction of assisting in taking down the quote, chest of old clothes, end quote, as it was then called, from the side of the prison ship. The individual thus fortunately rescued was Captain Daniel Bruton, the present incumbent in the stewardship at the lazaretto. I will read the certificate of Mr. Bruton in regard to this matter. Quote, I do hereby certify that James Forten was the one who participated in the Revolution in the year of our Lord 1776, and was a prisoner on board of the prison ship Old Jersey in the year of our Lord 1780 with me. Signed, Daniel Bruton. End quote. Philadelphia, March 15, 1837. Acknowledged before Alderman J. W. Palmer. It was my great privilege to see, but a short time ago, this venerable and great friend of James Forten, to hear from his own lips a strict confirmation of the facts stated, as well as to witness the solemn scene which ensued, in his taking for the last time the hand of his dying benefactor. The old man's tears fell like rain. His stifled utterance marked the deep emotions of his almost bursting heart. Sad and dejected, with feelings that made him more ready to die than to live, he silently retired, stayed with the hope that they would soon meet in a better and a happier world. After remaining 7 months a prisoner on board this ship, young Forten obtained his release, and, without shoes upon his feet, until he reached Trenton, where he was generously supplied, arrived home in a wretchedly bad condition, having, among other evidences of great hardships endured, his hair nearly entirely worn from his head. He remained but a short time at home, when, in company of his brother-in-law, he sailed, in the ship Commerce, for London. He arrived there at a period of the greatest excitement. The great struggle between liberty and slavery had already been settled by the decision in the noted case of Somerset, when it was decreed that the moment a slave trod the soil of Britain, quote, no matter in what language his doom may have been pronounced, no matter what complexion incompatible with freedom an Indian or an African sun may have burnt upon him, no matter in what disastrous battle his liberty may have been cloven down, no matter with what solemnities he may have been devoted upon the altar of slavery, the first moment he touches the sacred soil of Britain, the altar and the gods sink together in the dust, his body swells beyond the measure of his chains that burst from around him, and he stands redeemed, regenerated and disenthralled by the irresistible genius of universal emancipation. End quote. But the accursed slave trade was still glutting in the blood and sinews of Africa's helpless children, and that mighty man, that prince of philanthropists, Granville Sharp, was directing his benevolent efforts to its overthrow. At this time, the Christian feeling had awakened up an indignant nation to a determination for its destruction, and no small interest was taken in the discussions, both in and out of Parliament, by our deceased friend. It was among the many pleasant reminiscences of his life to refer to those scenes, so strikingly analogous to the trials and persecutions of the friends of freedom here, and the hypocritical sophisms of their opponents. After remaining in London about a year, he returned home, and was apprenticed, with his own consent, to Mr. Robert Bridges, sailmaker. He was not long at his trade, when his great skill, energy, diligence, and good conduct commended him to his master, who, neither discriminating nor appreciating a man, by the mere color of the skin in which he may be born, served his own interest in doing an act commensurate to the merits of young Fortin, in promoting him foreman in his business. This was in his 20th year. He continued in this capacity until 1798, when, upon the retirement of Mr. Bridges, he assumed the entire control and responsibility of the establishment. Having formed for himself a reputation for capability and industry, he found it no difficult task to secure the friendship of those who, perceiving qualities in him which ever adorn and beautify the human character, gave him their countenance and patronage, for although it was by the force of his own unassisted genius and energy of character that he rose above those depressing influences which have ever operated against those, whose hue makes a brother hate a brother mortal here, yet he was indebted to some few staunch friends, of whose encouragement and kindness he was ever wont to speak in terms of gratitude. He continued, with great consistency of conduct, in prosecuting his business, offering up, on the altar of filial and fraternal regard, the first fruits of his labor, in purchasing a house for his mother and widowed sister, which sheltered the one until the period of her death, and now affords protection and support to the other in her declining years. With undiminished vigor of mind and body, enjoying the very best of health, he continued to give personal attention to his business, until confined to his house from that disease, which, in a few months, proved fatal to him. It was during the long period of his active business life that he acquired that reputation, which ever remained unclouded, shedding abroad in its own clear sky the brightest and noblest qualities of the human heart. So courteous, polished, and gentlemanly in his manners, so intelligent, social, and interesting, so honest, just and true in his dealings, so kind and benevolent in his actions, so noble and lofty in his bearing, that none knew him but to admire, to speak of him but in praise. He lived but to cherish those noble properties of his soul, and those exalted principles of action, which ever prompted him to deeds of benevolence, patriotism, and honor. Perhaps one of the strongest traits in his character was that of benevolence. With him, it was no occasional or fitful impulse, but a living principle of action. Whenever suffering humanity presented itself, a glow of generous and brotherly sympathy was excited in his heart, and not bestowing nor graduating his gifts by the mere color of the skin, his open hand was ever ready to administer to the wants of all. Nor was this feeling confined to the giving of his worldly substance. No danger could appall him, no hindrance prevent, even at the greatest personal risk, in relieving from danger and death his fellow man. No less than 7 persons were, at different times, rescued from drowning by his promptness, energy, and benevolence. From the Humane Society he obtained this certificate. The managers of the Humane Society of Philadelphia, entertaining a grateful sense of the benevolent and successful exertions of James Fortin in rescuing, at the imminent hazard of his life, 4 persons from drowning in the river Delaware at different times, to wit: the first in November, 1805, the second in January, 1807, the third in April, 1810, and the fourth in April, 1821. Present this honorary certificate as a testimony of their approbation of his meritorious conduct. By order of the managers, Joseph Cruikshank, President. Philadelphia, May 9, 1821. Of his patriotism, who doubts? He gave the best evidence of his love for his country by consecrating his life in the times that tried men's souls, to her liberties, and when urged by an honorable gentleman to petition his government for a pension, he promptly declined, saying, I was a volunteer, sir. In the last war, when an invasion was threatened by the British upon our city, he was found, with 20 of his journeymen, and with hundreds of his persecuted and oppressed brethren, throwing up the redoubts on the west bank of the Schuylkill. Indeed, his interest was so strong in any matter connected with his country that we would sometimes express our surprise at this. He would reply, that he had drawn the spirit of her free institutions from his mother's breast, and that he had fought for her independence. With all this, however, his sensitive mind was but too truly pained at her ingratitude, in the wrongs she continued to inflict upon her unoffending and unfortunate children, believing, as he often expressed it, that she would bring down the vengeance of heaven upon her, and quoting the fearful lines of Jefferson, I tremble for my country when I remember that God is just, and that his justice will not sleep forever." End quote. Perhaps no instance have greater poignancy to his feelings than the late atrocious act of the miscalled Reform Convention. For this state, his attachments were peculiar and strong. Here he was born. His ancestors were residents for upwards of 170 years. He had paid a large amount of taxes and contributed to almost every institution which adorned and beautified this large city. Here had lived the Franklin, Rush, Rawle, Wister, Vaux, Parrish, and Shipley, the very brightest ornaments of Christian love and philanthropy. Yet no recollection of their principles, no regard for the true policy of this state, or for justice, humanity, or God, would stay the ruthless arms of those marauders upon human liberty from striking down the rights of 40,000 of her tax-paying citizens. In the year 1800, Mr. Fortin addressed a letter to the Honorable George Thatcher in reference to the law of Congress of 1793, authorizing the seizure of fugitive slaves. The letter was intended as an acknowledgment for Mr. Thatcher's advocacy of the petition of Mr. Fortin and others, remonstrating against the iniquitous law. In the year 1817, this good man's principles were put to the test. Having, at this time, an extended influence, and being prominent in the eyes of the community, as a man of singular probity and worth, extorting, even from the jaundiced heart of prejudice, involuntary respect, he was marked by the enemies of freedom, and every device, which the scheme of colonization could invent, was attempted to blind and mislead him. It was about this time that this society of innate wickedness, mantled in the cloak of benevolence, came stalking over the land, so specious and whining in its tone, so soft and insinuating in its low breathings, that many were deceived. But the discriminating mind of James Fortin penetrated the veil that covered its deformed and damning features. The clique of clerical wolves, who had besieged him in tones of flattery, assuring him that he would become the Lord Mansfield of their heaven-born republic on the western coast of Africa, was told, in the simplicity of truth, but with sarcasm the more cutting because unaffected, quote, that he would rather remain as James Fortin, sailmaker, in Philadelphia, than enjoy the highest offices in the gift of their society. End quote. The matter, however, did not rest here with him. He foresaw what would be the evil tendencies and effects of this infamous institution, and the necessity of frustrating the designs of the leagued spirits of this dark crusade against the rapidly improving condition of his people, and of incorporating, at once and forever, the idea in the public mind that we were fixtures in this our native country, quote, that here we were born, here we would live, and here die. End quote. With this view, and having the cooperation of some of the most intelligent of his brethren, among whom were our sterling and inflexible friend to human rights, Robert Douglas, Sr., the good-hearted Absalom Jones, and last, though not least, the founder of your church, that extraordinary man, the Right Reverend Bishop Allen, a meeting was called in this church in the month of January, 1817. The house, upon the occasion, was literally crammed. Mr. Fortin presided as chairman, and a beautiful preamble and resolutions, which had been previously prepared, went down, in a unanimous vote, as the death knell to colonization. Of these resolutions, 2 were from the pen of Mr. Fortin. After detailing Mr. Fortin's efforts against colonization, Mr. Purvis continues. His hand was promptly extended to that pure Christian and exalted philanthropist, William Lloyd Garrison. He saw in him all the qualities necessary as a leader in the great enterprise, and, in his own language, considered him as a chosen instrument, in the divine hand, to accomplish the great work of the abolition of American slavery. Indeed, such was his confidence, and justly so, in the principles of the American Anti-Slavery Society, and of the men and women who advocated them, that nothing was ever more painful to his feelings, nothing sooner excited his indignation than the attempt to cast reproach upon them. The course pursued by Mr. Garrison he ever thought conformable to the true anti-slavery principles, and those principles, founded upon the immutability of eternal truth, had thrown around him, and all others who acted with him, the influences of its divinity. Hence, no difficulties nor dangers have intimidated them. They have gone on, conquering and to conquer. In no restricted sense, but in its proper signification and application, he was a friend to human rights. The doctrine of women's rights, as it is called, found in him a zealous friend. He believed that those doctrines would be acknowledged universally, because, as he would say, we live in an enlightened age, an age which tolerates a free expression of opinion, and leaves the mind to the guidance of its own inwardly revealing light, to the enjoyment of its own individuality, and, setting aside the dogmas and creeds of established usage and custom, unshackles the immortal mind, leaving it free and independent, as it was designed by its bountiful Creator. Yet, while truth, bright, eternal truth, is rising in all the gloriousness of her transcendental primacy, there are those who, not more egregiously than pertinaciously, cling to their blindness, their infatuation, meanness, and despotism. But woman is not a mere dependent upon man. The relation is perfectly reciprocal. God has given to both man and woman the same intellectual capacities, and made them subjects alike to the same moral government. He was a man of religion, but no bigot, the last survivor of the founders of St. Thomas's Episcopal Church, and its most liberal patron and friend, and, though connected with this institution for more than 50 years, in close communion with its ordinances for many years back, he ever valued the spirit of Christianity, exemplified in the character of men, as being of infinitely more importance than a mere unity in doctrinal views and creeds. As a businessman, none were more honest and fair, no overreaching, misrepresentations, or deceiving, and, as a remarkable fact in his history, as well as a lesson to others, he never had, as I have often heard him declare, been guilty of that genteel kind of swindling, which all sorts of professionally good people practice, under the gloss of the name of note-shaving. Temperate in habits, and, more especially, an enemy to all intoxicating drinks, having never taken a glass of ardent spirit in his life, nor permitted its introduction into the premises among those he employed, he was a ready advocate of the blessed cause of temperance, and of all other great moral enterprises which are now so rife in our land. He was a member and the presiding officer of the American Moral Reform Society, from its origin to the time of his death. In a word, whatever was right, useful, and patriotic, secured in him a friend, advocate, and patron. In the social relations, he was the most affectionate of husbands, and the most indulgent of parents, as a friend, unwavering and steadfast in his attachments. He was a model, not, as some flippant scribbler asserts, for what are called colored men, but for all men. His example will ever be worthy of emulation, his virtues never forgotten in the community in which he lived. 3,000 or 4,000 persons, it was believed, attended the funeral of Mr. Fortin, one half of whom were white. Among other reminiscences connected with the Revolution, Mr. Fortin often alluded to the part taken by colored men in the war. He saw the regiments of Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, when they marched through Philadelphia to meet Cornwallis, who was then overrunning the South, and said that 1 or 2 companies of colored men were attached to each. The vessels of war of that period were all, to a greater or less extent, manned by colored men. On board the Royal Louis, in which Mr. Fortin enlisted, there were 20 colored seamen, the Alliance, of 36 guns, Commodore Barry, the Trumbull, of 32 guns, Captain Nicholson, and the ships South Carolina, Confederacy, and Randolph, were all manned, in part, by colored men. John B. Vachon. Footnote: for this account of Mr. Vachon, I am indebted to Dr. M. R. Delaney, of Pittsburgh. John Boyer Vachon was born in Norfolk, Virginia, in 1792. His mother was a mulatto, his father, Captain George Vachon, a white man of French ancestry, who was appointed Indian agent under General Jackson, and retained his office under President Van Buren. Being a colored child, though the offspring of a white man of standing, there was probably no other care taken of his education than is usual with one of his class in the United States, under such circumstances. But John continued to grow a boy of observation, and, as was inseparable from his nature, to be, quote, interested in whatever was interesting to man, end quote. In 1812, during the struggle in which Europe was engaged to avert the danger threatened by the usurpation of Napoleon, and the disturbance of the amicable relations which, for a time, had seemed to exist between the United States and Great Britain, young Vachon, being now 20 years of age, and full of that curiosity which the ardor and romance of youth so naturally inspires, without even the poor consolation, as the only hope for an escape with life or liberty, that he was an acknowledged American citizen, embarked as a common seaman and soldier on board of the old warship Revenge, destined to cruise through the West Indies, and on the coast of South America. In an engagement on the coast of Brazil, Mr. Vachon, with others, was made prisoner of war by the English. Among his fellow prisoners was young Henry Bears, now Major Henry Bears, a prominent and affluent old citizen of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to whom any reference may be made concerning this statement. The prisoners were all released on exchange. On Mr. Vachon's return to Virginia, he settled in Fredericksburg, from whence he moved to Dumfries, and subsequently to Leesburg. While a resident of the latter place, he volunteered in the land service, at a time when the colored people of that neighborhood were called upon to aid in the defense of their country and prevent the British fleet from ascending the Potomac. In 1822 he left Leesburg with his family, an amiable wife and 2 children, and resided in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, for 7 years. Here he was much respected as a useful member of the community. He was the proprietor of a public saloon, a place of general resort and accommodation for the students of Dickinson College and the first gentleman of the town. An extensive livery stable was also a part of the establishment. He was not content with having served his country, but was desirous of becoming especially useful to his brethren. In 1823, but 1 year subsequent to his settlement in the town, he assisted in the formation of a mutual improvement association and was immediately chosen treasurer, in cooperation with his friend and very useful fellow citizen, John Peck, as president. This institution was known as the Lay Benevolent Society. In 1829, he removed, with his family, which now had an addition of a son, to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Here, also, Mr. Vachon made himself much respected in the community and quite useful among his brethren. The first public baths in Pittsburgh, and probably the first public baths for ladies established west of the mountains, were the result of his exertions. He was among the first to promote the assembling of colored men in national conventions, and was a prominent advocate of the equality of the white and colored races, always claiming to be an American, a name which he appeared to love, but little less than that of liberty, which it seemed to imply. Immediately after the National Convention of Colored Men had held in Philadelphia, Garrison's Thoughts on Colonization made its appearance, for which Mr. Vachon was appointed by the author an agent. Through his influence, and that of the book itself, the late Robert Bruce, then president of the University of Western Pennsylvania, and several other prominent citizens of Pittsburgh, formerly earnest advocates of the Colonization Society, were happily converted to anti-slavery views. Mr. Vachon was also a faithful agent for the Liberator in the same district. In 1833, the first anti-slavery society west of the mountains was organized by him in the front parlor of his homestead. He also promoted the formation of an educational institution, and was its first president. Through his efforts, the handsome sum of $1,200 was contributed in its support, he himself giving, at one time, $50 from his own purse. In 1834, he was elected president of a temperance society, and also of a moral reform society, as a testimony to his devoted and assiduous labors in behalf of those movements. In 1835, being in Boston when the infuriated mob attacked Mr. Garrison, dragging him like a felon through the streets, Mr. Vachon was an eyewitness to the terrible scene, which was heart-rending beyond his ability ever afterwards to express, as, of all living men, John B. Vachon loved William Lloyd Garrison most, and this feeling of affection toward him continued, for aught that is known, till the day of his death. When the mob passed along Washington Street, shouting and yelling like madmen, the apprehensions of Mr. Vachon became fearfully aroused. Presently there approached a group, which appeared even more infuriated than the rest, and he beheld, in the midst of the furious throng, Garrison himself, with a rope around his neck, led on like a beast to the slaughter. He had been on the field of battle, had faced the cannon's mouth, seen its lightnings flash and heard its thunders roar, but such a sight as this was more than the old citizen soldier could bear, without giving vent to a flood of tears. The next day, the old soldier, who had helped to preserve his country's liberty, on the plighted faith of security to his own, but who had lived to witness freedom of speech and of the press stricken down by mob violence, and life itself in jeopardy, because that liberty was asked for him and his, with spirits crushed and faltering hopes, called to administer a word of consolation to the bold and courageous young advocate of immediate and universal emancipation. Mr. Garrison subsequently thus referred to this circumstance in his paper. Quote, "On the day of the riot in Boston, he dined at my house, and the next morning called to see me in prison, bringing with him a new hat for me, in the place of one that was cut by the knives of the men of property and standing from all parts of the city." End quote. In this he proved a ministering angel to the philanthropist in time of trouble. Mr. Vachon was zealous in promoting the education of his children. One daughter was sent to the excellent female academy of Miss Sarah M. Douglas in Philadelphia, and his son to the Oberlin Collegiate Institute, where he graduated with the first honors of his class and delivered the valedictory. He subsequently studied in the law office of the late Honorable Walter Forward, ex-Secretary of the United States Treasury, and more recently, presiding judge in the Western District of Pennsylvania. A circumstance well worthy of record took place during the exemplary efforts of this good old American patriot in preparing his children to fill useful positions in society. During the collegiate course of his son, his daughter having previously finished her education, a change in his circumstances induced a friend to propose recalling his son George from college. Quote, "I will never do it," was the positive reply. "How can you do otherwise? You must live," said his advisor. "I will stint my market basket," rejoined the old gentleman. "Yes, but you can't do without eating," continued his friend. "No, but I can eat less, and economize, by selecting cheaper articles of food," replied the devoted father. "That will do well enough to talk about, friend Vachon, but when it comes to the test, that's another thing." "Friend J," replied the old gentleman with feeling, "as God is my judge, I will live on potatoes and herring, and see the last piece of furniture sold out of my house, before my son shall be left without an education. When he comes from that school, he will have finished his education." End quote. Finding that it was in vain to attempt to advise so contrary to his feelings and designs, his friend left him. His son did return, indeed, a scholar of the highest order, and is now professor of Belles Lettres in Central College, McGrawville, New York. When he applied for admission to the bar, it was granted, after a successful examination in open court in New York City. Mr. Vachon was one of the vice presidents of the National Convention of Colored Men, held at Rochester, July, 1853, and was subsequently chosen a member of the Pennsylvania State Council. On the 8th of January, 1854, a National Convention of the Old Soldiers of 1812 was held in the city of Philadelphia. This gathering of veterans aroused the military fire in the old man's breast, and, never having received a pension, nor government lands for his services, he determined on taking his seat, as a soldier delegate, among the defenders of his country. He was amply supplied with letters and certificates from distinguished gentlemen in his adopted city. In the best of spirits and hopes, he set out on his mission to the State Council and the Military Convention. He had proceeded as far as the depot, when, he was of corpulent person, resting on his trunk for relief from his fatigue, death, that untiring but ever certain messenger, unexpectedly summoned him home to his fathers. Thus departed the good old citizen soldier, clothed in the vesture of peace and war. In the language of one of his friends, in an editorial column, quote, "He fell with his harness on, and died in the last act of service to his brethren, and in obedience to the summons of his country, in the person of one of her delegated warriors." End quote. Major Jeffrey, among the brave blacks who fought in the battles for American liberty, was one whose name stands at the head of this brief notice. Major Jeffrey was a Tennessean, and, during the campaign of Major General Andrew Jackson in Mobile, filled the place of regular among the soldiers. In the charge made by General Stump against the enemy, the Americans were repulsed and thrown into disorder, Major Stump being forced to retire, in a manner by no means desirable, under the circumstances. Major Jeffrey, who was but a common soldier, seeing the condition of his comrades, and comprehending the disastrous results about to befall them, rushed forward, mounted a horse, took command of the troops, and, by a heroic effort, rallied them to the charge, completely routing the enemy, who left the Americans masters of the field. He at once received from the general the title of major, though he could not, according to the American policy, so commission him. To the day of his death, he was known by that title in Nashville, where he resided, and the circumstances which entitled him to it were constantly the subject of popular conversation. Major Jeffrey was highly respected by the whites generally, and revered, in his own neighborhood, by all the colored people who knew him. A few years ago, receiving an indignity from a common ruffian, he was forced to strike him in self-defense, for which act, in accordance with the laws of slavery in that, as well as in many other of the slave states, he was compelled to receive, on his naked person, 39 lashes with a rawhide. This, at the age of 70 odd, after the distinguished services rendered his country, probably when the white ruffian, for whom he was tortured, was unable to raise an arm in its defense, was more than he could bear. It broke his heart, and he sank to rise no more, till summoned by the blast of the last trumpet to stand on the battlefield of the general resurrection. Johnson and Davis. The names of these brave heroes, Johnson and Davis, have nowhere appeared in American history, though, in reality, a part of the history of the times in which they lived. The Pittsburgh Dispatch, a daily independent paper, of December 19, 1854, has the following notice of them. Quote, "We are indebted to a friend for a copy of the Pittsburgh Mercury of March 9, 1814, nearly 41 years old. The paper was in its second year, published by John M. Snowden, Esquire. Pittsburgh was then a borough. The war between England and this country was raging, and the paper is chiefly filled with reports of land and naval operations. General Hull's trial for the surrender of Detroit was then pending. The frigate President had just returned from a cruise, in which she had run past the blockading fleet, succeeded in destroying a number of English merchant vessels, and rescued the American schooner Comet, which had been captured by the enemy. The privateer Governor Tompkins had also returned home, after escaping an English frigate, from which she had, quote, caught a Tartar, end quote, having mistaken her for a merchantman. The only persons killed on board the General Tompkins were 2 colored seamen, John Johnson and John Davis, of whom Captain Shaler makes this mention. Quote, the name of one of my poor fellows who was killed ought to be registered in the books of fame, and remembered with reverence as long as bravery is considered a virtue. He was a black man by the name of John Johnson. A 24-pound shot struck him in the hip, and took away all the lower part of his body. In this state, the poor, brave fellow lay on the deck, and several times exclaimed to his shipmates, quote, fire away, my boys! No haul a color down! End quote. The other was also a black man, by the name of John Davis, and was struck in much the same way. He fell near me, and several times requested to be thrown overboard, saying he was only in the way of others. While America has such tars, she has little to fear from the tyrants of Europe. End quote. On the capture of Washington by the British forces, it was judged expedient to fortify, without delay, the principal towns and cities exposed to similar attacks. The Vigilance Committee of Philadelphia waited upon 3 of the principal colored citizens, namely, James Forten, Bishop Allen, and Absalom Jones, soliciting the aid of the people of color in erecting suitable defenses for the city. Accordingly, 2,500 colored men assembled in the State House yard, and from thence marched to Gray's Ferry, where they labored for 2 days, almost without intermission. Their labors were so faithful and efficient that a vote of thanks was tendered them by the committee. A battalion of colored troops was, at the same time, organized in the city, under an officer of the United States Army, and they were on the point of marching to the frontier when peace was proclaimed. In a letter written during the week of the mob against the colored people, August, 1842, Henry C. Wright says, quote, a colored man, whom I visited in the hospital, called to see me today. He had just got out, and looked very pitiful. His head was bent down. He said he could not erect it, his neck was too injured. He is a very intelligent man, and can read and write. His name is Charles Black, and he resides in Lombard Street. He was at home with his little boy, unconscious of what was transpiring without. Suddenly, the mob rushed into his room, dragged him downstairs, and beat him so unmercifully that he would have been killed had not some humane individuals interposed and prevented further violence. He was an impressed seaman on board an English 64 gunship in the beginning of the War of 1812. When he heard of the war, he refused to fight against his country, although he had $900 prize money coming to him from the ship. He was, therefore, placed in irons and kept a prisoner on board some time, and then sent to the well-known Dartmoor prison. He was exchanged and shipped for France. Shortly afterwards, he was taken and sent back to Dartmoor, was exchanged a second time, and succeeded in reaching the United States. He soon joined the fleet on Lake Champlain, under Macdonough, was with him in the celebrated battle which gave honor to the American arms. He was wounded, but never received a pension. His father was in the Battle of Bunker Hill, and his grandfather fought in the Old French War." End quote. James Durham, originally a slave in Philadelphia, was transferred by his master to a physician, who gave him a subordinate employment as preparer of drugs. During the American War, he was sold by this physician to a surgeon, and by the surgeon to Robert Dove, of New Orleans. Learned in the languages, he speaks with facility English, French, and Spanish. In 1778, at the age of 21, he became the most distinguished physician at New Orleans. Quote, "I conversed with him on medicine," end quote, says Dr. Rush, quote, "and found him very learned. I thought I could give him information concerning the treatment of diseases, but I learned more from him than he could expect from me." End quote. William Burleigh was a soldier in the War of 1812 and fought in the Battle of North Point. He was recognized by the proper authorities and participated in the Anniversary of Veterans, celebrated at Philadelphia, December 1853. A digression from the military services of colored men to those rendered voluntarily, by the same despised and persecuted class, in a time of pestilence, seems to me warrantable in this connection. In the autumn of 1793, the yellow fever broke out in Philadelphia with peculiar malignity. The insolent and unnatural distinctions of caste were overturned, and the colored people were solicited, in the public papers, to come forth and assist the perishing sick. The same mouth which had gloried against them in prosperity, in its overwhelming adversity, implored their assistance. The colored people of Philadelphia nobly responded. The then mayor, Matthew Clarkson, received their deputation with respect, and commended their course. They appointed Absalom Jones and William Gray to superintend the operations, the mayor advertising the public that, by applying to them, aid could be obtained. This took place about September. Soon afterwards, the sickness increased so dreadfully that it became impossible to remove the corpses. The colored people volunteered this painful and dangerous duty, and did it extensively, and hired help in doing it. Dr. Rush instructed the two superintendents in the proper precautions and measures to be used. A sick white man crept to his chamber window, and entreated the passers-by to bring him a drink of water. Several white men passed, but hurried on. A foreigner came up, paused, was afraid to supply the help with his own hands, but stood and offered $8 to whomsoever would. At length, a poor black man appeared. He heard, stopped, ran for water, took it to the sick man, and then stayed by to nurse him, steadily and mildly refusing all pecuniary compensation. Sarah Boss, a poor black widow, was active in voluntary and benevolent services. A poor black man named Sampson went constantly from house to house, giving assistance everywhere gratuitously, until he was seized with the fever and died. Mary Scott, a woman of color, attended Mr. Richard Mason and his son so kindly and disinterestedly that the widow, Miss R. Mason, settled an annuity of £6 upon her for life. An elderly black nurse, going about most diligently and affectionately, when asked what pay she wished, used to say, quote, "A dinner, massa, some cold winter's day." End quote. A young black woman was offered any price if she would attend a white merchant and his wife. She would take no money, but went, saying that if she went from holy love, she might hope to be preserved, but not if she went for money. She was seized with the fever, but recovered. A black man, riding through the streets, saw a white man push a white woman out of the house. The woman staggered forward, fell in the gutter, and was too weak to rise. The black man dismounted and took her gently to the hospital at Bush Hill. Absalom Jones and William Gray, the colored superintendents, say, quote, "A white man threatened to shoot us if we passed by his house with a corpse. We buried him 3 days afterwards." End quote. About 20 times as many black nurses as white were thus employed during the sickness. The following certificate was subsequently given by the mayor. Quote, "Having, during the prevalence of the late malignant disorder, had almost daily opportunities of seeing the conduct of Absalom Jones and Richard Allen, and the people employed by them to bury the dead, I with cheerfulness give this testimony of my approbation of their proceedings, as far as the same came under my notice. Their diligence, attention, and decency of deportment afforded me, at the time, much satisfaction." Signed, Matthew Clarkson, Mayor, Philadelphia, January 23, 1794. End quote. Some years since, a singular incident occurred in one of the courts in Philadelphia. When the sheriff was calling over the names of the jury, He summoned, among others, George Jones. "Here, sir," answered a voice from the crowd, and a colored man came forth and took his seat in the jury box. "Here is some mistake," said the sheriff. "No mistake at all," replied the juror. "Here is your summons. My name has been regularly drawn, and it is on the jury list." The judge interfered. "You may retire," said he. "I'd rather not, sir. I am willing to perform my duty." Here was a dilemma. There was nothing in the law to exclude a colored man from the jury box, and the court was at a loss what to do. At length, the juryman was challenged by one of the parties, and had to leave the box. This is, perhaps, the only instance of such an error, though it might be supposed that it would be of frequent occurrence. The devotion and services of colored Pennsylvanians have been rewarded by the exclusion of 52,000 of their number from the ballot box. An effort, however, has been recently commenced for restoring to them the franchise, which, we trust, will soon be successful. In a very neatly printed pamphlet, prepared by the Committee of the Colored Citizens of Philadelphia, asking for the same right of suffrage they enjoyed for 47 years prior to the adoption of the present Constitution, in 1838, it is stated that they number 30,000 persons in Philadelphia, that they possess $2,685,693 of real and personal estate, that they have paid $9,766.42 for taxes during the past year, and $392,792.27 for house, water, and ground rent. Frederick Douglass, in his paper, says of the people of color in Philadelphia and of the state at large, quote, "They buy and sell property, own lumber yards. Two of the most extensive, if not the largest, lumber merchants in the state are colored men, and till the soil. They are mechanics, professional men, and artists among them. They are developing, not only their identity, but their equality with the whites." End quote. "We rejoice," says the National Era, "in these assurances of the success of the partial freedom enjoyed by the Negro race in Pennsylvania, and sincerely hope that every man of them may continue true and steadfast in the judicious defense of their cause, until the justice shall be accorded to industry, intelligence, and wealth, that has been withheld from poverty and ignorance." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 9. Delaware. Prince Whipple, the colored soldier at the crossing of the Delaware. Prescriptive law. In the engravings of Washington crossing the Delaware, on the evening previous to the Battle of Trenton, December 25, 1779, a colored soldier is seen, on horseback, quite prominent, near the commander-in-chief, the same figure that, in other sketches, is seen pulling the stroke oar in that memorable crossing. This colored soldier was Prince Whipple, bodyguard to General Whipple, of New Hampshire, who was aide to General Washington. Prince Whipple was born at Amabu, Africa, of comparatively wealthy parents. When about 10 years of age, he was sent by them, in company with a cousin, to America to be educated. An elder brother had returned 4 years before, and his parents were anxious that their other child should receive the same benefits. The captain who brought the two boys over proved a treacherous villain, and carried them to Baltimore, where he exposed them for sale, and they were both purchased by Portsmouth men, Prince falling to General Whipple. He was emancipated during the war, was much esteemed, and was once entrusted by the general with a large sum of money to carry from Salem to Portsmouth. He was attacked on the road, near Newburyport, by two ruffians. One he struck with a loaded whip, the other he shot, and succeeded in arriving home in safety. Prince was beloved by all who knew him. He was the Caleb Quotem of Portsmouth, where he died at the age of 32, leaving a widow and children. Their descendants now reside in that place, one being married to Dr. Isaac H. Snowden, son of the Reverend Samuel Snowden, of Boston. Delaware is yet disgraced by a statute forbidding the immigration of free colored persons. Even her own native-born colored citizens, on absenting themselves, cannot return to the state without being liable to fines and imprisonment. A colored man from Columbia, Pennsylvania, some 6 years since, going into the state, was informed against, and fined by a magistrate $50, after he had been some time in prison. That noble friend of humanity, Thomas Garrett, paid his fine and costs, about $86, a portion of which was contributed in Pennsylvania. The facts were published when the magistrate sued Mr. Garrett for libel, and he was bound over in the sum of $1,000. The magistrate committed an act of dishonesty, left his family in the state several years to avoid prosecution, and finally his friends obtained a pardon from the governor, and he returned and was reappointed magistrate. Mr. Garrett, fearing that, as he had once absented himself, he might do so again, had him bound over in the sum of $5,000 to prosecute the charge, but Mr. Garrett has not been troubled on the subject since. I learned from Mr. Garrett that 3 arrests have since been made in Newcastle County, but the law was so odious that the magistrates, fearing their credit would be injured, released the men on their own recognizance, and they left the state. Judge Booth states that a colored girl, in order to obtain better wages, left her parents in Sussex and crossed over to Jersey, where she remained 2 years. Her mother was then taken ill, and she returned home to nurse her. After she died, before the funeral, some fiend in human shape informed against her. The magistrate issued the writ, and the constable served it before the corpse left the house. Such was the indignation of the neighborhood, however, slaveholders though they were, that the informer and constable would have been mobbed, if they had not desisted from their attempt. The girl remained at her father's house unmolested. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 10. Maryland. Thomas Savoy, Thomas Holland, John Moore, Benjamin Banneker, Francis Ellen Watkins. A correspondent of the New Orleans Picayune gives the following account of Thomas Savoy, a Negro veteran, as he was called. Quote, "Few persons, we think, have traveled in Texas who have not heard of Thomas Savoy, alias Black Tom, alias the special citizen of Bexar County. He was by trade a barber, but by inclination a soldier, and his history is intimately connected with the warlike part of that of Texas. He was much fonder, too, of the company of white men than that of persons of his own color. Tom was a native of Maryland, then a citizen of Washington, D.C., then a resident of Mississippi, whence he emigrated to Texas at the beginning of the Revolution with a company of Mississippi volunteers, his razor in his pocket and his gun on his shoulder. They joined General Houston shortly after the Battle of San Jacinto, but Black Tom's subsequent conduct as a soldier elicited the praise of his hard-fighting comrades and superior officers. The year 1839 was distinguished in Texan annals by the expedition under Jordan to Saltillo to assist the treacherous Canales in his armed Federalist attempt against the Mexican anti-Federalists. He betrayed his little band of Texan allies, but they and their gallant leader gave the United Federalists and the State Rights Mexican Army 2 as thorough consecutive drubbings as they ever received, and then returned leisurely home without interruption. Black Tom was one of Jordan's men, and if he had little occasion or time to use his razor, he made up for it by a skillful handling of his offensive weapons. In 1842, General Wool invaded Texas with the Mexican army and got a good beating at the Battle of Salito. Tom was in the midst of it and was wounded. He participated in several subsequent conflicts with the Indians, fighting bravely as usual. He followed his old Texan comrades under Taylor's banner and hurried along with them into the battle at Monterey. He was also in the memorable struggle of Buena Vista. Black Tom then returned to Texas with the Kentucky Volunteers, and after that, San Antonio became his headquarters. He was, of course, a general favorite, and lived like a lord, but the wandering spirit that 10 years in Texas had made second nature to him would now and then break out, and Black Tom would be missing. The next thing heard of him, he was at a frontier post, or far up in the Indian country, in the midst of danger. On the 15th of July, 1853, the body of a man was found 2 miles west of San Antonio. A coroner's inquest was held, and a verdict returned of came to his death from cause unknown. The body was that of old Tom. Thomas Holland, of Dorset County, Maryland, was in the Revolutionary War, attached to the regiment of Colonel Charles Goldsborough, and was wounded by a musket ball in the calf of his leg. He died in 1816, aged 72, at the town of Blackwood, New Jersey, and was buried in the Snow Hill churchyard east of Woodbury. He had an uncle who fought by his side in the same war. The Reverend James Holland, of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, is a nephew of Thomas Holland. John Moore was skipper of the sloop Roebuck, 110 tons, which was captured in Chesapeake Bay, between Spry and Poole's Islands, by the British 74 Dragon. He was placed on board the brig Bashaw, when, provoked by insolent treatment, he struck an officer with the tiller, for which he was detained in prison at Halifax for 18 months. The sloop and cargo were confiscated. Mr. Moore now resides in Newport, Rhode Island. Benjamin Banneker. Benjamin Banneker was born in Baltimore County, near the edge of Ellicott's Mills, in the year 1732. His father was a native African, and his mother the child of natives of Africa, so that, to no admixture of the blood of the white man, was he indebted for his peculiar and extraordinary abilities. His father was a slave when he married, but his wife, who was a free woman, and possessed of great energy and industry, very soon afterwards purchased his freedom. Banneker's mother was named Morton before her marriage, and belonged to a family remarkable for its intelligence. When upwards of 70, she was still very active, and it is remembered of her, that at this advanced age, she made nothing of catching her chickens, when wanted, by running them down. A nephew of hers, Greenberry Morton, was a person of note, notwithstanding his complexion. Prior to 1809, free people of color, possessed of a certain property qualification, voted in Maryland. In that year, a law was passed, restricting the right of voting to free white males. Morton was ignorant of the law till he offered to vote at the polls in Baltimore County, and it is said that when his vote was refused, he addressed the crowd in a strain of pure and impassioned eloquence, which kept the audience that the election had assembled in breathless attention while he spoke. When Benjamin was old enough, he was employed to assist his parents in their labor. This was at an early age, when his destiny seemed nothing better than that of a child of poor and ignorant free Negroes, occupying a few acres of land in a remote and thinly peopled neighborhood, a destiny which, certainly, at this day, is not a very brilliant promise, and which, at the time in question, must have been gloomy enough. In the intervals of toil, and when he was approaching or had attained manhood, he was sent to an obscure and distant country school, which he attended until he had acquired a knowledge of reading and writing, and had advanced in arithmetic as far as double position. In all matters beyond these rudiments of learning, he was his own instructor. On leaving school, he was obliged to labor for years, almost uninterruptedly, for his support. But his memory being retentive, he lost nothing of the little education he had acquired. On the contrary, although utterly destitute of books, he amplified and improved his stock of arithmetical knowledge by the operation of his mind alone. He was an acute observer of everything that he saw, or which took place around him in the natural world, and he sought with avidity information from all sources of what was going forward in society, so that he became gradually possessed of a fund of general knowledge which it was difficult to find among those even who were far more favored by opportunity and circumstances than he was. At first, his information was a subject of remark and wonder among his illiterate neighbors only, but, by degrees, the reputation of it spread through a wider circle, and Benjamin Banneker, still a young man, came to be thought of as one who could not only perform all the operations of mental arithmetic with extraordinary facility, but exercise a sound and discriminating judgment upon men and things. It was at this time, when he was about 30 years of age, that he contrived and made a clock which proved to be an excellent timepiece. He had seen a watch, but not a clock, such an article not yet having found its way into the quiet and secluded valley in which he lived. The watch was, therefore, his model. It took him a good while to accomplish this feat, his great difficulty, as he often used to say, being to make the hour, minute, and second hands correspond in their motions. But the clock was finished at last, and raised still higher the credit of Banneker in his neighborhood as an ingenious man, as well as a good arithmetician. As already stated, The basis of Banneker's arithmetical knowledge was obtained from the school book in which he had advanced as far as double position, but in 1787, Mr. George Ellicott sent him Mayer's tables, Ferguson's astronomy, and Leadbetter's lunar tables. Along with these books were some astronomical instruments. Mr. Ellicott was accidentally prevented from giving Banneker any information as to the use of either books or instruments at the time he lent them, but, before he again met him, and the interval was a brief one, Banneker was independent of any instruction, and was already absorbed in the contemplation of the new world, which was thus opened to his view. From this time, the study of astronomy became the great object of his life, and, for a season, he almost disappeared from the sight of his neighbors. Very soon after the possession of the books already mentioned had drawn Banneker's attention to astronomy, he determined to compile an almanac, that being the most familiar use that occurred to him of the information he had acquired. Of the labor of the work, few of those who can form an estimate, who would at this day commence such a task, with all the assistance afforded by accurate tables and well-digested rules. Banneker had no such aid, and it is narrated as a well-known fact that he had commenced and had advanced far in the preparation of the logarithms necessary for his purpose when he was furnished with a set of tables by Mr. George Ellicott. About this time, he began the record of his calculations, which is still in existence, and is left with the Society for examination. The first almanac which Banneker prepared, fit for publication, was for the year 1792. By this time, his acquirements had become generally known, and among others who took an interest in him was James McHenry, Esquire. Mr. McHenry wrote a letter to Goddard and Angell, then the almanac publishers in Baltimore, which was probably the means of procuring the publication of the first almanac. In their editorial notice, Messrs. Goddard and Angell say, quote, "They feel gratified in the opportunity of presenting to the public, through their press, what must be considered as an extraordinary effort of genius, a complete and accurate ephemeris for the year 1792, calculated by a sable descendant of Africa," etc. And they further say, quote, "that they flatter themselves that a philanthropic public, in this enlightened era, will be induced to give their patronage and support to his work, not only on account of its intrinsic merits, it having met the approbation of several of the most distinguished astronomers of America, particularly the celebrated Mr. Rittenhouse, but from similar motives, to those which induced the editors to give this calculation the preference, the ardent desire of drawing modest merit from obscurity, and controverting the long-established illiberal prejudice against the blacks." The motives alluded to by Goddard and Angell, in the extracts just quoted, of doing justice to the intellect of the colored race, were a prominent object with Banneker himself, and the only occasions when he overstepped a modesty which was his peculiar characteristic were, when he could, by doing so, quote, "controvert the long-established illiberal prejudice against the blacks." We find him, therefore, sending a copy of his first almanac to Mr. Jefferson, the Secretary of State under General Washington, with an excellent letter, to which Mr. Jefferson made the following reply. Philadelphia, August 31st, 1791. Quote, "Sir, I thank you sincerely for your letter of the 19th instant, and for the almanac it contained. Nobody wishes more than I do to see such proofs as you exhibit, that nature has given to our black brethren talents equal to those of the other colors of men, and that the appearance of a want of them is owing only to the degraded condition of their existence, both in Africa and America. I can add, with truth, that no one wishes more ardently to see a good system commenced for raising the condition, both of their body and mind, to what it ought to be, as fast as the imbecility of their present existence, and other circumstances which cannot be neglected, will admit. I have taken the liberty of sending your almanac to Monsieur de Condorcet, Secretary of the Academy of Sciences, at Paris, and members of the Philanthropic Society, because I considered it a document to which your whole color had a right, for their justification, against the doubts which have been entertained of them. I am, with great esteem, sir, your most obedient servant, Thomas Jefferson." Mr. Benjamin Banneker, near Ellicott's Lower Mills, Baltimore County. When he published his first almanac, Banneker was 59 years old, and had high respect paid to him, by all the scientific men of the country, as one whose color did not prevent his belonging to the same class, as far as intellect went with themselves. After the adoption of the Constitution in 1789, commissioners were appointed to run the lines of the District of Columbia, the 10 miles square now occupied by the seat of government, and then called the Federal Territory. The commissioners invited Banneker to be present at the runnings, and treated him with much consideration. Banneker continued to calculate and publish his almanacs until 1802, and the folio already referred to and now before the Society contains the calculations clearly copied, and the figures used by him in his work. The handwriting, it will be seen, is very good, and remarkably distinct, having a practised look, although evidently that of an old man, who makes his letters and figures slowly and carefully. His letter to Mr. Jefferson gives a very good idea of his style and composition, and his ability as a writer. The title of the almanac is here transcribed at length, as a matter of curious interest at this latter day. If it claims little of the art, and elegance, and wit of the almanacs of Punch or of Hood, it is, nevertheless, considering its history, a far more surprising product. Quote, Benjamin Banneker's Pennsylvania, Delaware, Virginia, and Maryland Almanac and Ephemeris, for the year of our Lord 1792, being by sextile or leap year, and the 16th year of American independence, which commenced July 4th, 1776, containing the motions of the sun and moon, the true places and aspects of the planets, the rising and setting of the sun, and the rising, setting, and southing, place and age of the moon, etc., the lunations, conjunctions, eclipses, judgment of the weather, festivals, and remarkable days. End quote. In 1804, Banneker died, in the 72nd year of his age, and his remains are deposited, without a stone to mark the spot, near the dwelling which he occupied during his lifetime. During the whole of his long life, he lived respectably, and much esteemed by all those who became acquainted with him, but more especially by those who could fully appreciate his genius, and the extent of his acquirements. Although his mode of life was regular and extremely retired, living alone, having never married, cooking his own victuals and washing his own clothes, and scarcely ever being absent from home, yet there was nothing misanthropic in his character, for a gentleman who knew him thus speaks of him, quote, I recollect him well. He was a brave-looking, pleasant man, with something very noble in his appearance. His mind was evidently much engrossed in his calculations, but he was glad always to receive the visits which we often paid to him. End quote. Another of Mr. Ellicott's correspondents writes as follows, quote, When I was a boy, I became very much interested in him, Banneker, as his manners were those of a perfect gentleman, kind, generous, hospitable, humane, dignified and pleasing, abounding in information on all the various subjects and incidents of the day, very modest and unassuming, and delighting in society at his own house. I have seen him frequently. His head was covered with a thick suit of white hair, which gave him a very venerable and dignified appearance. His dress was uniformly of superfine drab broadcloth, made in the old style of a plain coat, with a straight collar and long waistcoat, and a broad-brimmed hat. His color was not jet black, but decidedly negro. In size and personal appearance, the statue of Franklin, at the library in Philadelphia, as seen from the street, is a perfect likeness of him. End quote. The foregoing account of Mr. Banneker is taken from a memoir, read before the Historical Society of Maryland, by John H. B. Latrobe, which was undoubtedly published to serve the purposes of the American Colonization Society. The Rev. John T. Raymond, a distinguished colored Baptist clergyman, issued an edition of the pamphlet, in the preface to which he says, quote, I have snatched it from there, the colonizationists' foul purpose, in order to produce a contrary effect. Our people are now too wise to be entangled in their meshes. End quote. Francis Ellen Watkins. Maryland has not only produced gifted colored men, but has contributed a fair proportion of women who have proved good their claim to equality. Francis Ellen Watkins, born in Baltimore, has contended with 1,000 disadvantages from early life, and though now a young woman, is actively engaged, on her own responsibility, as an anti-slavery lecturer in the Eastern States. She has published a small volume of poems, which certainly are very creditable to her, both in a literary and moral point of view, and indicate the possession of a talent, which, if carefully cultivated and properly encouraged, cannot fail to secure for herself a poetic reputation, and to deepen the interest, already so extensively felt, in the liberation and enfranchisement of the entire colored race. I make the following brief extracts from her book, which is entitled, quote, Poems and Miscellaneous Writings by Frances Ellen Watkins, end quote. Eliza Harris. Like a fawn from the arrow, startled and wild, a woman swept by us, bearing a child. In her eye was the night of a settled despair, and her brow was overshadowed with anguish and care. She was nearing the river, in reaching the brink. She heeded no danger, she paused not to think. For she is a mother, her child is a slave, and she'll give him his freedom, or find him a grave. But she's free, yes, free, from the land where the slave, from the hand of oppression must rest in the grave, where bondage and torture, where scourges and chains, have placed on our banner indelible stains. The bloodhounds have missed the scent of her way, the hunter is rifled and foiled of his prey. Fierce jargon and cursing, with clanking of chains, make sounds of strange discord on liberty's plains. With the rapture of love and fullness of bliss, she placed on his brow a mother's fond kiss. O poverty, danger, and death she can brave, for the child of her love is no longer a slave. Christianity. Christianity is a system claiming God for its author, and the welfare of man for its object. It is a system so uniform, exalted and pure, that the loftiest intellects have acknowledged its influence and acquiesced in the justness of its claims. Genius has bent from his erratic course to gather fire from her altars, and pathos from the agony of Gethsemane and the sufferings of Calvary. Philosophy and science have paused, amid their speculative researches and wondrous revelations, to gain wisdom from her teachings and knowledge from her precepts. Poetry has culled her fairest flowers and wreathed her softest, to bind her author's bleeding brow. Music has strung her sweetest lyres, and breathed her noblest strains, to celebrate his fame, whilst learning has bent from her lofty heights to bow at the lowly cross. The constant friend of man, she has stood by him in his hour of greatest need. She has cheered the prisoner in his cell, and strengthened the martyr at the stake. She has nerved the frail and shrinking heart of woman for high and holy deeds. The worn and weary have rested their fainting heads upon her bosom, and gathered strength from her words, and courage from her counsels. She has been the staff of decrepit age, and the joy of manhood in its strength. She has bent over the form of lovely childhood, and suffered it to have a place in the Redeemer's arms. She has stood by the bed of the dying, and unveiled the glories of eternal life, gilding the darkness of the tomb with the glory of the resurrection. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 11. Virginia. The Last of Braddock's Men. Patriotic Slave Girl. Benjamin Morris. Consistency of a Revolutionary Hero. Simon Lee. Major Mitchell's Slave. General Washington's Desire to Emancipate Slaves. The Honorable A.P. Upsher's Tribute to David Rich. Tribute to Washington by the Emancipated. Aged Slave of Washington. Insurrection at Southampton. Virginia Maroons in the Dismal Swamp. The Lancaster, Ohio Gazette, February 1849, announces the death, at that place, of Samuel Jenkins, a colored man, aged 115 years. He was a slave of Captain Breadwater, in Fairfax County, Virginia, in 1771, and participated in the memorable campaign of General Braddock. Ishmael Titus, says the Springfield Republican, died in Williamstown, Massachusetts, January 27, 1855, at the extraordinary age of 109 or 110 years. He was born a slave in Virginia, and when General Braddock set out on his ill-fated expedition, the master of Ishmael was employed by the commissary to transport subsistence stores for the army, and, as the wagon was heavily loaded, an additional horse was added to the team, and the boy Ishmael was placed on this third horse as rider, and in that capacity he followed the army to the scene of its disaster. Like most of the slaves, he had no distinct knowledge of his age, but, judging from his recollection of the event, and his own story. He must have been 9 or 10 years old at the time. His mental faculties were remarkably active for a person of his years, and after the lapse of nearly a century, he was wont to recount the striking impression made upon his young mind by the red coats of the British soldiers, which he supposed were colored with blood, unfortunately too true in this instance. He ran away from his master, and went into the vicinity of Springfield, Massachusetts, about the close of the Revolution, and was then, apparently, 38 or 40 years of age. His story has always been consistent, and no one in that place has ever doubted its correctness. His mind seemed more than a match for his body, and physical infirmities crept upon him, until he seemed to realize all the evils which afflicted Uncle Ned, and, like him, it is to be hoped that he has received his reward. Hiram Wilson says that an extremely aged woman lives at the Grand River Settlement, Canada, who was a slave girl in Virginia, at the time of the French and Indian War of 1755. At the time of the Revolutionary War, she was employed in running bullets for the Americans. Her patriotism was but miserably rewarded, for she was held as a slave till she was about 80 years of age, when she fled to Canada for freedom, where, under monarchical institutions and laws, she is protected in her old age. No one can reasonably rebuke her for the utterance of an earnest, "God save the Queen." The legislature of Virginia, in 1783, emancipated several slaves who had fought in the Revolutionary War, and the example was followed by some individuals who wished to exhibit a consistency of conduct rare even in those early days of our country's history. The Baltimore papers of September 8, 1790, make mention of the fact that the Honorable General Gates, before taking his departure, with his lady, for their new and elegant seat on the banks of the East River, summoned his numerous family and slaves about him, and, amidst their tears of affection and gratitude, gave them their freedom, and, what was still better, made provision that their liberty should be a blessing to them. Sometimes, for other than national services, the colored man's worth is appreciated by men who claim the right to own their brother men, as is seen in the following clause, from the will of Abel Parker Upshur, a member of President Tyler's cabinet. Quote, 3. I emancipate and set free my servant, David Rich, and direct my executors to give him $100. I recommend him, in the strongest manner, to the respect, esteem, and confidence of any community in which he may happen to live. He has been my slave for 24 years, during which time he has been trusted to every extent and in every respect. My confidence in him has been unbounded. His relation to myself and my family has always been such as to afford him daily opportunities to deceive and injure us, and yet he has never been detected in a serious fault, nor even in an intentional breach of the decorums of his station. His intelligence is of a high order, his integrity above all suspicion, and his sense of right and propriety always correct, and even delicate and refined. I feel that he is justly entitled to carry this certificate, from me, into the new relations which he must now form. It is due to his long and most faithful services, and to the sincere and steady friendship which I bear him. In the uninterrupted and confidential intercourse of 24 years, I have never given, nor had occasion to give him, an unpleasant word. I know no man who has fewer faults, nor more excellencies, than he. End quote. Throughout his work will be found allusions to several colored persons, bond and free, who were either servants or slaves of General Washington, or through some other relation, were led to cherish grateful and pleasant memories of the treatment they received from him. Some he manumitted, others he specially rewarded for deeds of valor and integrity of conduct, and, though he did not emancipate the majority of his own slaves until after the decease of Lady Washington, there yet seemed a constant struggle of his better nature to do that which, neglected, has left, quote, posterity's sad eye to run, along one line, with slaves and Washington. End quote. In a letter written by General Washington to Tobias Lear, in England, in 1794, he assigns the following reasons for empowering Mr. Lear to sell a portion of his landed estate. Quote, I have no scruple in disclosing to you that my motives to these sales are to reduce my income, be it more or less, to specialties, that the remainder of my days may thereby be more tranquil and free from care, and that I may be enabled, knowing what my dependence is, to do as much good as my resources will admit, for although, in the estimation of the world, I possess a good and clear estate, yet so unproductive it is, that I am oftentimes ashamed to refuse aid which I cannot afford, unless I can sell part of it to answer this purpose. Besides these, I have another motive, which makes me earnestly wish for these things. It is, indeed, more powerful than all the rest, namely, to liberate a certain species of property which I possess, very repugnantly to my own feelings, but which imperious necessity compels, until I can substitute some other expedient by which expenses not in my power to avoid, however well disposed I may be to do it, can be defrayed." In Washington's will, special provision is made for his "mulatto man William, calling himself William Lee," granting him his immediate freedom, an annuity of $30 during his natural life, or support, if he preferred, being incapable of walking or any active employment, to remain with the family. "This I give him," says Washington, "as a testimony of my sense of his attachment to me, and for his faithful services during the Revolutionary War." The colored soldiers and others who were objects of his solicitude were found north and south, wherever marched the Continental Army. From among those in Virginia, the few following cases have been preserved. The Detroit Tribune, August 10, 1854, says, "A short time since, we chronicled the death of a Negro who had reached the venerable age of 100 years. It may not be known to many of our readers that there is now living near this city, in the enjoyment of good health and the frugal comforts of life, a Negro who is nearly of quite a century old. His name is Benjamin Morris, and he is residing on the Charles Moran farm, where he has a life lease, and where, by the aid of a few friends, he tills enough ground to earn for himself a plain but comfortable subsistence. His life has been quite eventful. He was born at Snow Hill, in Virginia. His master's name was Bob Schofield, as he says, using, probably, the familiar term by which he was known throughout the neighborhood in which he resided. He lived with Schofield until after the Revolutionary War. During the war, he was engaged to drive a baggage wagon, and so well did his behavior please General Washington, who happened to notice him, that his master, at the close of the war, gave him his freedom, at the request of that great and good man. His deed of manumission he has now, of a truth, the palladium of his liberties, in this negro hunting age and country. From Virginia, Morris went to Cuba, where he stayed but a short time, returning to this country and settling at Louisville, Kentucky. Thence he came to Detroit, in time to witness the surrender of Hull and the closing acts of the War of 1812 upon the frontier. Since then, he has engaged in labor of various kinds, supporting himself and wife in comfortable circumstances. About 3 years ago, she died, and he has since lived alone, in a little cottage on the Moran farm. He is a member, we believe, of the First Baptist Church of this city, from the members of which he receives such little aids, from time to time, as he needs. He is still quite erect and vigorous, and able to labor a good deal. He walks down to church nearly every Sabbath and returns, a total distance of nearly 6 miles. We trust the old man is to live many years yet, in comfort and peace, to reap the rewards of his services to our country, small though they may have been, at a time when the weakest forces told on a country's destinies hanging in equipoise." A correspondent of the Alexandria, D.C. Gazette, writing from Fairfax County, Virginia, November 14, 1835, says, "Upon a recent visit to the tomb of Washington, I was much gratified by the alterations and improvements around it. 11 colored men were industriously employed in leveling the earth and turfing around the sepulchre. There was an earnest expression of feeling about them that induced me to inquire if they belonged to the respected lady of the mansion. They stated that they were a few of the many slaves freed by George Washington, and that they had offered their services upon this last melancholy occasion, as the only return in their power, to make to the remains of the man who had been more than a father to them, and they should continue their labors, so long as anything should be pointed out for them to do. I was so interested in this conduct that I inquired their several names, and the following were given to me: Joseph Smith, Sambo Anderson, William Anderson, his son, Berkeley Clark, George Lear, Dick Jasper, Morris Jasper, Levi Richardson, Joe Richardson, William Moss, William Hayes, and Nancy Squander cooking for the men. That there were exceptions to this community of grateful hearts may be learned from an incident mentioned by James T. Woodbury, Esquire, brother of the Honorable Levi Woodbury, who, when delivering lectures on the subject of slavery, not unfrequently adverts to the circumstances which first drew his attention to the subject. During his stay in the capital of the United States, he had a wish to visit the tomb of Washington. He was attended by an aged Negro, whose business it had been for many years to guide travelers to that consecrated spot. This old man was formerly the slave of General Washington. Mr. Woodbury asked him if he had any children. "I have had a large family," he replied. "And are they living?" inquired the gentleman. The voice of the aged father trembled with emotion, and the tears started to his eyes, as he answered, quote, "I don't know whether they are alive or dead. They were all sold away from me, and I don't know what became of them. I am alone in the world, without a child to bring me a cup of water in my old age." End quote. Mr. Woodbury looked on the infirm and solitary being with feelings of deep compassion. And this, thought he, is the fate of slaves, even when owned by so good a man as General Washington. Who would not be an abolitionist? In October 1854, there came to the house of Isaac and Amy Post, in Rochester, as if by instinct to those whose names are synonymous with aid and comfort to all earth's suffering children, an aged colored man, leaning upon his staff, his clothes poor and ragged, who represented himself as the son of General Washington's serving man, and that he was fleeing to Canada. Miss Angelica J. Knox says, in reference to this case, quote, "He was born at Mount Vernon, on the plantation on which the father of our country had lived. His father was a servant of George Washington. Years passed on, his heart pleaded that its pulsations might beat in a land of freedom, and many attempts he had made, but in vain, to be free. Once he was taken in a rice swamp, where he had fled for refuge. The bloodhounds scented him and brought him back to his master. Major Mitchell, of the United States Army, had burned into his forehead the letter M, that thus he might be identified as Mitchell's slave. I asked him if his master was a Christian, to which he replied, with a satirical expression, 'Pious, I guess he was pious. He Freemason too. My last master, oh, he biggest Christian. He pairs pious. Ha! He big man. He tempt shoot me, 'cause I won't take off coat, him to whip me. Gun already shoot me. I take off coat, he get rope, tie me to hang me. I kitched him, pulled him down, and ran away. Dat is the last of him I ever saw. I pretty tired sleeping in bush. I want to get to Canada, that's all I want. I want to see my boy there, that is what I want. I want to get out dis country. They say that money is the root of all evil, but I have no money, and go pretty hungry sometimes. Colored folks sometimes tray us. Ye ain't gonna send me back, are ya?" End quote. Poor old man, no, no, I will not send you back. But what is the Christianity of this republic doing, but sending you back to bondage? What would the church do with this old man, with branded brow, who is now looking with a distrustful eye upon every person with whom he meets? Oh, my country, with extended wings, would that thy protection could overshadow the branded, bleeding fugitive. But no, true it is, that if this fugitive would stand on the spot where Warren fell, should he clasp the monument on Bunker's Hill, should he flee to the home of John Hancock, even there, the slaveholder may claim him as his chattel slave. Let us, then, shed no more tears at the tomb of Washington at Mount Vernon. Let us no more boast of liberty. Let us break every yoke, and let the oppressed go free. End quote. Simon Lee, the grandfather of William Wells Brown, on his mother's side, was a slave in Virginia, and served in the War of the Revolution, and, although honorably discharged with the other Virginia troops, at the close of the war, he was sent back to his master, where he spent the remainder of his life toiling on a tobacco plantation. Such is the want of justice toward the colored American, that, after serving in his country's struggles for freedom, he is doomed to fill the grave of a slave. The Southampton Insurrection. Nathaniel Turner was born October 2nd, 1800. In his childhood, from some circumstances, his mother and others said, in his presence, that he would surely be a prophet, as the Lord had shown him things that happened before his birth. This remark made a deep impression upon his mind, and affected all his subsequent conduct. He learned to read with such facility that he had no recollection whatever of learning the alphabet, and he grew up a prodigy, reverenced among his fellows. He was never addicted to stealing, or known to have $1 in his life, to swear an oath, or drink a drop of spirits. He studiously wrapped himself in mystery, and devoted his hours to fasting and prayer, and communion with the Spirit. He had a vision, and saw white spirits and black spirits engaged in battle, and the sun was darkened, the thunder rolled in the heavens, and blood flowed in streams, and he heard a voice, saying, quote, "Such is your luck, such you are called to see, and let it come rough or smooth, you must bear it." End quote. While laboring in the fields, he discovered drops of blood on the corn, as though it were dew from heaven, and found on the leaves in the woods characters and numbers, with the forms of men, in different attitudes, portrayed in blood. From his confession, I extract the following. Quote, "And on the appearance of the sign, the eclipse of the sun in February 1831, I should arise and prepare myself, and slay my enemies with their own weapons. I communicated the great work I had to do to four, in whom I had the greatest confidence, Henry, Hark, Nelson, and Sam. It was intended by us to have begun the work of death on the 4th of July last." End quote. The Richmond Whig of October 31st, 1831, in giving an account of Turner's capture, says, quote, "He is a shrewd, intelligent fellow. He insists strongly upon the revelations which he received, as he understood them, urging him on and pointing to this enterprise. He denied that any except himself and 5 or 6 others knew anything of it. He does not hesitate to say that, even now, he thinks he was right, and if his time were to go over again, he must necessarily act in the same way." End quote. A correspondent of the same paper says, quote, "Nat had for some time thought closely on this subject, for I have in my possession some papers given up by his wife, under the lash." End quote. "We learn," says the Petersburg Intelligencer, quote, "that the fanatical murderer, Nat Turner, was executed, according to his sentence, at Jerusalem on Friday last, about 1 o'clock. He exhibited the utmost composure throughout the whole ceremony, and although assured that he might, if he thought proper, address the immense crowd assembled on the occasion, declined availing himself of the privilege, and told the sheriff, in a firm voice, that he was ready. Not a limb nor a muscle was observed to move." End quote. Upwards of 100 slaves were slaughtered in the Southampton tragedy, many of them in cold blood, while walking in the streets, and about 60 white persons. Some of the alleged conspirators had their noses and ears cut off, the flesh of their cheeks cut out, their jaws broken asunder, and, in that condition, they were set up as marks to be shot at. The whites burnt one with red-hot irons, cut off his ears and nose, stabbed him, cut his hamstrings, stuck him like a hog, and at last cut off his head and spiked it to the whipping post. The following fact was narrated by the Reverend Melville Babbage Cox, late missionary to Liberia, soon after the event occurred. Immediately after the insurrection, a slaveholder went into the woods in quest of some of the insurgents, accompanied by a faithful slave, who had been the means of saving his life in the time of massacre. When they had been some time in the woods, the slave handed his musket to his master, informing him, at the same time, that he could not live a slave any longer, and requesting him either to set him free or shoot him on the spot. The master took the gun from the hands of the slave, leveled it at his breast, and shot the faithful Negro through the heart. Dr. Rice, of Virginia, published a sermon in 1823, predicting very exactly the Southampton insurrection. He says, quote, "Without pretending to be a prophet, I venture to predict, if ever that horrid event should take place, which is anticipated and greatly dreaded by many among us, some crisp-haired prophet, some pretender to inspiration, will be the ringleader as well as the instigator of the act." End quote. Madison, Washington. An American slaver, named the Creole, well manned and provided in every respect, and equipped for carrying slaves, sailed from Virginia to New Orleans on the 30th of October, 1841, with a cargo of 135 slaves. When 8 days out, a portion of the slaves, under the direction of one of their number, named Madison Washington, succeeded, after a slight struggle, in gaining command of the vessel. The sagacity, bravery, and humanity of this man do honor to his name, and, but for his complexion, would excite universal admiration. Of the 12 white men employed on board the well-manned slaver, only one fell a victim to their atrocious business. This man, after discharging his musket at the negroes, rushed forward with a handspike, which, in the darkness of the evening, they mistook for another musket. He was stabbed with a bowie knife wrested from the captain. 2 of the sailors were wounded, and their wounds were dressed by the negroes. The captain was also injured, and he was put into the forehold, and his wounds dressed, and his wife, child, and niece were unmolested. It does not appear that the blacks committed a single act of robbery, or treated their captives with the slightest unnecessary harshness, and they declared, at the time, that all they had done was for their freedom. The vessel was carried into Nassau, and the British authorities at that place refused to consign the liberated slaves again to bondage, or even to surrender the mutineers and murderers to perish on southern gibbets. The Virginia Maroons. Footnote, from an article in the Liberty Bell for 1853 by Edmund Jackson. The Great Dismal Swamp, which lies near the eastern shore of Virginia, and, commencing near Norfolk, stretches quite into North Carolina, contains a large colony of negroes who originally obtained their freedom by the grace of God and their own determined energy, instead of the consent of their owners, or by the help of the Colonization Society. How long this colony has existed, what is its amount of population, what portion of the colonists are now fugitives, and what the descendants of fugitives, are questions not easily determined, nor can we readily avail ourselves of the better knowledge undoubtedly existing in the vicinity of this colony, by reason of the decided objections of those best enabled to gratify our curiosity, to some extent, at least, to furnishing any information whatever, lest it might be used by abolitionists for their purposes, as one of them frankly said, when questioned about the matter. Nevertheless, some facts, or, at least, an approximation towards the truth of them, are known respecting this singular community of blacks, who have won their freedom, and established themselves securely in the midst of the largest slaveholding state of the South, for, from this extensive swamp, they are very seldom, if now at all, reclaimed. The chivalry of Virginia, so far as I know, have never yet ventured on a slave hunt in the Dismal Swamp, nor is it, probably, in the power of that state to capture or expel these fugitives from it. This may appear extravagant, but when it is known how long a much less numerous band of Indians held the Everglades of Florida against the forces of the United States, and how much blood and treasure it cost to expel them finally, we may find a sufficient excuse for the forbearance of the ancient dominion towards this community of fugitives domiciliated in their midst. From the character of the population, it is reasonable to infer that the United States Marshal has never charged himself with the duty of taking the census of the swamp, and we can only estimate the amount of the population by such circumstances as may serve to indicate it. Of these, perhaps the trade existing between the city of Norfolk and the swamp may furnish the best element of computation. This trade between the swamp merchants and the fugitives is wholly contraband, and would subject the white participants to fearful penalties if they could only be enforced, for, throughout the slave states, it is an offense, by law, of the gravest character, to have any dealings whatever with runaway negroes. But, quote, "You no catch 'em, you no have 'em," end quote, is emphatically true in the Dismal Swamp, where trader and runaway are alike beyond the reach of Virginia law. An intelligent merchant, of nearly 30 years' business in Norfolk, has estimated the value of slave property lost in the swamp at $1.5 million. This city of refuge, in the midst of society, has endured from generation to generation, and is likely to continue until slavery is abolished throughout the land. A curious anomaly this community certainly presents, and its history and destiny are alike suggestive of curiosity and interest. That there are those at the South who desire the abolition of slavery, the following extract from a speech of Philip A. Bowling, Esquire, in the House of Delegates, in Virginia, 1832, will show, quote, "Mr. Speaker, it is in vain for gentlemen to deny the fact. The feelings of society are fast becoming averse to slavery. The moral causes which produce that feeling are on the march, and will march on, until the groans of slavery are heard no more in this else happy land. Look over this world's wide page, see the rapid progress of liberal feelings, see the shackles falling from nations who have long writhed under the galling yoke of slavery. Liberty is going over the whole earth, hand in hand with Christianity. The ancient temples of slavery, rendered venerable alone by their antiquity, are crumbling into dust. Ancient prejudices are fleeing before the light of truth, are dissipated by its rays, as the idle vapor by the bright sun. The noble sentiment, quote, "Then let us pray, that come it may, as come it will, for a that man to man, the world over, shall brothers be, for a that," end quote, is rapidly spreading. The day star of human liberty has risen above the dark horizon of slavery, and will continue its bright career until it smiles alike on all men. End quote. The Richmond Enquirer advocates the erection of a monument to the memory of Peter Francisco, a colored man, born a slave in Virginia, but emancipated at the commencement of the Revolution and enlisted as a soldier. He served all through the war, and was subsequently Sergeant at Arms of the Virginia Legislature. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 12. North Carolina. David Walker, Jonathan Overton, Delph Williamson, George M. Horton. David Walker was born in Wilmington, North Carolina, September 28, 1785. His mother was a free woman, but his father was a slave. His innate hatred of slavery was early developed. When yet a boy, he declared that the slaveholding South was not the place for him, and, receiving his mother's blessing, he turned his back upon North Carolina, and after many trials, reached Boston, Massachusetts, where he took up his permanent residence. He applied himself to study, in order to contribute something to the cause of humanity. In 1827, he entered into the clothing business in Brattle Street, married in 1828, and in 1829 published his Appeal, which, as Henry Highland Garnet truly says, quote, produced more commotion among slaveholders than any volume of its size that was ever issued from the American press. They saw that it was a bold attack on their idolatry, and that, too, by a black man who once lived among them. It was merely a smooth stone which this David took up, yet it terrified a host of Goliaths. The governor of Georgia wrote to the Honorable Harrison Gray Otis, then mayor of Boston, requesting him to suppress the Appeal. His Honor replied to the Southern censor that he had no power nor disposition to hinder Mr. Walker from pursuing a lawful course in the utterance of his thoughts. End quote. Mr. Walker died in Bridge Street in 1830, age 34. His son, Edward Garrison Walker, now resides in Charleston, Massachusetts, with his mother, Mrs. Dewson. Mr. Walker was a faithful member of the Methodist Church in Boston, whose pastor was the Venerable Father Snowden. Jonathan Overton, says the Edenton Whig, a colored man, and a soldier of the Revolution, died at this place, at the advanced age of 101 years. The deceased served under Washington, and was at the Battle of Yorktown, besides other less important engagements. He was deservedly held in great respect by our citizens, for, apart from the feeling of veneration which every American must entertain for the scanty remnant of revolutionary heroes, of which death is fast depriving us, the deceased was personally worthy of the esteem and consideration of our community. He has lived among us longer than the ordinary period allotted to human life, and always sustained a character for honesty, industry, and integrity. It is not always that the eulogies or epitaphs of persons, in much more exalted positions than his, contain so much truth as does this brief tribute to the humble and patriotic Negro. We learn that several gentlemen have made arrangements to have the burial accompanied by every mark of respect. The Wilmington Journal states that there is an old Negro, in the county of Sampson, belonging to a Mr. Williamson, who was 114 years old on the last 4th of July. He has been recently visited by a correspondent of the Journal, who states that he found him cheerful and in fine health, and busily engaged in making himself a pair of pants, without spectacles, he being a tailor by trade. His first master, Archibald Bell, died about 98 years ago, at which time Delph was 13 years of age. He remembers seeing Lord Cornwallis and his army, as well as other persons, and things of note in those early days. He was taken prisoner near the residence of William Fryer. He saw the Tories kill John Thompson, he, Thompson, lingering some 3 days. The old fellow lives by himself, not another soul being near him. He is a sort of doctor, and travels as much as 50 miles to see sick persons, and many persons visit him for medical aid. He cooks, washes, milks, and makes his own clothes, in a very independent manner. He is 4 feet high, and weighs 105 pounds. His present owner, Mr. Williamson, is 74, and therefore an old man to the rest of the world, but quite a youth in comparison to Delph. There is little reason for doubting the old Negro's age, of which he himself is confident, besides having been known in Sampson from time immemorial almost. The following is a portion of an explanation which prefaces a volume of poems by George Moses Horton, a North Carolina slave. The volume was published by Mr. Gales, formerly of North Carolina, but afterwards of the firm of Gales and Seton, Washington, D.C., who also wrote the explanation. Mr. Gales is no abolitionist, and would not be likely, therefore, to exaggerate the talents and character of an African slave. George, who is the author of the following poetical effusions, is a slave, the property of Mr. James Horton, of Chatham County, North Carolina. He has been in the habit, some years past, of producing poetical pieces, sometimes on suggested subjects, to such persons as would write them while he dictated. Several compositions of his have already appeared in the Raleigh Register. Some have made their way into Boston newspapers, and have evoked expressions of approbation and surprise. Many persons have now become much interested in the promotion of his prospects, some of whom are elevated in office and literary attainments. None will imagine it possible that pieces, produced as these have been, should be free from blemish in composition or taste. The author is now 32 years of age, and has always labored in the field on his master's farm, promiscuously with the few others which Mr. Horton owns, in circumstances of the greatest possible simplicity. His master says he knew nothing of his poetry, but as he heard of it from others. George knows how to read, and is now learning to write. All his pieces are written down by others, and his reading, which is done at night, and at the usual intervals allowed to slaves, has been much employed on poetry, such as he could procure, this being the species of composition most interesting to him. It is thought best to print his productions without correction, that the mind of the reader may be in no uncertainty as to the originality and genuineness of every part. We shall conclude this account of George with an assurance that he has ever been a faithful, honest, and industrious slave. That his heart has felt deeply and sensitively in this lowest possible condition of human nature will easily be believed, and is impressively confirmed by one of his stanzas. Quote, "Come, melting pity, from afar, and break this vast enormous bar between a wretch and thee. Purchase a few short days of time, and bid a vassal soar sublime on wings of liberty." End quote. Raleigh, June 2nd, 1829. End quote. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 13. South Carolina. The Honorable Charles Pinckney's testimony. Captain Williamson. Sale of a Revolutionary Soldier. Slaves freed by the Legislature. Veteran of Fort Moultrie. Yehu Jones. Manuel Pereira. John Paul. Complexional Barriers. Revolt of 1738. The Black Saxons. Denmark Vesey's insurrection in 1822. William Guion Nell. The celebrated Charles Pinckney, of South Carolina, in his speech on the Missouri question and in defense of the slave representation of the South, made the following admissions. Quote, "At the commencement of our revolutionary struggle with Great Britain, all the states had this class of people. The New England states had numbers of them, the northern and middle states had still more, although less than the southern. They all entered into the great contest with similar views. Like brethren, they contended for the benefit of the whole, leaving to each the right to pursue its happiness in its own way. They thus nobly toiled and bled together, really like brethren." And it is a remarkable fact that, notwithstanding, in the course of the Revolution, the southern states were continually overrun by the British, and every Negro in them had the opportunity of running away, yet few did. They then were, as they still are, as valuable a part of our population to the Union as any other equal number of inhabitants. They were in numerous instances the pioneers, and in all, the laborers of your armies. To their hands were owing the erection of the greatest part of the fortifications raised for the protection of our country. Fort Moultrie gave, at an early period of the inexperience and untried valor of our citizens, immortality to American arms. And in the northern states, numerous bodies of them were enrolled, and fought, side by side with the whites, the battles of the Revolution." End quote. The Charleston Standard and Mercury of July, 1854, furnishes these facts. Quote, "Captain Williamson, a free man of color, died in this city on Friday, the 7th instant, at the extraordinary age of 113 years. He was a native of St. Paul's Parish, and came out of the estate of Mr. William Williamson, a successful merchant of Charleston. Out of this estate, also, came good old Jacob, who died a few months since, at the age of 102 years, and whose death was noticed in our papers. When Jacob's obituary notice was read to the captain, 'Why,' said the old man, quote, 'I used to carry him about in my arms when he was a child.' End quote. Mr. Williamson, before the Revolution, had removed to his country seat near Wallace Bridge, about 15 miles from Charleston. There Captain Williamson had charge of his master's large garden of 50 acres, with its fish pond, shrubbery, and splendid collection of native and exotic plants. The captain was always a faithful servant, devoted to the service of his master, and afterwards to his mistress, who went to England, and there died. She left him free, together with his children. Of these he had 14, of whom only one survives. For many years, he superintended the farms and gardens of several persons on Charleston Neck. He was remarkably intelligent and faithful, and was universally respected by his employers and their neighbors. During the War of the Revolution, he assisted in throwing up the lines for the defense of the city, and was an ardent lover of his country. In further proof of which, we refer to Dr. Johnson's Reminiscences of the Revolution, where the captain received honorable notice. There, amongst other instances of his fidelity, it is recorded that during the troublesome times following the Revolution, he brought his mistress a large sum of money due to her for rent, from the Sisters' Ferry, on the Savannah. For this, he was rewarded by her with a set of silver waistcoat buttons, which he kept and exhibited with commendable pride to his visitors of the present generation. By his industry, he accumulated a sufficiency for the comfortable support of himself and his wife, who survives him, and is upwards of 80 years of age. For upwards of 50 years, he has been a humble and consistent member of the Circular Church. He was charitable and kind to the poor, and willing to assist in every benevolent object. He was highly esteemed by the whites, and respected by his own color, by members of both of whom he was followed to his last resting place on Saturday evening." End quote. The following interesting account of the trial and execution of a colored man, said to have been one of the defenders of Fort Moultrie, which took place at Charleston in the year 1817, must excite the feelings of every benevolent heart against the ruthless prejudices engendered by the foul and leprous stain of slavery. A man belonging to a merchant ship having died, apparently in consequence of poison being mixed, with the dinner served up to the ship's company, the cook and cabin boy were suspected, because they were, on account of their occupations, the only persons on board who did not partake of the mess, the effects of which appeared the moment it was tasted. As the offense was committed on the high seas, the cook, though a Negro, became entitled to a jury, and, with the cabin boy, was put upon his trial. The boy, who was a fine-looking lad, was readily acquitted. The man was then tried. He was of low stature, ill-shapen, and with a strongly marked and repulsive countenance. The evidence against him was, first, that he was cook, and, therefore, who else could have poisoned the mess? It was, however, overlooked that 2 of the crew had absconded since the ship came into port. Secondly, he had been heard to utter expressions of ill humor before he went on board. That part of the testimony was, indeed, suppressed, which went to explain these expressions. The real proof, no doubt, was written in the color of his skin and in the harsh and rugged lines of his face. He was found guilty. Mr. Crafts, Jr., a member of the Charleston bar, and an honor to his profession, who, from motives of humanity, had undertaken his defense, did not think that a man ought to die on account of the color of his skin, although prejudice, with jaundiced eyes, might see nothing but crime and infamy stamped upon it, and moved for a new trial, on the ground of partial and insufficient evidence. But the judge, who had urged his condemnation with the vindictive countenance, entrenched himself in forms, and found that the law gave him no power on the side of mercy. Mr. C. then forwarded a representation of the case to the President of the United States, through one of the senators of the state, but the senator treated with levity the idea of interesting himself in behalf of the life of a Negro. He was, therefore, left to his dungeon and the executioner. Thus situated, he did not, however, forsake himself, and it was now, when prejudice, and a rigor bordering on persecution, had spent their last arrow on him, that he modestly, but firmly, assumed his proper character, to vindicate not only his own innocence, but the moral equality of his race, and those mental energies which the white man's pride would deny to the blackness of his skin. Maintaining an undeviating tranquillity, he conversed with ease and cheerfulness, whenever his benevolent counsel, who continued his kind attentions to the last, visited his cell. "I was present," says Lieutenant Hall, from whose travels this account is extracted, "on one of these occasions, and observed his tone and manner. He was neither sullen nor desperate, but quiet and resigned, suggesting whatever occurred to him on the circumstances of his own case, with as much calmness as if he had been uninterested in the event. Yet, as if he deemed it a duty to omit none of the means placed within his reach for vindicating his innocence, he paid the most profound attention to the exhortations of a Methodist preacher, who, for convenience's sake, visited those who were in prison, and, having his spirit strengthened with religion, on the morning of his execution, before he was let out, he requested permission to address a few words of advice to the companions of his captivity. "I have observed much in them," he said, "which requires to be amended, and the advice of a man in my situation may be respected." A circle was accordingly formed in his cell, in which he placed himself, and addressed them at some length, with a sober and collected earnestness of manner, on the profligacy which he had noticed in their behavior while they had been fellow prisoners, recommending to them the rules of conduct prescribed in that religion in which he now found his support and consolation. If we regard the quality and condition of the actors only, there is, assuredly, an astonishing difference between this scene and the parting of Socrates with his friends and disciples. Should we, however, put away from our thoughts such differences as are merely accidental, and seize that point of coincidence which is most interesting and important, namely, the triumph of mental energy over death and unmerited disgrace, the Negro will not appear wholly unworthy of a comparison with the sage of Athens. The latter occupied an exalted station in the public eye. Although persecuted, even unto death and ignominy, by a band of triumphant and ruthless despots, he was surrounded in his last moments by his faithful friends and disciples, to whose talents and affection he might safely trust the vindication of his fame, and the unsullied purity of his memory. He felt that the hour of his glory must come, and that it would not pass away. The Negro had none of these aids. He was a man friendless and despised. The sympathies of society were locked up against him. He was to suffer for an odious crime by an ignominious death. The consequences of his innocence was confined to his own bosom, there, probably, to sleep forever. To the rest of mankind he was a wretched criminal, an object, perhaps, of contempt and detestation, even to the guilty companions of his prison house. He had no philosophy with which to reason down the natural misgivings, which may be supposed to precede a violent and ignominious dissolution of life. He could make no appeal to posterity to reverse an unjust judgment. To have borne all this patiently would have been much. He bore it as a hero and as a Christian. Having ended his discourse, he was conducted to the scaffold, where, having calmly viewed the crowd collected to witness his fate, he requested leave to address them. Obtaining permission, he stepped firmly to the edge of the scaffold, and, having commanded silence by his gestures, "You are come," he said, "to be spectators of my sufferings. You are mistaken. There is not a person in this crowd but suffers more than I do. I am cheerful and contented, for I am innocent." He then observed that he truly forgave all those who had taken any part in his condemnation, and believed that they acted conscientiously, from the evidence before them, and disclaimed all idea of imputing guilt to anyone. He then turned to his counsel, who, with feelings which honored humanity, had attended him to the scaffold. "To you, sir," said he, "I am indeed most grateful. Had you been my son, you could not have acted by me more kindly." And observing his tears, he continued, "This, sir, distresses me beyond anything I have felt yet. I entreat that you will find no distress on my account. I am happy." Then, praying heaven to reward his benevolence, he took leave of him, and signified his readiness to die, but requested that he might be excused from having his eyes bandaged, wishing, with an excusable pride, to give this last proof of the unshaken firmness with which innocence can meet death. He, however, submitted, on this point, to the representations of the sheriff, and expired without the quivering of a muscle. American Anecdotes. The Reverend Theodore Parker gives the following anecdote of a Massachusetts sea captain. He commanded a small brig, which plied between Carolina and the Gulf States. "One day at Charleston," said he, "a man came and brought to me an old Negro slave. He was very old, and had fought in the Revolution, and been very distinguished for bravery and other soldierly qualities. If he had not been a Negro, he would have become a captain, at least, perhaps a colonel. But, in his old age, his master found no use for him, and said that he could not afford to keep him. He asked me to take the Revolutionary soldier and carry him south and sell him. I carried him," said the man, "to Mobile, and tried to get as good and kind a master for him as I could, for I didn't like to sell a man that had fought for his country. I sold the old Revolutionary soldier for $100 to a citizen of Mobile, who raised poultry, and he set him to attend a hen coop." I suppose the South Carolina master drew a pension till the soldier died. "Why would you do such a thing?" said my friend, who was an anti-slavery man. "If I didn't do it," he replied, "I never could get a bale of cotton, nor a box of sugar, nor anything, to carry from or to any southern port." Yehu Jones was proprietor of a celebrated hotel in the city of Charleston, situated on Broad Street, next to the aristocratic St. Michael's Church, one of the most public places in the city. He was a fine, portly-looking man, active, enterprising, intelligent, honest to the letter, one whose integrity and responsibility were never doubted. He lived in every way like a white man. His house was unquestionably the best in the city, and had a widespread reputation. Few persons of note ever visited Charleston without putting up at Jones's, where they found not only the comforts of a private house, but a table spread with every luxury the country afforded. Mr. Jones maintained the popularity of his house many years, rearing a beautiful, intelligent, and interesting family, and accumulating $40,000 or more. The most interesting portion of his family were 3 daughters, the eldest of whom married a gentleman who subsequently removed to New York, where he engaged in a respectable and lucrative business. Mr. Jones often exerted his influence and contributed his means to redeem persons from slavery. For several years, he carried on an extensive fashionable tailoring establishment, and among his customers were the wealthiest citizens of Charleston. He had a large number of apprentices, among whom was my father, William Guyon Nell, who served 7 years and 6 months. Yehu, a son of Mr. Jones, visited the North, and was not allowed to return home. The details of this case are similar to hundreds of others, and prove that the right of locomotion is denied in the South to free colored persons from the North, even though they are native-born Southerners. The following extract from South Carolina state documents is conclusive evidence on this point. Quote, "Our first and great object is, to prevent the interchange of sentiment between our domestic Negroes, whether bond or free, and Negroes who reside abroad, or who have left our state. To do this, it becomes imperative to establish a law prohibiting free Negroes from coming into the state, and those in the state from going, under penalty of imprisonment and fine if they return." End quote. This principle strikes down the rights of citizens of other states. Though freeborn myself, and unable to trace my genealogy back to slavery, yet I am prohibited from visiting my father's relatives in a southern city, except at the risk of pains and penalties. Why should not my rights as a citizen of the old Bay State be as sacred under the Palmetto banner as those of any other man, white though he be? Colored seamen from the free states, and also from the British dominions and elsewhere, continue to be removed from vessels and imprisoned, though for many years efforts have been put forth by the several powers to abolish the restriction. Complexional distinctions, growing out of the institution of slavery, exist, to a great and unhappy extent, even among colored people, and as the Jews and Samaritans of Scripture had no dealings with one another, so in Charleston, as in many other southern cities, social intercourse and intermarriages occur only as exceptions among the two prominent shades of complexion. In 1810, a society was in operation in the city of Charleston, of which my father was a member, composed, as set forth in its constitution, of, quote, "free brown men only," end quote. Its objects were benevolent, its name, the Humane and Friendly Society, but yet, at the dictation of the spirit of pro-slavery, it was thoroughly prescriptive in its character. This tree of caste, though rooted in the South, shades many cities of the North with its baneful branches, but, through the dissemination of more liberal principles, its influence daily diminishes. The Black Saxons. Footnote from the writings of Lydia Marie Child. Mr. Duncan, a rich slaveholder in South Carolina, was, one evening, indulging in a reverie after reading the history of the Norman conquest, when a dark mulatto opened the door, and, making a servile reverence, said, in wheedling tones, quote, "Would Massa be so good as to give a pass to go to Methodist meeting?" End quote. Being an indulgent master, he granted the permission to him and several others, only bidding them not to stay out all night. Some time after, when no response was heard to his repeated bell ringing, it occurred to him that he had given every one of his slaves a pass to go to the Methodist meeting. This was instantly followed by the remembrance that the same thing had occurred a few nights before. Having purchased a complete suit of Negro clothes and a black mask well fitted to his face, he awaited the next request for a pass to a Methodist meeting, when, assuming the disguise, he hurried after the party. And here, in this lone sanctuary of nature's primeval majesty, were assembled many hundreds of swart figures, some seated in thoughtful attitudes, others scattered in moving groups, eagerly talking together. He observed that each one, as he entered, prostrated himself till his forehead touched the ground, and rising, placing his finger on his mouth. Imitating this signal, he passed in with the throng, and seated himself behind the glare of the torches. For some time, he could make out no connected meaning amid the confused buzz of voices and half-suppressed snatches of songs. But, at last, a tall man mounted the stump of a decayed tree, nearly in the center of the area, and requested silence. Quote, "When we had our last meeting," said he, "I suppose most all of you know that we all concluded it was best for to join the British, if so be we could get a good chance. But we didn't all agree about our masters. Some thought we should never be able to keep our freedom without we killed our masters in the first place. Others didn't like the thoughts of that, so we agreed to have another meeting to talk about it. And now, boys, if the British land here in Carolina, what shall we do with our masters?" End quote. He stepped down, and a tall, sinewy mulatto stepped into his place, exclaiming, with fierce gestures, quote, "Ravish wives and daughters before their eyes, as they have done to us. Hunt them with hounds, as they have hunted us. Shoot them down with rifles, as they have shot us. Throw their carcasses to the crows, they have fattened on our bones, and then let the devil take them, where they never rake up fire over nights. Who talks of mercy to our masters? End quote. I do, said an aged black man, who rose up before the fiery youth, tottering as he leaned both hands on an oaken staff. Quote, I do, because the blessed Jesus always talked of mercy. I know we have been fed like hogs, and shot at like wild beasts. Myself found the body of my likeliest boy, under the tree where buckler rifles reached him. But, thanks to the blessed Jesus, I feel it in my poor old heart to forgive them. I have been a member of a Methodist church these 30 years, and I've heard many preachers, white and black, and they all tell me Jesus said, do good to them that do evil to you, and pray for them that spite you. Now, I say, let us love our enemies, let us pray for them, and when our masters flog us and sell our pickaninnies, let us break out singing. Quote, you may beat my body, but you cannot harm my soul. I shall join the 40,000 by and by. You may sell my children to Georgie, but you cannot harm their soul. They will join the 40,000 by and by. Come, slave trader, come in too. The Lord's got a pardon here for you. You shall join the 40,000 by and by. That's the way to glorify the Lord. End quote. Scarcely had the cracked voice ceased the tremulous chant in which these words were uttered, when a loud altercation commenced, some crying out vehemently for the blood of the white men, others maintaining that the old man's doctrine was right. The aged black remained leaning on his staff, and mildly replied to every outburst of fury, quote, but Jesus said, do good for evil. End quote. Loud rose the din of excited voices, and the disguised slaveholder shrank deeper into the shadow. In the midst of the confusion, an athletic, gracefully proportioned young man sprang upon the stump, and, throwing off his coarse cotton garment, slowly turned round and round before the assembled multitude. Immediately, all was hushed, for the light of a dozen torches, eagerly held up by fierce, revengeful comrades, showed his back and shoulders deeply gashed by the whip, and still oozing with blood. In the midst of that deep silence, he stopped abruptly, and with stern brevity exclaimed, quote, boys, shall we not murder our masters? End quote. Would you murder all? Inquired a timid voice at his right hand. Quote, they don't all cruelize their slaves. End quote. There's Mr. Campbell, pleaded another. Quote, he never had one of his boys flogged in his life. You wouldn't murder him, would you? End quote. Oh, no, 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 shouted many voices. Quote, we wouldn't murder Mr. Campbell. He's always good to colored folks. End quote. Quote, and I wouldn't murder my master, said one of Mr. Duncan's slaves. And I'd fight anybody that set out to murder him. I ain't a-gonna work for him for nothing any longer, if I can help it. But he shan't be murdered, for he's a good master. End quote. Quote, call him a good master if you like, end quote, said the bleeding youth, with a bitter sneer in his look and tone. Quote, I curse the word. The white men tell us God made them our masters. I say it was the devil. When they don't cut up the backs that bear their burdens, when they throw us enough of the grain we have raised to keep us strong another harvest, when they forbear to shoot the limbs that toil to make them rich, they are fools who call them good masters. Why should they sleep on soft beds, under silken curtains, while we, whose labor bought it all, lie on the floor at the threshold, or miserably coiled up in the dirt of our own cabins? Why should I clothe my master in broadcloth and fine linen, when he knows, and I know, that he is my own brother, and I, meanwhile, have only this coarse rag to cover my aching shoulders? End quote. He kicked the garment scornfully and added, quote, down on your knees if you like, and thank them that ye are not flogged and shot. Of me they'll learn another lesson. End quote. Mr. Duncan recognized in the speaker the reputed son of one of his friends, lately deceased, one of that numerous class which Southern vice is thoughtlessly raising up, to be its future scourge and terror. The high, bold forehead and flashing eye indicated an intellect too active and daring for servitude, while his fluent speech and appropriate language betrayed the fact that his highly educated parent, from some remains of instinctive feeling, had kept him near his own person during his lifetime, and thus formed his conversation on another model than the rude jargon of slaves. His poor, ignorant listener stood spellbound by the magic of superior mind, and at first it seemed as if he might carry the whole meeting in favor of his views. But the aged man, leaning on his oaken staff, still mildly spoke of the meek and blessed Jesus, and the docility of African temperament responded to his gentle words. After various scenes of fiery indignation, gentle expostulation, and boisterous mirth, it was finally decided, by a considerable majority, that in case the British landed, they would take their freedom without murdering their masters. Not a few, however, went away in wrathful mood, muttering curses deep. With thankfulness to heaven, Mr. Duncan again found himself in the open field, alone with the stars. Their glorious beauty seemed to him, that night, clothed in new and awful power. Groups of shrubbery took to themselves startling forms, and the sound of the wind among the trees was like the unsheathing of swords. Again he recurred to Saxon history, and remembered how he had thought that troubled must be the sleep of those who rule a conquered people. Quote, "And these Robin Hoods and Wat Tylers were my Saxon ancestors," end quote, thought he. Quote, "Who shall so balance effects and causes as to decide what portion of my present freedom sprung from their seemingly defeated efforts? Was the place I saw tonight, in such wild and fearful beauty, like the haunts of the Saxon Robin Hoods? Was not the spirit that gleamed forth there as brave as theirs? And who shall calculate what even such hopeless endeavors may do for the future freedom of their race?" End quote. These cogitations did not, so far as I ever heard, lead to the emancipation of his bondman, but they did prevent his revealing a secret, which would have brought hundreds to an immediate and violent death. After a painful conflict between contending feelings and duties, he contented himself with advising the magistrates to forbid all meetings whatsoever among colored people until the war was ended. He visited Boston several years later, and told the story to a gentleman, who often repeated it in the circle of his friends. In brief outline it reached my ears. I have adopted fictitious names because I have forgotten the real ones. Projected insurrection in Charleston. During the Revolutionary War, Captain Vesey, of Charleston, was engaged in supplying the French in St. Domingo with slaves from St. Thomas. In the year 1781, he purchased Denmark, a boy of about 14 years of age, and afterwards brought him to Charleston, where he proved, for 20 years, a faithful slave. In 1800, Denmark drew a prize of $1,500 in the lottery, and purchased his freedom from his master for $600. From that period until the time of his arrest, he worked as a carpenter, and was distinguished for his great strength and activity, and was always looked up to, by those of his own color, with awe and respect. In 1822, Denmark Vesey formed a plan for the liberation of his fellowmen from bondage. In the whole history of human efforts to overthrow slavery, a more complicated and tremendous plan was never formed. A part of the plan matured was that on Sunday night, the 16th of June, a force would cross from James Island and land on South Bay, and march up and seize the arsenal and guardhouse. Another body, at the same time, would seize the arsenal on the neck, and a third would rendezvous in the vicinity of the mills of Denmark's master. They would then sweep the town with fire and sword, not permitting a single white soul to escape. The sum of this intelligence was laid before the governor, who, convening the officers of the militia, took such measures as were deemed the best adapted to the approaching exigency of Sunday night. On the 16th, at 10 o'clock at night, the military companies, which were placed under the command of Colonel Robert Young Hayne, were ordered to rendezvous for guard. The conspirators, finding the whole town encompassed, at 10 o'clock, by the most vigilant patrols, did not dare to show themselves, whatever might have been their plans. In the progress of the subsequent investigation, it was distinctly in proof that but for these military demonstrations, the effort would unquestionably have been made, that a meeting took place on Sunday afternoon, the 16th, at 4 o'clock, of several of the ringleaders at Denmark Vesey's, for the purpose of making their preliminary arrangements, and that early in the morning of Sunday, Denmark dispatched a courier to order down some country negroes from Goose Creek, which courier had endeavored in vain to get out of town. The conspirators, it was ascertained, had held meetings for 4 years without being betrayed. The leaders were careful to instruct their followers not to mention their plans to, quote, those waiting men who received presents of old coats, etc., from their masters, end quote. as such slaves would be likely to betray them. Denmark Vesey was betrayed by the treachery of his own people and died a martyr to freedom. The slave who gave information of the projected insurrection was purchased by the legislature, who held out to other slaves the strongest possible motives to do likewise, in similar cases, by giving him his freedom. The number of blacks arrested was 131. Of these, 35 were executed, 41 acquitted, and the rest sentenced to be transported. Many a brave hero fell, but history, faithful to her high trust, will engrave the name of Denmark Vesey on the same monument with Moses, Hampton, Tell, Bruce, Wallace, Toussaint, Lafayette, and Washington. William Guion Nell was steward on board the ship General Gadsden when she made good her escape from the British brig Recruit, July 28, 1812. They put into Boston, where my father took up his abode. A few days after the escape, the two captains were at the Indian Queen Tavern in Bromfield Street. The British captain was relating the particulars of the chase, when the Yankee captain, overhearing, acknowledged himself as the one who had given John Bull the slip. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution by William Cooper Nell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Colored Patriots of the American Revolution. Chapter 14. Georgia. Massacre at Blunt's Fort. Monsieur de Bordeaux. Slave freed by the legislature. On the west side of the Apalachicola River, says the Honorable Joshua R. Giddings, in a narrative from which this account is taken, some 40 miles below the line of Georgia, are yet found the ruins of what was once called Blunt's Fort. Its ramparts are now covered with a dense growth of underbrush and small trees. You may yet trace out its bastions, curtains, and magazine. At this time, the country adjacent presents the appearance of an unbroken wilderness, and the whole scene is one of gloomy solitude, associated, as it is, with one of the most cruel massacres which ever disgraced the American arms. The fort had originally been erected by civilized troops, and, when abandoned by its occupants at the close of the war, in 1815, it was taken possession of by the refugees from Georgia. But little is yet known of that persecuted people. Their history can only be found in the National Archives at Washington. They had been held as slaves in the state referred to, but, during the Revolution, they caught the spirit of liberty, at that time so prevalent throughout our land, and fled from their oppressors, and found an asylum among the aborigines living in Florida. During 40 years, they had effectually eluded or resisted all attempts to re-enslave them. They were true to themselves, to the instinctive love of liberty, which is planted in every human heart. Most of them had been born amidst perils, reared in the forests, and taught from their childhood to hate the oppressors of their race. Most of those who had been personally held in degrading servitude, whose backs had been scarred by the lash of the savage overseer, had passed to that spirit land, where clanking of chains is not heard, where slavery is not known. Some few of that class yet remained. Their gray hairs and feeble limbs, however, indicated that they, too, must soon pass away. Of the 311 persons residing in Blunt's Fort, not more than 20 had been actually held in servitude. The others were descended from slave parents, who fled from Georgia, and, according to the laws of the slave states, were liable to suffer the same outrage to which their ancestors had been subjected. The slaveholders, finding they could not themselves obtain possession of their intended victims, called on the President of the United States for assistance to perpetuate the crime of enslaving their fellow men. General Jackson, commander of the Southern Military District, directed Lieutenant Colonel Clinch to perform the barbarous task. I was at one time personally acquainted with that officer, and know the impulses of his generous nature, and can readily account for the failure of his expedition. He marched to the fort, made the necessary reconnaissance, and returned, making report that, quote, the fortification was not accessible by land. End quote. Orders were then issued to Commodore Patterson, directing him to carry out the orders of the Secretary of War. He, at that time, commanded the American flotilla lying in Mobile Bay, and instantly issued an order to Lieutenant Loomis to ascend the Apalachicola River with 2 gunboats, quote, to seize the people in Blunt's fort, deliver them to their owners, and destroy the fort. End quote. On the morning of the 17th of September, 1816, a spectator might have seen several individuals, standing upon the walls of that fortress, watching with intense interest the approaching of 2 small vessels, that were slowly ascending the river under full spread canvas, by the aid of a light southern breeze. They were in sight at early dawn, but it was 10 o'clock when they furled their sails and cast anchor opposite the fort, and some 400 or 500 yards distant from it. A boat was lowered, and soon a midshipman and 12 men were observed making for the shore. They were met at the water's edge by some half-dozen of the principal men in the fort, and their errand demanded. The young officer told them he was sent to make a demand of the fort, and its inmates were to be given up to the, quote, slaveholders, then to board the gunboat, who claimed them as fugitive slaves. End quote. The demand was instantly rejected, and the midshipman and his men returned to the gunboats, and informed Lieutenant Loomis of the answer he had received. As the colored men entered the fort, they related to their companions the demand that had been made. Great was the consternation manifested by the females, and even a portion of the sterner sex began to be distressed at their situation. This was observed by an old patriarch, who had drank the bitter cup of servitude, one who bore on his person the visible marks of the thong, as well as the brand of his master upon his shoulder. He saw his friends falter, and he spoke cheerfully to them. He assured them that they were safe from the cannon shot of the enemy, that there were not men enough on board to storm their fort, and finally closed with the emphatic declaration, "Give me liberty or give me death." This saying was repeated by many agonized fathers and mothers on that bloody day. A cannonade was soon commenced upon the fort, but without much apparent effect. The shots were harmless, they penetrated the earth of which the walls were composed, and were there buried without further injury. Some 2 hours were thus spent, without injuring any person in the fort. They then commenced throwing bombs. The bursting of these shells had more effect. There was no shelter from these fatal messengers. Mothers gathered their little ones around them, and pressed their babes more closely to their bosoms, as one explosion after another warned them of their imminent danger. By these explosions, some were occasionally wounded, and a few killed, until, at length, the shrieks of the wounded and the groans of the dying were heard in various parts of the fortress. Do you ask why these mothers and children were thus butchered in cold blood? I answer, they were slain for adhering to the doctrine that, quote, all men are endowed by their Creator with the inalienable right to enjoy life and liberty. End quote. Holding to this doctrine of Hancock and Jefferson, the power of the nation was arrayed against them, and our army employed to deprive them of life. The bombardment was continued some hours with but little effect, so far as the assailants could discover. They manifested no disposition to surrender. The day was passing away. Lieutenant Loomis called a council of officers, and put to them the question, what further shall be done? An under-officer suggested the propriety of firing, quote, hot shot at the magazine, end quote. The proposition was agreed to. The furnaces were heated, balls were prepared, and the cannonade was resumed. The occupants of the fort felt relieved by the change. They could hear the deep humming sound of the cannonballs, to which they had become accustomed in the early part of the day, and some made themselves merry at the supposed folly of their assailants. They knew not that the shot were heated, and were, therefore, unconscious of the danger which threatened them. Suddenly, a startling phenomenon presented itself to their astonished view. The heavy embankment and timbers protecting the magazine appeared to rise from the earth, and the next instant, the dreadful explosion overwhelmed them, and the next, found 270 parents and children in the immediate presence of God, making their appeal for retributive justice upon the government which had murdered them, and the freemen of the North who sustained such unutterable crime. Footnote: that is the number officially reported by the officer in command. Vide executive document of the 13th Congress. Many were crushed by the falling earth and timbers. Many were entirely buried in the ruins. Some were horribly mangled by the fragments of timber and the explosion of charged shells that were in the magazine. Limbs were torn from the bodies to which they had been attached. Mothers and babes lay beside each other, wrapped in that sleep which knows no waking. The sun had set, and the twilight of evening was closing around, when some 60 sailors, under the officer second in command, landed, and without opposition entered the fort. The veteran soldiers, accustomed to blood and carnage, were horror-stricken as they viewed the scene before them. They were accompanied, however, by some 20 slaveholders, all anxious for their prey. These paid little attention to the dead and dying, but anxiously seized upon the living, and, fastening the fetters upon their limbs, hurried them from the fort, and instantly commenced their return toward the frontier of Georgia. Some 15 persons in the fort survived the terrible explosion, and they now sleep in servile graves, or moan and weep in bondage. The officer in command of the party, with his men, returned to the boats as soon as the slaveholders were fairly in possession of their victims. The sailors appeared gloomy and thoughtful as they returned to their vessels. The anchors were weighed, the sails unfurled, and both vessels hurried from the scene of butchery as rapidly as they were able. After the officers had retired to their cabins, the rough-featured sailors gathered before the mast, and loud and bitter were the curses they uttered against slavery, and against those officers of government who had thus constrained them to murder women and helpless children merely for their love of liberty. But the dead remained unburied, and the next day the vultures were feeding upon the carcasses of young men and young women, whose hearts on the previous morning had beaten high with expectation. Their bones have been bleached in the sun for 37 years, and may yet be seen scattered among the ruins of that ancient fortification. 22 years have elapsed, and a representative in Congress, from one of the free states, reported a bill, giving to the perpetrators of these murders a gratuity of $5,000 from the public treasury, as a token of the gratitude which the people of the nation felt for the soldierly and gallant manner in which the crime was committed toward them. The bill passed both houses of Congress, was approved by the President, and now stands upon the records of the third session of the 25th Congress. These facts are all found scattered among the various public documents, which repose in the alcoves of our National Library. But no historian has been willing to collect and publish them, in consequence of the deep disgrace which they reflect upon the American arms, and upon those who then controlled the government. The Savannah Republican of February, 1855, makes the following mention of a venerable colored patriarch. Quote, Monsieur de Bordeaux is a native of St. Domingo. He left that island when about 30 or 35 years old, during our Revolutionary War, in company with many French volunteers, and was present at the siege of Savannah in 1779. He did not play the part of a mere looker-on in Venice, but took part in the struggle, and received a severe and dangerous wound in the hip, which rendered him a cripple for life. He was near Pulaski when he was wounded, and saw the gallant Pole fall. The old man can satisfy the curious, probably, as to where Pulaski died, and what disposition was made of his venerable remains. After the war, Monsieur de Bordeaux returned to St. Domingo. He left the island again, however, during the insurrection, and by a profitable mistake of the captain of the vessel in which he took passage, he was a second time landed at Savannah, where he spent many years with his friend, the late Daniel Leons, of this city. Some 50 or 60 years since, he removed to South Carolina, where he has resided ever since. Monsieur de Bordeaux is considerable over 100 years of age. Still, he retains a distinct recollection of his vernacular tongue, the French, and possesses all the vivacity of that nation, no one ever having seen him depressed in spirits. He has ever enjoyed the highest character for integrity and truth. End quote. A few years since, a slave, at great hazard, saved the State House at Milledgeville when in flames. The legislature purchased him of his master for $1,800 and set him free, thus showing their appreciation of the value of liberty, even to the mind of a slave. End of chapter 14.